All right. Yeah, so this is the way I like to do the 3x, but we're going to talk a little bit about, well, when do you need to get a bunker? When can we skip the bunker? Also, just kind of thinking about, hey, maybe I'll try the two Reaper variation one game just to show, but I think that's so micro intense that I don't I feel like it can go terribly wrong. Like I've even seen Special mess up, lose one of those Reapers early to the first Adept, and then he literally just like loses the game basically. Excuse me. When do we commit with the three racks, right? So that's something we can really take a look at. Um, yeah. Yeah. What about early scouting as well? Early scouting, right? So something that we can kind of factor in here is sending a Marine around to spot for the third base can give us a big heads up, right? So for instance, like 2-gate Blink Robo, very economic build. It's going to be like maybe a 4-minute 20 third Nexus, right? We definitely want to commit hard to attack into that, right? On the other hand, 5 minutes 30, still no third next. 5 minutes, let's say, still no move to take a third equals, holy crap, what's this guy doing? Is it just 2-base Colossus? And can't really push in Colossus plus battery. I can spell Colossus is up in natural, and we just hang around to deny third going down for a bit longer. Are we being... Are there DTs already inside your main from a warp prism? Oh crap. What do we do then, guys? What do we do then? That's when we stim for the win into their economy with your army. Don't pull home, right? And then pull all your SCVs to your best protected base. Funnily enough, this is often your natural because they dropped DTs in your main. All right. So you might even raise your wall to keep the DTs pinned in your main. So you can mine from your natural. Some games versus DTs, you will just have dropped mules. It's okay, you lose. This is a chance we are not going to stress over. So long as we have a good reaction list to this situation, we can often scramble and end up keeping 25 plus SCVs alive whilst killing 40 probes and effectively winning the game, even though it feels messy. So that's something which we've got to remember, right? As long as I've got a scan ready. I've almost got one scan ready. Quick pull around, stim my units in their natural, drop a scan, bam, we're going to be able to deal with that, right? Battle mech, we're going to try and teach it pretty much just the way I play it, which is Hellion Lib aggression. I'm not going to do the 3cc version because we do want to be kind of keeping the pressure on our opponents. And then we're going to try and just get 6 Cyclones, and then we're going to go kind of tanks, Banshees, Thors. And we've got like the 3 different main reactions for TVZ, which is first Swarm Hosts, we go more Cyclone, Banshee, Hellion, fight for full map control with basically pure mobile battle mech. But versus like most mass Roach Ravager Baneling, we're going to need more tanks. First Mutas, we need more Thors and Mines. First Ultras, more Cyclones, and manually lock onto the Ultras. So just some kind of common like compositional adjustments that go on with the mech play there. Yeah, which is very, very useful. So we've got TVT, 3 Reaper, 2 Hellion, and we're going to do a tank drop, and then we're just going to play double Raven very standard. So we're still not playing my very marine heavy style that you guys know I love. When I was doing Road to 6K, you guys know I got really good at doing a double Cyclone It was 2 Reaper, 2 Cyclone, 2-1-1. And it was... some of you may have watched me play. I played a bunch of games versus Beyond with it, which I think I went really well considering he's Beyond. And I am a player who capped out just below 5-6K, just at about rank 40 GM, I guess it was, about rank 40 GM with my Terran on NA. But we had some really good games versus Beyond. I took a map off special with that build. I felt like I got to like dance with a bunch of pro Terrans in the EPT Cups and actually have some really like not terrible games at all with them, right? So there was some really nice games. I remember I had a really good game on like Glittering Ashes versus Beyond. Went for almost 20 minutes. He kicked my ass. There was a point in the game where I kind of went, okay, cool, full focus on tactically outmaneuvering my opponent. And then I'm like, oh, this doesn't work versus Beyond. He's like actually just better than me at tactically maneuvering. I'm like, that's normally my advantage as a player. But yeah, turns out when you're playing Beyond, you're like, oh, I need to focus on something other than something else because that's not going to work. He's pretty good at his army movement. All right, guys, we are playing a Terran vs. Zerg to start off today. Up against someone called Easy Money SOS. Now, they had a diamond board next to their name, but we will see exactly what rank they truly are. So, what are we doing, guys? Well, we are going to be doing a battle mech build. So we're going to be opening up with the exact same opening as we were doing in Masters 3, but we're going to be plugging it into battle mech. So we're not going to be playing Biomine anymore. This is going to be something which I am more comfortable with, mech versus Zerg. I've been playing it a bunch. It just feels a little bit less twitchy. There's still a lot going on, a lot of things you can do, a lot of control, but less moments of me feeling like I am gonna get overrun by Banelings because I commanded my army into them like the absolute baboon that I am. So it really does help clean things up that way. So guys, what are we doing? Barracks gas opening. So we're going to go no third command center straight away. It's going to be, instead of the 245 third command center before second gas, we're going to do the normal quick second gas, immediate Hellion production, immediate starport into Liberator. We're going to kill this bot. Also rally that 19th guy down there and change the rally point back to the minerals. And so we want Reaper and Orbital. Change the rally point back, as I said. Do we have our camera locations? We did not set those up. 4th, 5th. We could have mined 5 minerals with him while he was waiting, but it is what it is. And that is fine. Once you put that down, you always go for that. We send the Barracks SCV across. Music volume's a bit louder than normal. Okay, guys, I'm probably a little bit quieter than normal as well. One sec. Just let me get that going. I do think it's a little louder than normal. My microphone's a little further away as well. And let's just take a little look-see there, shall we? Okay, how are we doing on mic volume? Testing. Yeah, I'm not talking too loud today, am I? I'm talking a little bit quieter, so I'm going to bring my mic just a little bit closer to me over here. And we've turned that music down ever so slightly. We'll also just turn that down there just a tiny bit. And you guys let me know if you can't hear me, okay? Let me know if that's a bit better. All right. Thank you. Thank you guys for the subs. Wasted. Appreciate the 13 months, mate. Oh. Sorry, Gogo.
Game resumed.
Okay. Oh. So, I'm not going to use the depot CV. You could do that, but I'm actually going to get that factory up straight away. And this guy can rally back to there. Now, we saw it was a normal hatch first build. I didn't really look at it. I just saw it on the minimap. But basically, you can tell that. We just leave that Marine patrolling for Overlords. Because we saw the hatchery was finished as our SCV got there, which is right when your Reaper's popping. And let's see, we got one Zergling, which is real nice. Now, we've gone a bit too far there. So let's just pull out. Let's put 2 guys on gas. You go there, you go there. Okay, so what are we doing now, guys? We're just going to quickly check for third bases and then pull back with the Reaper. Let's not... Oh, hello.
Add-on complete.
Yeah, baby. On the way. I'm listening.
Okay, you go there, you go there, you go there. So I wasn't expecting that. All right, so we swapped this around. So you tried to be a little cheeky there. What we're going to do now, guys, is we're just going to quickly check for the third base, okay? Build SCVs. We've got Hellions on the way. We're building one more Marine, which is not really needed. That's all right. Now, because that starport didn't start immediately, that's potentially an issue. Keep building these SCVs. We've got 2 more Hellions on the way. And can we find an active tumor? Looks like he's got 2 queens out front. That's going to be pretty tricky then. Okay, so the Reaper's going to jump on in just to be a little tricky. And we're going to build a Liberator, rally that across the map. And let's see what we can find in this main base. That's a lair. It's a very quick lair, guys. So we've got to be worried about very quick mutas. So we're just going to kill 1 drone and then leave. Make sure we keep building SCVs. And after your and after your second depot... Oh shit. That's when we can go for the command center. So, keep building these. We're also just going to prepare another tech lab ahead of time. So, third command center goes down. It should be down about 410. You'll see mine started. Yeah, right on 410 actually. Kind of surprised by that. You then want to go double gas after your third command center is down, whenever you have the money for it. And we're going to build another Liberator, because it's always a good idea to commit a little bit more. Oh. Damn, I let him get some really good creep spread out there, didn't I? Oh. Okay. So we put guys on gas. Now, before your Liberator goes in, and your Hellions start microing frantically, you would really like to go for at least your 2 more factories and your double armory. There we go. And I've got a lot more Hellions coming in right now. Because they're already split, I'm going to queue them into different mineral lines. So these guys are going to go in here. So notice these guys are kind of a distraction now. And we're just going to click those home and micro these ones, okay? I didn't micro my lib. Just going to queue those, go back to macro, okay? 4th and 5th factory, because we're not up to 5 factories yet. Oh, looks like those Hellions didn't make it home. Let's raise the wall just in case, and let's go in here, shall we? So, what do we do now, guys? If you're worried about a counterattack immediately, you can absolutely build Magfield. Oh, the other armory didn't start up, guys. Oh, that's bad. Okay. We're going to take the depots, get that as well. The Viking's going to go over there. Now, you want a tech lab because we do want to have the option to add Banshees, okay, guys? Just going to tell that Liberator to go over there and siege up. Just keep being annoying with that, right? And then we want another tech lab and another reactor. So we actually want 2 reactors very early, which I used to never do. And then I realized that it's just way better if you do it that way. Now, oh, I didn't set my rally point over there. So we're going to grab the 4 XS guys, put those on the gases, and then everything else there. And then we grab the depot guys and we say, hey, we need to keep building depots. Apparently I had 4 and 3. I don't know how I did that, but apparently I'm not very good at clicking buttons. Who knew? So notice we're making Blue Flame and also Magfield. Blue Flame's more important in the scenario where there's lots of lings. Magfield's more important if there's lots of roaches. Now the trick here though, guys, is don't make more than 6 cyclones. Oh, look at that. And we're actually going to make some tanks now. If we knew there was roaches coming, we would have done that even earlier. As it is, I've got to keep doing hit and run tactics to pick off these roaches. So notice the Hellions are going to clean up these Zerglings real nice. And we've got those Banshees, which are also just such a good unit. Just telling that Viking to go attack random stuff, whatever it can get its hands on, really. And notice, look at that. So, beautiful. Okay, keep building the depots. Let's also build a 4th on location. And notice we built some tanks. So when you build some tanks, you want to put those in some nice defensive positions. Oh, look at that, using the Banshees. Very cute. Thing is, if he's ever out of position for even a little bit, and I'm building mostly tanks and so on, then we can lock on and kill the queens potentially, right? And notice how my opponent's just running at me with the Zerglings. So this is how, if you can always tell if your opponent's a baboon, because they think just A-moving lings and roaches is going to kill you. Now this is what most high-level players do these days, even versus mech. And I'm kind of joking, but also not, guys. We're just going to quickly repair that. We should be able to keep that alive. Oof. Alright, so like I said, we're on pure tank production because I've basically got 6 Cyclones. What is it, 5? Cool. We're going to F2, control-click to find those Banshees, and keep building those as well. And what are we building? Just tanks and Hellions. Now, there's a problem. What's that problem, guys? Well, what if he's got a Spire? Doesn't look like it, because Infestation plus Roaches plus Missing Gas, right? So all these are signs of, well, probably not going to be... Probably not going to be that. But if I was wanting to be super safe against such things, then we would definitely be adding Thors. So let's just think of that as sort of a default thing. Build 2 Thors now, make it 3, and still lots more Hellions. And let's keep using these Cyclones and Hellions the way they should be. Now that's more Hellions than I need in an army. So what you want to do is, of course, what's the big thing? Always, always, always do Hellion run-bys. So we're going to send some Hellions down the right side. And, yeah. These guys can go there. These guys can go here. We're just going to start clearing up some creep. And you can see here... Oh, got 2 Cyclones. Well done. And then we can just kind of run in here and go, okay, let's just shift-click these guys. And then obviously bait him into the Banshees if possible is kind of what we're doing there. We're just shift-clicking those drones, making sure they do what they can. Alright, we're not quite maxed yet on...
What's going on?
On that stuff. Oh, I forgot my engineering bay. Okay, that's a big mistake, isn't it? And if you do start floating money, guys, extra command centers is nice, but what's more important, we're only on 5 factories. So we want to build 1, 2, and 3 more factories as well, okay? So anyways, oh. I just F2'd that, by the way, for those who are wondering.
Upgrade complete.
Making Hellbats as well, because they're very tanky.
Is under attack.
I'm not sieging the rest of my army, because I don't think I need to here. We are going to swap into that mode. F2, control-click the Banshees. They're going to chase off the army. We're going to F2, control-shift-click to get rid of the Banshees to go in the other direction, right? So the Banshees are going to try and we can do a bit of micro now, which I've been kind of lazy on so far. And look at that, guys. Hydras. Now, what do Hydras tell us? By the way, we should really get Cloak and Hyperflight Rotors for those. Let's get 3-2 upgrades as well. Awesome. And all tech labs on your extra ones, by the way. So we're going to start pushing up here. It means you want pure tank, because they're going to be going lurkers, most likely. And we're going to join the Banshees up. Now, opponent moves into us there. And notice we're just going to start leapfrogging our tanks now, okay? So we're scanning ahead just to see what the army's like, and notice it's not that big. And because his army's not that big, if you realize you can actually just A-move him, guys, you should always do it. Now, I'm dropping mules here, but that's actually for repair, crazily enough. People always ask me, is it worth doing that? The answer is usually, no, not at all. But I thought it would be fun to do, so I decided to do it. So, shh. Awesome. So at this point, if you want more generic units, we could just build Thors. Because what if Broodlords come out, right? But we also need a lot more Hellions, which I've been really slack on for the last minute or so. Alright, so notice we're just going to start moving these tanks forward. And trying to do that one.
Research complete.
And notice these guys, we just want to keep them in tank range. You want them in front of the tanks, but not too far in front of the tanks, okay? And we're just using that Q siege up, Q siege up. And look at this. And once you're in these like forward positions, your opponent's kind of forced to fight into you. And that's obviously real bad for him, right? So we can see, look, his army's up there. He's getting cornered now. We can start going on in here. And awesome. So let's grab all these guys, move them forward as well. So has he just gone around? I don't know where his army went. I think it might be here. So we're trying to find his army right now. Let's swap all these Thors into that attack mode. Is this Broodlords? Overseers. Okay. So we're just going to grab these tanks. And let's get some Hellions in the mineral lines. If you're in between their bases, it's really useful for you to just split units into all the different mineral lines. Because it's very slow to actually move your army forward, right? Okay, his army was still up to the left. But you can see with this giant spready that we have, if you're over in between the rallies, it's hard to actually force them to fight and kill their shit. But if you split a few Hellions off, a few Banshees off, Hellions are probably the main one we want to do there, I think. Yeah, I think we could have, what we should have done there, and I was a little bit lacking on my Hellion production, right, and my unit production in general, because I'm not used to playing this while talking, to be honest. It's really weird. I'm trying to take what's in my subconscious and put it into my conscious. So there was a lot of moments there, guys, where I was kind of tapping my Hellions. Like I was going, oh, build a tank and build a Hellion. Look at that. Whereas once we get to this point, even on just the 5 factories, we should be going tank, like 6 or 7 times, and then we should be like holding that Hellion key down to the point where it queues up like a billion guys. Let's clear some supply, shall we? To show you, because right now, yeah, so like this. And then, so these factories that pump Hellions, remember that 2 Hellions takes 21 seconds. So if you're so busy microing, you might not produce for a minute. But the thing is, if you don't produce for a minute, what happens? So what happens if you don't produce for a minute, guys? Well, that means you needed to have at least 6 Hellions queued per command center, right? So that's a really huge deal. Now, of course, we wrote in the notes, we talked about this at the start of today, but if you guys have maybe you're watching this on YouTube, we probably didn't show my little preface at the start, that sort of thing, for Bronze to GM today. But basically we said, look, there's a few different things. So more mutas and more fear of mutas equals more Thors, and Widow Mines even would have come in. I would have added drilling claws as well, right? I don't bother with smart servos, but obviously later on you might as well. Allows your Hellbats to swap positions very quickly. It allows also your Thors to swap firing modes very quickly, right? But the other thing is, if they're going Swarm Hosts, I see someone in chat saying Swarm Hosts. Thors, tanks, not what we want against that. We want pure Cyclone, Hellion, Banshee, and we want to fight for map control.
For the
now,
Bezos box.
obviously, if they just build like 3 Swarm Hosts and it's mostly Roaches and Banes, you're still mostly wanting siege tanks, right? But if they're 20 Swarm Hosts, you don't want a single siege tank, basically. You want to say, I just want to have more Cyclone, Hellion, and I want to control the map. You'll notice there was a point in this game where I kind of pulled back into my corner, right? So when his Roachling was pressuring me in the Queens, I pulled back very defensive. And I swapped off Cyclones even earlier than the 6 Cyclones I'd said to build, and I started building tanks, right? Because tanks are the safety unit. Now, if you guys find you're doing this style, I just die too much, Pigry, they always just attack me. Instead of building the first 2 Cyclones, you can just change it so you always build 2 siege tanks first, right? As your first 2 units out of the factory. And then you just pop them on the high ground. 1 there, where it covers the 3rd, at least partially, and 1 behind your natural wall. Hey, there you go. That's great. And if you do ever get hit by a really early push, sometimes you just lift your 3rd off and pull the SCVs back. As long as you don't lose all your SCVs, you're fine, right? But a tank on the high ground is such a absolute stopper on any sort of early low economy flood from the Zerg player, right? So that's just massive. But in this case, we did it reactively. We swapped to the tanks after seeing, oh, he's in my face with Roaches. What's he doing here? Oh my god, right? By default, we're building Banshees. And the reason is it just adds complexity, right? So the thing is, are the Banshees going to automatically solve everything. A lot of people have asked me, why do you build Banshees? What's the purpose? And I go, well, they add complexity. So what does that mean? It means your opponent can't just A-move Banelings and Ravagers and Zerglings around the map and go, ooh. It means if they're doing that and they're pinning you back with that style, not only do you focus on having tanks covering your defense and trying to build up that tank count while always keeping a mobile squad of Cyclone Hellion for like poking and picking off units efficiently. Notice we engage, lock onto some units, run backwards, roast any Zerglings, kill any roaches that chase us. And we keep doing that over and over again. The Cyclone Hellion is this incredibly flexible mobile squad. The Hellions wreck Zerglings. The Cyclones are obviously good versus other units. And you do that, but then if they're kind of just doing this thing, it's like Ravage Bane from here, Roach Ravage Zerg from here, you can just split your Banshees off and just shut down one lane of the map. And if they keep moving through that area, they either need to get creep up there and move Queens forward, or your Banshees are just going to wail on them, right? And case in point, look at this, he's kind of posturing. I don't know how much he's committing. Is this a fake pressure or not? Well, if he wants to hang out in my territory, he's got to pay a price for that. And that price is being taken by this single Banshee, soon to be 2 Banshees, then 3, then 4. Now, something I didn't highly prioritize was Cloak, or the movement speed for them. And some people will criticize that. I think I could have got them much earlier this game, because I had lots of money, but they're not high priority. Why are they not high priority? Because the Banshee does its job anyway. I forced this guy to move 2 of his only 5 queens across the map off creep, and it's just awkward. It can always come back and repair. And like I said, if at any moment I catch those queens out of position because they come forward and his Roach Ravager Ling isn't right there, I just lock on, kill those queens. Banshee has free reign again. So, isn't the Zerg pretty dead? Yeah, the Zerg fucked up really bad and took massive damage early. He's way behind economically. However, I do sit back a bit, and with mech, the thing is they usually can actually get back in the game. My opponent's multitasking kind of fell apart. You can see he was focusing on trying to find damage, but wasn't droning for like 3 minutes. Whereas if he'd just taken a few more hatcheries, kept spending the money during this, then my opponent would have been able to get back in the game. But he hasn't recovered the drones. So it takes him another few minutes. And then I remember at one point I scouted a fully saturated 4th base. So he did recover his drones to some extent, but it took him a long time, and it looks like he never replaced the drones on the natural or the main base. So my opponent here, yeah, like even there, he put workers on one gas, but not on the other. So you can tell just the early aggression got the panic out of my opponent. And even here against like a Masters, I think this guy's probably about Masters 3 or so. Even against players in Masters League, if you just bring enough heat to them, people make mistakes. And this is what happens high-level StarCraft, mid-tier StarCraft, low-level StarCraft. There's a lot going on. And I always say, you know, a diamond player can look like a pro player when nothing's happening in an early game and if there's no pressure on them. But a lot of StarCraft is how can you deal with pressure? How can you handle the pressure, right? How can you adapt to things going wrong and not going your way? So, yeah, you can see, I mean, my opponent was obviously way behind on material this game. Doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter. And this is the first thing you guys have to cure yourself of, is trying to always look at everything at once. It's nice to look at context once in a while, but it's a distraction, right? What are we talking about? We're talking about a style, we're talking about a build, we're talking about set reactions that are always going to be pretty similar, right? Always going to be the same, that sort of thing, right? So guys, I mentioned, oh, I've got money, let's drop 2 command centers, but then I said, actually, what's more important, once you've got your 4th command center on the way, going 3 more factories with tech labs, because you've got 3 tech labs, 2 reactors, which is good production, but you're getting a few more tech labs up, so you can double your tank production from 3 to 6. It's massive. It makes a very big difference. Now, keep in mind, guys, you might think, hey, aren't tanks the more important unit? Hellions aren't that important. Hellbats are tanky as shit. If you have enough Hellbats in front of your tanks, tanks become infinitely powerful, right? The problem with tanks is they're fragile. So if your tanks are getting kind of caught out without Hellbats, they can just come in with Zerglings and just kill tanks so cost efficiently. It's actually disgusting. Like Ling Ravager ruins siege tanks. It ruins them. But if you have enough Hellbats in front, the Lings just evaporate. The Ravagers, if they get in close, the Hellbats actually do quite a lot of damage. You know, you might not think of as a Hellbat as a high damage unit. 22 damage in a splash is actually not bad, guys. 22 damage a shot. They don't shoot that fast or anything. Neither does a Roach. You'll notice a Hellbat actually does more damage than a Roach. They have the exact same attack speed. And he's got +1, so he's doing 18 damage. I've got +2, so I'm doing 22. So yeah, Hellbat actually does slightly more damage than a Roach. It's just the Roach is more mobile and has slightly longer range. Right? What is a Hellbat's range? 2 range. So I could have pushed in a bit harder with this push, right? But if you do get between their rallies, that's really good. Pushing on the edge is nice, but killing a base is not really going to turn into that much else, right? So if you guys are ever trying to just push a flanking edge path, you probably want to be harassing down the other edges at the same time, or really making sure you're getting all your upgrades and kind of progressing to that next stage. You'll notice as the game went on, I did mix in a lot more Thors, right? Just because I was like, well, I don't know if he's going to swap mutas. I don't know if he's going to build Broodlords. The Thor is not as good as the tank at its job, right? The tank is just better at killing roaches and hydras. The Thor is just more multi-purpose. It just shoots up, it shoots down, it shoots all around. It's tanky, right? It's got more than double the hit points. It's just more of a general purpose unit. So the Thor, once you're at like 150, 160 supplied mech, it could just be a habit that you always build in, is just add a whole bunch of Thors. Pig, well, what about mutas early, right? That's a very different scenario, and this is where situational awareness comes in. So situational awareness comes in where, at this stage, if I didn't have roaches on my doorstep and all I've seen is Zerglings being built all game, I would have been much more worried about that possibility, and I would have had an engineering bay down, probably already. Because I saw these roaches coming across the map just a little before this, and I'd already seen the roach warren in the wall off as well. I'm not sure when I scanned to see what's up, but let's see. Because I scanned, I was like, well, he could still go delayed mutas, right? After I defend these roaches, at some point, I'm skirmishing with him. I kind of push back. I saw he built quite a lot of roaches and stuff, and we would kind of push those back. And then I do end up scanning to say, okay, let's just check this guy's not massing mutas, or is he rushing hive for broodlords? You know, if he's rushing broodlords and I'm caught on tanks, so it's nice to drop a scan every now and then in the mid game, if you're unsure what's going on. But usually you get that info either by being in their face with your Cyclone Hellion, which you should be doing as much as possible, and seeing what's up. So that's where you get information. Or they're in your face and you see, well, what are they in my face with? Mass roach costs gas, it costs minerals, it costs a lot of things. Lava, that means they probably can't be going mutas as well, right? Whereas if someone's just running around with little small packs of lings that are finding openings in your mineral lines, that doesn't cost them that much. They could still be going mutas behind that. Yeah. We're on NA as always, guys. Now, Grapefruits has got a really good point. Opponents should have fake attacked my army as it was moving across the map. They should have been a little bit more on top of posturing, right? So the moment I got here, I should have already had Roach Ravager coming forward and engaging the Hellbats, and then as they see me siege up, biling down a tank or two, running backwards. And they could have slowed down my advance a lot more, right? So he kind of does it there. Because his army's so tiny, it's a bit awkward for my opponent to do. My opponent also looks like they're trying to go Lurkers, but they don't really have any Vipers yet. So they're playing like Roach Hydra, but then they're also going... Didn't they already have a Spire? Maybe not. They just didn't have enough money. They didn't get to where they wanted to be in the game, right? They don't have their Lurkers or their Vipers or anything. We're just way ahead, right? But if there's a bigger, scarier army, you have to be a little bit tighter with your siege ups. Like you grab it, you're only moving your tanks forward a tiny bit at a time and that sort of thing. As we said though, I really, after I pushed him back, right? You see he tries to slow me down a bit, but he's taking big tank volleys and stuff. Probably after I push this army back, this is the point where we see that he's kind of afraid to fight and he's pushed back, right? And with good reason. This is where we realize, hey, where are my Hellions? Notice all my Hellbats have gone, guys? This army is very weak. If my opponent was maxed on Ling Ravager, flanked from the side, and came from the front, I might die. This army might die to Ling Ravager, right? So that tells me, well, where the hell is your Hellion production? There's some Hellions there, but we should have been rallying probably to the front at this point. If you know that their army isn't counterattacking you, rally to the front with that force and morph them into Hellbats as they get here. Because the moment your Hellbats are the first thing that dies as you're pushing forward, they're the units that tend to get kited down, but you can replace them at an insane rate. And if you already feel you've got enough tanks and Thors, you'll see some guys like Gumiho used to do this when he won his GSL off mech, where he would literally build nothing but Hellions once he started pushing. So if you've got 8 factories, 6 tech labs, 2 reactors, that's 10 Hellions you can build every 21 seconds. So that means you can reinforce 30 Hellions every minute. So if I started pushing here at 12 minutes, and my opponent's like, cool, I'm killing all these Hellbats efficiently in front of the siege tanks. Yeah, haha. It doesn't do anything because I'm building 30 Hellions a minute. And I've got 3,000 minerals income, which can support that. So that's actually something we might try in one of our future TVZs is rally an insane number of Hellions to the front. So you kind of say, hey, let's just not let my tanks and Thors die. And if I'm doing that, I can be even a little bit more YOLO. Like you'll see 4GG and a few other Terrans do this, especially if they think the Zerg's unprepared, they just A-move. And they don't even siege the tanks unless they actually think the Zerg army is like really big and scary. So they see an army like this, they don't even siege up. And that's what I could have done here, even without the extra Hellions. And his Hellbats get picked off really inefficiently. You're like, whoa, the Zerg's like, I'm killing Hellbats for free. But what does that buy him? And then he finally gets to siege up here in the middle of the bases, right? In the middle of these bases, and he's got 30 more Hellions morphing into Hellbats, reinforcing a minute, which is just insane. That is such a heavy stream of Hellions and Hellbats, okay? So I think that's a really cool way to think of it. How many workers does Terran need as mech? I think about 85 is probably the max you want to go to. You could stop at 70 like I did here. Means I'm a little more vulnerable if I lose like 10 or 15 SCVs to a run by. So somewhere between 70 and 85 workers, somewhere in that range, depending on how well you do. If Zerg had gone Swarm Host, what would have changed in the plan? What's up, Apoptosis? We were just talking about this before. We would have gone pure Cyclone, Hellion, Banshee, and we would have fought for map control. So that would have meant that if he went light, just a handful of Swarm Hosts, I would have still had to have some tanks like layered in for defense. But basically, we would have fought for map control. Because if they're allowed to move their Swarm Hosts up here, throw Locusts into this base, we're in trouble. We're in really big trouble, right? Because they're going to be able to fly over my army and just like land on the SCVs or like even land in the production. So you've got to get out there and you want to try and force them to launch the Locusts from here just to defend the Swarm Host from getting jumped on by your Cyclone Hellion, right? And you can engage that way. I actually, I beat Cham. Does anyone remember? I beat Cham on 2,000 atmospheres with this style, which is insane because I have no business beating Cham. And it was that exact same scenario where he was running Swarm Host like Roach Ravager, Ling Bane around. I think he might not have ever got the Banelings up, actually. It might have just been Roach Ravager, Zergling, Swarm Host. And at some point, I actually managed to get out there with Cyclone Hellion and set up a concave that was like from here to here. And his Roach Ravager like came in and then it just got completely surrounded by like a 270-degree Cyclone Hellion surround. And I'm like pulling back the Cyclones and Hellions. So like they're all getting damaged, but none are dying. And his whole army just got crumpled up and destroyed. And then I just pushed and got in his production. And he died with several thousand resources in the bank, funnily enough. But that was a game I was really proud of because early on, I wasn't able to push back the map control. And I was having to like, Locusts were getting in. I had to like lift a command center, run all the SCVs, go back, land the command center while Roaches are breaching my mineral line on the other side. And there was a big moment of, oh shit, he's in my face. But the moment I was able to push him back, and there was a few moments where the Banshees, because he didn't have any anti-air, would find 4 or 5 Swarm Hosts, right? They would kill a bunch of them, right? If his queens weren't able to get the creep far enough forward, or he'd be going for a big Roach Zergling run by, and the Banshees would catch it and kill like 10 Roaches for free. So it becomes a real battle for map control. I would say it's one of the funnest styles, is actually Swarm Host versus Cyclone Hellion Banshee, because if you're pushing them back in their corner, you're clearing up the creep spread, Swarm Host can't do anything, and you're just going to get maxed out and their army's worse than yours. But if they're in your face, those Locusts are going to find amazing trades and they're going to absolutely tear you apart. So it's this really fascinating battle for map control where every little bit of where you push and pull and who has dominance on the map really decides who wins that game. Oh, glad it helps you, Plavitsa. You're around low gold, 2 weeks of playing. Anytime you're in TVZ and the Zerg rushes mute as you crumble, how should you react? Go fuck them up. Yeah, so what you want to just commit to your attacks no matter what, Bluffzito. So and try to kill them. So muters often the Zerg's very fragile as the muters are popping, as they're getting up and as they're in small numbers. So a lot of people will be like moving out with an attack, muters fly in their base, surprise them and they pull home. Continue across the map. And just change your rally point. Keep building Marines at home to deal with it. But generally, you just put a turret in each mineral line. if you can leave a squad of like Marines and a medevac or two in the main base with some stim Marines on a separate control group, that's really nice as well. Because that's like main army covers the front, and then you've got that 10, say 8 Marines in a medevac, or 16 Marines in a medevac with stim, 2 medevacs, 16 Marines in the main base. That just helps you defend. It's just about splitting your units up, and if you add Widow Mines and Thors are kind of the best units against Mutiling Bane if they're playing that. But I would say generally if someone's going Mutas, they're probably a little vulnerable on the ground potentially. And you could still just do, if you're already planning to do Marine Tank, still do Marine Tank, but just focus on executing your push well, right? So now there's many different flavors of when those Mutas come out, how fast they come out, what other units they build, do they spread creep? Is it I make 6 Mutas and then I just make nothing but Ling Bane and try to jump on your army as you're moving out and you don't see it and you lose all your Marines to Banelings? There's a lot of different scenarios in there. So the best thing you can do is really actually figure out what's going on in your games, you know, where you're dying, what it is that's picking you apart. And think about the moments where you go, what do I do? Because anytime there's a point in the game, and this applies to all situations, where you go, I don't know what to do here, and you kind of freeze up, or you see a certain unit that panics you, the reason you're panicked is you don't know what to do in that situation. So that means, I mean, that's a huge tell. This is something you want to train yourself to identify in anything really, but especially in StarCraft. Is something makes you feel unconfident, it's because you don't have a plan for that situation. You haven't thought it through. You haven't visualized what you're supposed to do. You haven't got out your notepad and your pen and written down, build turret in each mineral line, leave some Marines in the main, rally everything to the front, and then commit hard to my big 2-2 push or whatever it is, and just pre-spread my units and, you know, and try to kill them. And if that doesn't work, that's fine. Watch those games where it doesn't work, study them, and look for where you fell behind, or was it a really close game and maybe your micro could have just been a bit better? That's fine. You're not going to win every game, but there's always something to be learned. Anyway, guys, let's talk about this game. We are playing another Zerg here in Masters 2. And remember, guys, what are we doing? We are playing mech. Mech. So we're going to play the same style again. It's a very big map, and it's going to be interesting to see how we can make this work on this map. Does it work really well or not, and so on. Now, remember, guys, what did we do last game? We went 2 libs into a Banshee, into a Viking, and only then towards the Tech Lab and the Banshees on the starport. So I wasn't really using my starport to build add-ons. We could make the build a bit more efficient if we do that.
My man.
Yes, sir. Oh shit! Thank you for the sub, Lasak. Lasak. Thank you, mate. Ernst turns in the big 20 months as well. Oh, blood pressure and cholesterol. Oh shit. Hope you're doing okay, mate. All right, so that command center is a few seconds late. It is what it is. That's all right. All right, guys, let's focus. Let's focus really hard on this build. I'll talk to you guys in chat in between games. I'm being a bit of a bitch right now. It's bronze to GM, not bronze to getting 12 pulled. Right.
We hear you. I'm listening. SCV ready.
Okay, we build the factory there. Second gas.
Big job. Gangway coming. SCV
That's a roach horn, guys. We are getting roach rushed. Okay. So we can build a bunker up here as well.
got something.
So we're leaving the Reaper here to try and intercept the guys coming in. Now, in this scenario, you don't want to build your starport straight away. It's more important to get the Tech Lab and the tank or the Cyclone out, depending on which one you want.
What you want?
The hell?
Go ahead.
My Reaper, for some reason, went...
What's up? I'm listening. Agreed.
Add-on complete. Our SCV.
I said don't build the starport, and then I built it anyway. I think that's because I took my gas early enough. Gonna make the orbital there. Now remember to go mech after this. I have a problem of not going mech in these scenarios, guys. So I'm gonna try to make sure I do that. We're gonna build a depot up there in case we lose one in the wall.
Base is under attack.
And okay. Now he could be going Ling speed. We don't know, guys.
SCV ready. What's up?
Command center upgrade complete.
Of course.
I'm gonna build a Viking first. You might be like, well, why are you building a Viking, pig?
Systems go. Cyclone ready for action.
Sure thing.
So notice we're just going to try and defend this by just overwhelming it now. Going to build a tank just in case there is a follow-up. Reaper will go there. We're going to sell the bunker on the high ground. Change the rally point to the low ground. These guys go there. Get the depot there.
Cyclone receipt.
Now they often have overlords out in the middle of nowhere, and indeed this player did as well. So we're going to queue that Viking around. We're sending our Cyclone out to try to catch this. And other than that, guys, where do we go? Third command center, same as always. We've got the bunker there. Tank can go down there. Double gas after that, and just hold that key down. The I really want to get that overlord. Now he has Ling speed, so obviously these units do beat Cyclones. So we're just trying to get home right now with those guys. And let's try and get all that going. Okay, let's try and get our Hellion production going now. Try and get another tech lab over here. And I'm not even bothering with libs and stuff, guys. We're just kind of going to the next step because it feels like when everything's delayed like this, sometimes it can be a really good call to just kind of say, hey, let's go to the next step. Let's not waste too much time. And it looks like my opponent's third is only now on the way, so that's good. So we're just going to make sure this Viking kind of goes around and keeps hunting. We're going to get Tech Lab there. Double Armory there. Another Tech Lab factory there. We've got a Viking there. Let's not overcommit with it. Okay, fantastic. And just make sure my camera locations are good. They are. Okay, you can go there. You can go there. So guys, what are we doing? We're going to now build 4th and 5th factory even. And we're going to put this tank over there. These guys are going to move out the front. Got 5 factories and a starport and double armory on the way. Hey, wait a second. That looks familiar. That's our 2-base setup, isn't it? It's all the stuff we need for 2-base. Let's build these depots as well. And we've got a tank on the high ground. We've got Hellions coming out. Now, remember, we don't want to change too much, right? Oh, this little shit. Just gotta go. So we're gonna go Blue Flame, Mag Field, and with Cyclone Hellion. Okay? And now that my barracks isn't useful, we're gonna put that out in the middle of the map, I think. It's probably a good idea. So SCVs take priority. Open up the inside of the ramp, not the outside. We've got Mag Field, Blue Flame on the way. Yep. Awesome. Banshees as well. Fantastic. Okay, guys, check it. So let's put 2 more guys onto gas.
Our SCVs are under attack.
And oh no! So that's something which normally I would have been, I think, a little bit more concerned about, but I wasn't. And I'm just kind of F2ing around right now. So we're going to send all the Marines up here and the Cyclone.
In gear. Adjusting for new coordinates.
Okay. Whew. So I think I'm building Thors right now. Indeed I am.
Research.
Okay, you guys go there. You guys go there. And yeah, so players, because his third was so late, I should have realized that this was coming, guys. Okay, so that was a whole lot of panic and freaking out and all the rest of it. You guys go there, you guys go there. Make sure everything's rallied. Build a 4th command center. We're going to send some Hellions across the map, guys, just to put on some counter pressure. We've also got Thors everywhere. Now, because he lost most of his stuff, I'm going to rebuild my Cyclone Hellion. I'm going to rebuild my Banshees. Why am I doing all that? Well, the reason is very simple, guys, and that's because we want to say, well, we killed all the mutas, they're not a threat. But look at this, he's still building lings and mutas. So that makes me go, oh, is this guy crazy maybe? Is he actually going to keep building those? He might. So, let's get a turret down there ahead of time. We want to keep making sure we have plenty of Cyclones and Hellions and stuff. So, alright. 6 on gas, 6 on gas, 16 on minerals, yep. Just checking all that, guys. Let's do a supply drop. So, let's get drilling claws. Let's get some widow mines in the mix, because remember, they're amazing versus these sorts of units. And yeah, let's try and also get some depots up, shall we? Just try and wall out those things. Do another supply drop there. Now, we've got lots of money, so we might as well. We've already got the 4th command center, remember? So we might as well get 3 more factories.
Base is under attack.
That's exactly what I wanted to avoid with those depots. Shit. And it's gonna go there. Alright, more Cyclones, more Hellions. We need to be able to get out there and fight this shit. And take the fight to him, right? Okay. At this point, guys, notice we're using Shift D select to set up widow mines everywhere, okay? We've got those 3 coming in.
Mineral field depleted.
Let's try and build just a few more depots here.
Your forces are under attack.
Okay. So we've got those Cyclones. Where are these bloody Hellions? I need the Hellions or I'm going to get surrounded on the map. There we go. Okay. So we're going to go clear up the random widow mine up there. We're also going to put 1 guy on auto repair because a lot of these buildings seem to be damaged. Oh, he's going to just scout me, is he? That's cute.
Research complete.
Alright. Cool. And what are we building? 3 more tech labs. I think mixture of tanks, Thors, and Hellbats would be fine. And let's just go up here. Now, my opponent doesn't have a lot of creep spread, but could have a hive. And he's actually swapping lurkers. So we're going to swap full tanks at this point. So notice we just lock on, run away. Lock on, run away. That's the name of the game always. Oh. Let's get another command center as well. So notice we killed a whole bunch of guys there. Do get that active tumor. Now we just never want to lose these Cyclones because they're so annoying for him to deal with.
Give us your best shot.
Comms open. Cyclone.
Command center upgrade.
Okay.
Raise some hell. Ready to roll out.
Alright, notice we've got a 5th command center there. We've got 2 on the way. Building lots and lots of tanks. Now these guys, as long as I keep building some Hellions, I think we're okay to just be annoying. And yeah. Ah, I did let my units get a little surrounded there. And we're just going to be maxing out on tanks. Oh, he's got an infestor in there, so we've got to be careful. He did whiff his fungal though. And that's what we do, just lock on. Once you've got all these guys, you can scan. And guys, we're maxed out. So we take a 5th base there. And if we're maxed, what do we spend our money on? You guys know.
Yeah. By the numbers.
F2, A move, while building 1 billion command centers behind it. Building armor is a very useful upgrade we should have probably got a little while ago. And yeah. What's that? Roachies? Okay. I'm gonna send oh, his whole army's coming in. God damn it. Okay, let's try and what we're gonna do
Base is under attack.
is we are gonna
Mineral field depleted.
get caught there, but my army's so much better than his. His is so clumped up that I don't think it matters. Okay.
What's going on?
So that was the one scary thing that I probably should have been ready about ahead of time, right? Which is, hey, what if his whole army just kind of like rocks up? Notice I'm manual locking on to kill that as quickly as possible. And if his army's not scary, guys, you don't need to siege. Remember, we talked about this in the last game. Let's also... I'm building lots of tanks right now. Let's also more Felbats with the reinforce. And we can... Oh... Thank you. Well played, too. Where lurkers? So let's clear up some misconceptions, guys. So, some misconceptions my opponent has. Number one, the Roach is a good unit. The opponent had a Lurker Den. His Hive was very late, though. So, remember, guys, if you want to go Lurker, Hydra, that sort of stuff, you want to start that Hive immediately. And you also want Vipers rather than Infestors. He did not need Infestors. The Cyclones are annoying. They're not going to win the game. So, also, if I'm being annoying with my Cyclones, how do we deal with this, guys? Split the Roaches. And when I run it and have them on both sides, 2 different control groups, I run in here, the other Roaches come in behind, all the Cyclones die. It doesn't matter if you lose some Roaches in the meantime, it costs you so little. You got a good economy, you got 72 workers. My opponent also was missing the gases on the 4th. So important to have those. Other misconception, armor upgrades mean something versus mech. They don't. Armor upgrades mean almost nothing versus mech. Now he's got a good point. I forgot to start 2-2 for a while. I was very surprised by the mutas before that, but you got to remember, my opponent spread almost no creep and basically was just throwing waves of aggression at me and looking for me to make big mistakes. And even though I was completely caught off guard by the Mutalisks, I scrambled and handled it, right? So when the fight comes, we've got a maxed out Roach army versus a maxed out mech army. You don't need to siege tanks and you don't need to have better upgrades. If you've got a 3 supply siege tank for every, if you've got 2 of those for every 3 Roaches. The 2 siege tanks out of siege mode beat the 3 Roaches, guys. And that's exactly what we kind of ran into there, right? Where it was like, wait a second, the army of his was not a good army, and it also engaged when it did not need to engage. So shout out to Mr. Widowmine here. Remember, I spread those Widowmines because I thought I'd be dealing with mutas and lings coming in from every side, and I needed spotters to try and see that. So I did turn around not too late. I could have sieged my tanks a bit earlier. I guess I thought he'd run away here, because that's what a sane person would do. When you see the whole armies coming back like he does here, and you realize you're spotted there, you already should be in the mindset of, okay, I'm not really going to catch him out of position, probably not going to work, let's back off. Now, he also says, hey, I'm maxed out with 2-2, but is he really? He's got 7 queens that chew up 14 supply. Remember, I don't have queens. So he's got 5 more worker supply plus 14, so that's 20 supply less in his army. He's also 10 supply short of maxed already at this point. So that's 30 supply less. So if we look at the active forces tab, check this out. Whose army's better there, guys? I've got double the gas and 1,000 more minerals in my army compared to his. Plus, a few of those infestors are at home, and he's using Roaches, kind of the least supply efficient unit in the game, right? And that's why the cost is so low. So these units could have traded out, but they should have been split up. Half could have ran in from this side, gone bypass the planetary, go towards the natural, the other half go in there and, pick off with small skirmishes. The problem my opponent had is they're in 2 different mines. So are they playing Roach, Ravager, Baneling? Because if they are, you really don't want to go Lurkers off that. Maybe you swap into Broodlords after trading and clearing the Thors out. You do a surprise 10 Broodlord swap. But that's a composition which should be very Ling Bane heavy, and you should be using Banelings to clear the Hellbats and Lings to kind of jump on top of everything. But we're going range carapace upgrades. So we also went mutas, but then we haven't continued to commit to them, which is fair enough. So it feels like my opponent's kind of stuck in 2 different mindsets in terms of what style they want to play. They don't have good creep spread, and they're generally just a bit behind at this point. So obviously they're like, oh, how could I not win? Your army was worse. It's like, dude, they eat terrible splash damage here as well. I guess we can watch this fight. Like, the army just moves forward in a big old clump. And my tanks siege mid-combat, which is questionable. Right? Sieging as he's on top of me. So he kills a few tanks before they even fire, but look at what happens when they do fire. Oh my, because his units are so clumped up. Right? Whew. And it just gets obliterated. Absolutely obliterated. But let's go back earlier, guys. So early on, what was our response here, right? So this was a pool first. At first I was like, 12 pool? It wasn't a 12 pool, it was just a 16 pool, guys. Right? Let's double check. Pretty sure this is just a 16 pool. All right, so 16 pool, 17 hatch into a gas right after is what this build normally is. Yeah, just looks like a pretty standard Lambo roach opening, right? So the Zerglings try to distract you, keep the Reaper at home, and so on. So the moment my SCV came over, I saw Lings leaving the base, right? And that told me, oh, and I went in with the SCV after that because the Lings bypassed me and checked for the roach horn. But if you want to just play 100% safe no matter what, you can just build the bunker no matter what. If this SCV dies in this scenario, you could just build that bunker on the high ground just to be safe like I was. But I come in, see the roach horn, so I confirm what's happening, and I go, cool, we're just going to make an orbital here, lift this command center off if we absolutely have to. And we're just going to go straight Tech Lab, Cyclone, Tank, non-stop Marine production. Doesn't actually change the build order much, right? It's just the factory doesn't swap on the reactor, and we add a bunker in. But that bunker goes down after the factory and the second gas, when we have extra resources. Now notice I did miss some SCVs here, so the Zerglings did distract me quite a bit. I could have queued up some more SCVs. I also didn't drop me Mule, so there we go. Finally queue up an SCV. So I actually took more damage to this than I should have, just because I was so focused on the response and not so focused on keeping my economy out. So I could have had 2 or 3 more SCVs after this hold, which would have been fantastic. But as it is, I didn't lose a depot. I don't think I lost a marina. Did I lose any units? I don't think I lost any units here. So this was, I mean, this was pretty fantastic, right? Oh, he gets 1 marine. Okay, so he kills 2 marines. He gets 2 marines, but he loses the overlord as well, and is on 29 drones. Now he's doing the muta follow-up, which I absolutely love. I love this muta follow-up. It's such a surprise. But I did see this. Remember, I got over there and I kill another overlord as well. Now he's going Ling speed. I don't like Ling speed if you're doing this follow-up, because I think that's a wasted 100 gas. I think his Spire should already be halfway done or more. But I saw how late that third was. So this should have immediately tipped me off that my opponent's being a bit cheeky. And I should have had this on my radar. So I could have simply sent my Viking through to do a fly through, right? So I could have said, oh, okay, just get that Viking and queue it to go around here and then fly around the back of the bases, because the Spire is normally behind the expansion. It's not guaranteed to see it, but hopefully I'll get an idea of what's going on. And if I did see that, I would have dropped an engineering bay and been able to build a turret, and that would have made my life a bit easier. Now, because I had so many Marines from earlier on, I already had some anti-air. It was just the surprise factor of, oh shit, there's mutas in my base that made things kind of much more awkward. We want to avoid that at all costs for sure. This is also where you could argue, well, if I was a little quicker to swap this factory back over and build Hellions, maybe I could have been diving 4 Hellions in by like say 6:30, which is right around the time the mutas are starting to pop out. And what's that going to do, guys? You're going to see, why is there no creep spread? Why is there no drones on the 3rd? You might see the Spire, you might see the mutas popping, you're going to do some damage, weaken them. So there's something to be said for where's the counter pressure. I went and sniped an Overlord with the Cyclone and the Reaper. Could I have still gone for the Hellion Lib? Yes. Would it have given me scouting? Yeah, it would have been really nice. So there's an argument behind, hey, if I went for a Liberator, I could have done a bit more actual damage rather than just killing an Overlord and pushing back his map vision. So definitely that's a different choice you guys could have, where you're like, oh, I really would rather just have set harassment, which will give me the information of what's going on. And that's definitely something. Or, oh, I see the 3rds this late, chance of mutas, I'll drop an engineering bay down before the armories or along with the armories or something like that. Yeah. Why is a mech switch the better option in that scenario? It's not. We're always playing mech at the moment, guys. That's just our game plan. So we're just sticking to our game plan here. Just depends whichever style you want to be playing. Love. So if you scout a mech Terran, you can overwhelm them up until about 6 minutes 30. But if you scout fast enough, that is otherwise boom production. It doesn't really change anything until a bit later in the game if you're up against mech. So you just need to know by about once you're on 3 bases, so that you can add in roaches no matter what to deal with Hellions, and then, you know, choose whatever your path is as well. So check this out, guys. So yeah, I had to scramble here. I really was like, oh my god, I was trying to build Thors reactively, but they take forever to build. This is a real awkward scenario. My opponent got some very nice momentum here. but I think we handled it not the worst in the world. I'm pretty bad at handling mutas in general, so it was not clean, don't get me wrong. But we try to just focus on my economy there. You'll notice I dropped a command center down, a 4th command center really early. I think that's just for me an instinctive response to feeling like I've taken economic damage. I'm probably going to be just recovering for a while, and it's a way of kind of saying, okay, let's, you know, calm this down a little bit. But we did kill a lot of mutas in the end, so now that at the moment the mutas are gone, there we go. Hellion run by goes across the map, and the Cyclones go in. We get spotted by the mutas, so we should have immediately backed off at that point. I don't think this was, I mean, yeah. So those Hellions weren't really worth much, but we saw, oh, there's mutas there. Maybe he's going to commit to more mutas. We weren't sure if it was the 2 leftover mutas or not, and indeed it actually was, and he was swapping into Roach production. So I did commit a bit more to Thor Widowmine than I really would have liked, right? Whereas, yeah. Now this was a bit of a bummer, these Banelings, because if this depot wall got up in time, he would have had to blow up the depots, and that would have given me a bit more warning, but as it was, a great run by for him. Tells us how important it is to get some spotter units out on the edges, or just be kind of aware that Baneling run by is very common along with muted play.
My man!
Thank you, Tyrannical. 23 months, oh my god, a month off 2 years. What's up, dude? Alright, so just taking stock, could I have pushed already? Yeah, potentially. Now my opponent went like so heavy on the roaches off just 55, 58 drones though, right? So my opponent just didn't even finish their 3-base economy and just made 1,000 roaches. So if I pushed into this with a frontal committed push, it would have been really bad. That's so many speed roaches with 1-1, right? So obviously I was in a bit more of a defensive stance because the guy who's gone mutas, I'm like, it's a little bit harder for me to get the scouting and figure out what he's up to. But eventually we do move out, right? Like I said, urgency on getting the Packer Cyclone Hellion out. And I don't want to keep making Cyclones. It should be more tanks and Thors from here. But 6 Cyclones, it gives you this mobile squad you can be annoying with. You can get information and you can kind of fight for map control. And that's why this is so important, guys. So we get in there, we see, wow, that's a shit ton of roaches. And that just reinforces, hey, we need more tanks. And then when we see, you know, Hydras and stuff as well, it's like even more so like, oh, okay. Yeah. And we're just trying to get maxed out. Very slow to start my 2-2 behind it. But basically the idea is even here, 180 supply, I should already be thinking about moving out because I only have 4 siege tanks. That's why I'm very slow on it this game, because so much supply went into Thors, Widowmines, and Marines. Whereas if I had known my opponent wasn't building more mutas, right, we could have not built any Thors even and just gone straight for tanks. We could have had 14 tanks by now and already had a beautiful pre-spread here pushing into our opponent's territory. But just a nice commitment by my opponent to just go about 8 mutas, 9 mutas I think he went. Obviously most of them died, 2 mutas survived, and they eventually died later just being used as scouts. You gotta be careful that this is actually an entire blocker, guys. I often think you can move through these areas and forget that you can't. But even when you lose a few Hellions like that, you're still killing roaches, and you can see the cost efficiency. Cyclone Hellion is just so annoying, and this triggers a lot of Zerg players. They get really triggered. You see he misses his fungal there. Look at that. Another 3 roaches go down for free. And this is not going to win you the game, but it's going to piss off your opponent, and it's going to allow you to see what they're up to and just kind of trigger them a little bit. So it's good micro practice as well. And of course, once we were maxed, we did start going saying, okay, I'm maxed, dude. I've got to go push. Let's go fight this army, hopefully before he gets Vipers out or Broodlords or whatever. Though I've got, you know, 5 Thors, not bad versus Broodlords at all. And yeah, we end up moving across the map, having to pull back for the push. So this is a pretty simple game from there. I think the main thing we can say is bunker on the high ground plus tech lab on the factory. Cyclone into tank keeps you very safe early on if you do see this pull first into Roach Warren build. But if they're thirds that late, you should be wary of mutas. And if I was wary of that, this would have been a much cleaner game and we would have dominated. All right, guys, we got ourselves a TVP here. So we're going to be doing a 3-racks this game. Now, 3-racks is really interesting because I've loved this build for such a long time, but I do like to do it without a bunker. And that can be very dangerous. Now, this is a map where it can be dangerous. There's a couple reasons. Number 1, it's a short rush distance on Berlingrad. Number 2, you do not have a ramp at your natural to give you the high ground advantage. So If your opponent chrono boosts a Stalker and comes straight across the map with it, oof, it can get nasty very quickly. So it's very important for you to learn when to get a bunker. I don't think it's a bad idea to just skip it every game and just basically focus on having a really tight build order. You'd be surprised how high level you can get. I tend to do it in GM. When I play Parting or someone like that, they tend to punish me for it. I played Creator the other day, last week in EPT, and he punished me for it. Because he actually scouted me going Reactor first. And, alright guys, we're getting cannon rushed. Okay, cool. Always fun.
In the rear.
So we're gonna go Marines here.
SCV ready. Yep. What's going on?
Yeah, I don't know if this is a real cannon rush or not. We'll find out.
SCV ready.
I told him to attack. Sometimes that happens, guys. I actually thought this wasn't real.
Our SCVs are under attack.
Big jump. In the rear with the gear. Go ahead.
You want a piece of me, boy?
What's going on?
This better be
Bandit. Huh?
Command center upgrade complete.
been waiting on you.
What's going on? Huh? Go ahead. Huh? Bandit. Big job. Go ahead. Bandit.
He's dead. He's committed so much to this, guys, that he's actually completely dead.
You gonna get me?
In the rear.
Been waiting on you.
Yeah.
Big job. SCV ready.
So, I really thought it was a fake there, and I wasn't watching my scout, which is what made that harder than it needed to be, guys. So, what would have told me? Well, if I was just paying attention to my minimap, we would have seen the second probe come in. So, check it. When do we know? We know immediately at this point in the game that we are being committed on. So, what was our early response? Number one, always leave at least one SCV attacking the probe. I got a bit tilted because I pulled that SCV to get in front of the probe and it bugged out. Sometimes the AI just bugs out. It's very rare, but it happens with workers especially for some reason. So, always put one or two workers on the low ground. Why? Whenever they put down a pylon, you were imagining where can they put a cannon in a cage. So here, that's a pretty terrible pylon location for the high ground. If he had the pylon there, then he could go pylon, pylon, cannon, and there's no way to get at it. So that's kind of scary. Because it's there, he's put it in the pocket. It doesn't really have anything useful except the low ground, right? Where he could go cannon, pylon, pylon, that sort of stuff. So I should have had two SCVs down there blocking it. I only pulled one down because he went for the gas steal. I was like, oh, maybe it's not actually the cannon rush. But this is why you always still send your SCV across the map to confirm how much they're committing. And you keep an eye on it, because if you see a second probe, you know they're committed immediately. And once you know he's committed, pull another 5-6 probes, get like 3 or 4 on the low ground, get 1 or 2 to attack the probe, the other ones to try and block him from getting any wall off up. Still keep a couple attacking this pylon, a couple attacking that. Just don't give him the opportunity. Keep building SCVs, build Marines once you get there. You've got it in the bag. Now, I was not watching, I was not paying attention. I only had 1 SCV down here. He was on patrol trying to block the best possible cannon spots, but you'll notice he didn't really block everything, and I just was distracted and not watching. My opponent tried to be like really secretive and act like he wasn't committing to it, right? Because he could have already started cannons at this point for sure. And then I don't even notice this because I was getting annoyed at this SCV for bugging out. I told it to move there and shift attack the probe, and it just fucking derped. So yeah, I let him get this up, and this was actually kind of scary. I was considering pulling my SCVs away. And at this point, I'm like, wait, 3 probes? Like, this is so all in, guys. 3 probes, this many buildings. I know this guy has no economy. He's in such a shit spot. And he actually built 18 probes. Okay, that's very high. You meant to do this off like 16, so he was, yeah, not the most optimized cannon rush in the world. You meant to do this off like 16 versus Terran. It's very important to get the first cannons up. Maximum 17. But anyways, what do? So we keep attacking the probe with some guys, but we try to split everyone else up. Now, we actually sent too many to attack that. These guys, we need to get... We look at that and we go, how many SCVs? So we want to get 4 or 5 SCVs attacking that. But this is the real threat. This one's never going to get up. Because if you attack with like 3 SCVs from when it starts, it's going to die pretty quick. And you got a Marine about to pop out. But this one, I can fit 1 SCV attacking it there, maybe 2 there, probably only 1. So I've got to get SCVs here and here, attacking this quick fast, keep these guys attacking that. Once that's down, that's going to open up more area for SCVs. But also, if you can just depower this pylon, you could just depower it. Wait, no, there is an extra pylon there. So unless I also kill that pylon, which I do tend to do that. I tend to go for everything. Now, because he has 2 probes, I do want to fight those off. I don't want to let him just kill my SCVs. So I do send some SCVs to fight him off. So we're a little slow. I notice my Marine targets the problem cannon, the one that is up in the corner. That's the scariest one. So at first he's just shooting whatever, and then I'm like, no, click on that, dude. So we get 1 SCV in there, and then we have 3 or 4 SCVs attacking the cannon. And this is a scary moment, because he targets it, and he gets a hit off. But thankfully, because that probe dies, and I should have shot that probe earlier, he lost vision on the Marine, which is why he couldn't target it. Otherwise, that Marine would have died to that cannon. But because the probe died to the SCV, it dies, and then it's an easy matter of, hey, target the cannon, idiot. And once that cannon's down, I can basically just leave a few SCVs down here, send the rest back to mining minerals, and I'm like, oh, there's only 1 probe left, who cares? I'll just go after him with an SCV and then a Marine, and I'll go back to mining, put guys on gas, and what I would normally do here is build a Reaper next, and that would run across and jump inside and start killing probes endlessly. So, GG's. Nice, easy cannon rush defense there. We are playing a TVT. Ooh. Guys, so we're going to do a build order I have no practice with. 3 Reaper, 2 Hellion into a tank drop. Now, this is a very interesting build because it's very good. We see a lot of pros doing it at the moment, but I don't have practice with it. So, it's going to be interesting to see where I mess up and make bad decisions, because I don't understand this on as deep of a level as those last, as the TVZ build that I was doing, which you could see even that, my knowledge is not super deep on that, even though I'm playing that build a ton. And you would have got to see that my knowledge on 3 racks is very tight, but we didn't get there because the opponent kind of didn't give us the chance, did they? The cannon rush. Welcome to Pigsty QB King. Thank you very much for the love, by the way. I know I already said it, but same to you and Ep Tyrannical. I really appreciate people subbing when I'm just focused on teaching, answering questions. If you guys have any questions, please keep shouting them out. And if I miss it, don't be afraid to repeat it. I'm not scrolling up in chat too much. My chat window is actually pretty small right now. So it's not me ignoring you, unless you're asking some really weird shit that's not related to Bronze 2GM, in which case, who knows? Maybe I am ignoring you. But usually I'm not, is the point. So I'm not SCV scouting, guys, for my opponent. I'm just going to check for proxies. So, Reaper on the way. So what does the Reaper do? He's going to check down to the right side for proxies. And, oh no, keep mining. All right, so we go factory with a guy off gas, and then the other one. I was going to say, if he doesn't turn around right now, he will lose that SCV. Now that could have come from a proxy.
Command center upgrade.
We don't know.
Complete.
Queue up another Reaper. Remember, this is 3 Reaper, 2 Hellion. We've checked all the nearby kind of common proxy locations. And I do like to be aggressive with my early Reapers if I can. Now, if you don't like that, your player's like, oh, I lose my Reaper and then it's game. If you fall into this TVT mindset, check yourself before you wet yourself, is a saying that my great-grandfather used to tell me back in the day. Up with, stop being a whiny bitch and man up, you pussy. His very outdated views. What can I say, though? There was still some wisdom hidden within it. No, basically, the actual thing that I'm getting at, while just making up random things, is if you don't like it, don't fucking engage in it. And this is a basic rule of StarCraft that not enough people do, which is, guys, if you don't like losing your Reaper randomly early on, stop fucking going across the map with your first Reaper. Don't be so aggressive. Wait for the 3 Reapers, the 2 Hellions, then go. Me, I like fighting. I'm gonna go over there and look to trade and find damage and get in his face as much as I can. Reactor Tech Lab coming down. It's gonna be Tank, Marines, Medevac. And that's gonna gear up for our next bit. So I'm gonna poke with 2 Reapers and a Hellion. I'm gonna poke. I'm gonna see what I can do.
Something for me to kill. Nothing I can't.
SCV ready.
Add-on complete.
Tank. Orbital. Alright, here we go. Let's go. So we're trying to get in a line.
SCV ready.
Add-on complete.
Fair enough. SCV ready. All right. You're the Reaper, man.
Command center upgrade complete.
I'm going.
And we managed to do massive damage with that. Just going to shift click those now. And let's get the third command center. Getting the third gas. I'll build a cyclone after that because we don't have one. Now, I didn't queue up these extra marines ahead of time. If I did that, I would have had the next 2 marines in time for the drop. I don't have that now. So we're going to do this as more of an annoyance than anything else.
Confirmed.
Yeah, we're going to just get over there and see what we can do. We'll get ravens behind that, so it's still going to be like pretty standard stuff, guys. And of course, depots. You go there as well. Depot there, depot there. So very standard stuff. Tanks behind this as well. I don't know what that was coming down the right side, so I'm going to see if my cyclone can get out there to respond to it.
Where's the
Oh,
emergency?
hello. Looks like he's coming over himself with some units.
You got coordinates?
I don't know if that was a raven. Oh, it was.
Enemy contact.
Oh, do we survive? I don't mind losing that. That's okay.
SCV ready.
Somebody, get me out of this mess.
SCV ready. Gateway coming through.
Here's your stop.
Okay. So we can just keep being annoying here. And we pick up just before his siege finishes.
Somebody, get me out of this mess.
Being very annoying here.
Give us your best shot. SCV ready. Go ahead.
Let's make another raven, shall we?
SCV ready.
And these guys are just being so irritating.
SCV ready.
And this guy can now run home.
Heading out.
So we didn't really get to engage with the tank drop as an actual drop, or as an actual attack, combined with the Reaper Hellion, which if my opponent didn't present weakness, and we didn't find that damage, it would have been more of, oh, we back out, we don't find damage, and then, you know, we kind of go from there. But as it was, well, we found a lot of damage, didn't we? So we kind of just did it
SCV ready.
in this other way. So we've got the third there now, and I guess we rally to it. Yeah, why not?
Roger. This better be good.
And we've got 2 depot builders going for the rest of this game now. Alright, you build a reactor, barracks goes on the tech lab. Now it's going to be very late into like stim and stuff, but that's okay. So what are we doing, guys? Putting out some marine spotters.
Add-on complete.
What's going on?
Let's get stim and shields. We're going to queue them both at the same time because I'm forgetful. So we're going to try and prepare for my own forgetfulness by doing things ahead of time. Now, where I built those depots is dangerous because there's a chance the SCV gets cornered. So just keep that in mind. If you guys don't want to deal with that, just build them out in the open to begin with. Don't build them in the corners. Just a nice way to ensure that the game's going to be a little smoother.
Complete.
Double reactor. Now, do you want to go Medivacs or Vikings? I want to go Vikings. He's got Vikings as well. So we're going to see what we can do with that. I'm going to see if we can get that going. And we're just building tanks, Vikings, Marines. Lots of Marines, actually.
Armed and ready. We could use some help here. Been waiting on you.
Yeah. Okay, cool. I don't know. I think I just saw a Marine over there, so kind of just trying to keep sending pairs of Marines out to kill his Marine spotters on the map. And this is what we call the Marine minimap war escalation,
Add-on complete.
where you're basically just constantly sending out more Marines than your opponent. So they send out, you send out pairs, they send out triples. So you're like, okay, you're gonna send out triples? Well, guess what, buddy? I'm gonna send out a medevac with 8 Marines in it. Off hotkey, just kind of going around trying to pick up units. And it just kind of escalates from there a lot of the time. Anyway, we don't want to start any more Vikings or tanks right now. Why are we clearing those? We're gas short. So we're going to start +2 armor, +1 vehicle weapons, and then we're going to do it. We also are going to realize, hey, you didn't put guys on gas yet, silly. We're going to control group that one as well. We can rally everything over there.
Research.
Oh,
complete.
beautiful.
We could use some help here.
Oh, he's got a tank there. Cool. We can also put marine spotters on the edge. Now, what is their job? Their job's to see doom drops coming, okay, guys?
Mineral field depleted.
Now, because we're still building Vikings, there's a part of me that's like, hey, buddy, have you ever considered maybe that it's a good idea? Extra factory, 3 more barracks. Do you think maybe it's a good idea for you to actually... I can't remember what I just said. Sorry, guys. Lost the thread. My brain's broken. Oh, medevacs. So we're going to build 2 medevacs, just so we have some healing. If you don't have any medevacs... Whoops. Just messed my army up. There we go. Remade it. Shh, never happened. So if you don't have any medevacs, then you just need to be real careful with your stims. Let's scan him. He's building some medevacs, see? But my army, we're only going to build 2 and go back to Vikings, because I think it's very important to win the Viking battle. It makes the rest of the game much easier. And check it out, guys. Why did I not push till now? I just felt like getting all my macro done. 4 bases, 8 barracks, 2-2, upgrades, first medevacs out, and most important,
Research.
combat shields just kicked in. Very important to get that combat shield upgrade, otherwise that can get forgotten all game. Now, why do a one-directional push when you can not be a tryhard
Add-on complete.
and do a 2-directional push? So what we're going to do is we're going to push the far left of the map. Or actually, not even the far left. We're just going to push through these rocks. And, oh my god. Guys, I was caught not producing while I was talking there.
Upgrade.
Ready to plunder.
Upgrade
So we
complete.
see that he's obviously coming that way. Oh, we got it. Cool. So there's a danger in you not producing like a dummy. And that was, I had nothing at home to deal with that, guys.
Upgrade.
So is there
Mineral
anything there?
field
There isn't.
depleted.
Oh, he's got a Viking or 2. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Somebody, get me out of this mess.
Oh, look at that. We found the Vikings. Oh, we found the Vikings and the Ravens and stuff. So we're having some nice little fights here.
This better be good.
Okay, anyways, let's stop talking shit.
Mineral field
3-3, vehicle weapons. If you've got minerals and you want to spend it, guys, what do we spend it on? Same as always. 5 command centers.
Add-on complete.
3 in this case. And then you scan, you go, what are we attacking into? And you go, okay, there's only 1 tank siege there. So really easy math in this case, guys. What you do is you control click your tanks, you move him up, and then you just siege him in range. And you say, look, he might kill a tank, that's okay. But he's not going to kill any more than that. And then if there's only 1 or 2 tanks, you can always just do that. Don't do anything fancy. You literally just move in range of them. We can drop some auto turrets here. We're going to unsiege all of these. And what's his army look like? And we're just going to try and siege up there. Let's pull the Marines back, because they are getting blasted at this point. Oh, he's got a lot of tanks, doesn't he? And then we can pick up the Marines and go from there. So basically, I kept just saying there, well, he doesn't have tanks in position. If he doesn't have tanks in position, I'll move my tanks forward and get in range of even more things. First one, I was in range of the command center. Second one, in range of production, right? And then I was just going to set up there, and I was going to seriously hold position my army and just go home. What was I going to do, guys? All orbitals, add to control group, transfer workers. And you know what, guys? I would actually not be floating command centers down. It takes too much APM. I'd just be building command centers. Even if I'm misplacing them, who cares? I'd just do that. I'd hold the marine key down. I'd hold the tank key down. And what's the one piece of my production that's missing? That's the technical late game transition. Let's build 2 more starports and a fusion core. So we can go either battle cruisers, range libs, or potentially could go ravens, I guess. I don't think you need a fusion core to get the raven upgrade, right? Pretty sure you don't.
Depleted.
So that would have been nice. I'm a big fan of the Viking lib. I think that's one of the most solid things to play. Basically, if you've got the Viking air control, so you can just go 3 starports with reactors, if you win the Viking fight, and say you're in a standoff like this situation, well, you can then just move a lib forward and siege the tanks and force them to unsiege. And if you have like 2 libs, you just siege on the tanks.
Depleted.
What can they do? They can run in and snipe them with marines, but they're going to take tank volleys. So you kind of always have the libs pushing their tanks back and your tanks defending your liberators from their marines, and you can just push your way forward. And if they don't take the Viking count off you, their only recourse is to just overwhelm by stimming into your siege. And we all know how that goes in TVT. So that's the ultimate kind of I want to win slow, positional, tank Viking air dominance scenarios. And naturally, when you go to that stage, you're not as heavy on marines because you've got more supply on tanks, libs, Vikings. Which does mean, what's your weakness? Maneuverability. Which means if your opponent gets around you with a doom drop or something, that could be a big problem. So what's something else that you can definitely add for insurance? And most players criticize me for not adding soon enough. Turret zoning out the edges. Now, a lot of people, let's not be a silver leaguer and build a fucking turret here, okay, guys? Stop building turrets in random spots. Why are we building it there? We're zoning out the edge. This depot positioning actually kind of triggers me because I want to have 2 depots there. You want to stop the drops getting in. Now, why aren't we building turrets here? Because I always take my 3rd, and this is meant to be my 4th, actually. So I've really screwed up by taking the space on the left side. This is meant to be my 4th. So that way, you could build those turrets, but what's even better, and what I prefer to do, is just build the turrets out here to begin with, because this should have been the 4th base, where you just go, look, there's no way they can drop past that. Not without losing like 3 full medevacs, okay? And then the only area you'd need to worry about is on your left flank, where you can be like, okay, I'll build 2 turrets here. Or, if you're expanding at a really quick rate like I was, you know, turrets there, right? Just to stop him coming around that top edge with any drops or lib harass or anything like that. Zone out the edges, that's where the drops can come from. And in terms of map control and being wary, definitely sensor towers are fantastic. And you can definitely build them. Because my opponent was so turtled up, I just felt like it was a waste of money. But if my opponent was more on the map, I would have reacted with those sensor towers. A lot of people like to just build them every game no matter what, and that's fine. They give you a bit of early warning, but it's more important for you to be sending out, dump the marines, stim, or don't even stim, dump the marines, send them out. And as I said as well, if they're escalating, he was very slow to escalate the map control, but if he did that earlier, I would have grabbed 8 marines and medevac, and I would have sent those around the map as a squad going, let's keep stimming around and clearing up all his little pairs and triples and quads of marines on the map. And I'm not going to lose any because I got a medevac healing the whole time. And then he has to start sending out medevacs and marines as well. So that's a really nice thing. Likewise, if you're worried about getting counterattacked, you might need to start always having some tanks on the high ground, tanks at home. In super late games, some people will even be like, I'm going to build a planetary here and out here and stuff just to kind of cover up for that lack of supply that you might run into at some points. But if you get tanks behind your ledges or liberators, as long as you've always got some production, usually you're okay. The scary point is always going to be, what's the scary point? If you're maxed out and you've moved your whole army across the map and they stim in with like 50 marines because you're like, oh shit, I don't have any units building. Do I walk home? Because if I base trade with tank lib, it's not as good at base trading as marine is, right? Marines are just faster, get in there and kill everything super quickly. So it becomes a slow positional. You're kind of the mech player, they're the bio player, is one way to think of it if you go to the late game tank lib, which I really like to, and I think it's a very, very good way of playing. And the thing is, if your opponent gets too desperate with those like marine runarounds, you can just adjust your ratio and go a bit heavier on marines, right? You can absolutely just be like, oh, I'm just going to go a bit heavier on marines now. You can't deal with that, and that actually works really nice. Would you build Silver League turrets if they had BCs that would just teleport your mineral lines? I mean, you could build like 1 or 2 in each mineral line if you really want to. That way with mass repair, it's something. But generally speaking, I'd just try to have a big enough economy and just respond manually. But definitely, because the turrets are like, they're like a little bit of bonus defense, but they're not really the end all. Maybe I leave 6 Vikings patrolling my main or something like that, so they can a quick reaction force to quickly get over there and deal with it. All right, guys, we've got another shot at doing the 3 racks. Really happy with the mix of matchups we're getting today, and this is awesome.
SCV ready.
You shitting on North American Masters too, Bluya? Yeah, there's overall MMR deflation here, remember. So a lot of players have higher MMR on EU than they do on NA. And that goes right through to pro ranks, I'm pretty sure. So I think it's because there's less population. I don't know. Maybe it's just less high level players. All right, guys, let's go out. This is a bit later than I normally SCV scout, so this could get me in trouble. Okay, so let's hope it doesn't in this scenario. We'd normally send that out right after starting the gas geyser. We take a 16th or 17th SCV to scout. We didn't do it this game, so if it gets us in trouble, you guys know why. Now we're doing a 3 racks build order. We're going to go Marine into Reactor. This means that's a probe. It's a pretty late probe coming across the map. That could be the proxy. If that probe doesn't enter my base in the next 20 seconds, we're going to kind of check up there for, hey, are you proxying me? What's going on, bro? Now we see a Nexus that went down very early. So I'm actually thinking that's even earlier than it should be. Even earlier. I think he's doing a parting build, my opponent. So what's a parting build? That's a 1 gas build. Notice he saved all the energy on the Nexus, so he hasn't dropped a single chrono on probes. So my opponent has gone for a 17 Nexus build order. Now, I know this build order like the back of my hand, but that Nexus went down at a minute rather than a minute 20, and you can see by how quickly it's being built. So that's a big part of why I know exactly what's happening. Now, 3 racks happens to take this build and then kick the shit out of it because I, by default, am going to be building a lot of units. Now, it's very important, just as standard, to not build extra Marines till now. Now, there's a lot of people like, why aren't you going and killing that gateway? You know it's up there building in your 3rd. Why aren't you going for it? And the reason is, there we go, we scouted it with the SCV. I want to let him commit to it. I actually am like, dude, go for it. Please. Please, go ahead. I would love for you to commit to this this proxy gate. So these guys are going to go out. Now, he could have an Adept here pretty soon. So we do have to be a little careful, but I think we're fine. Because I think we'll be able to reinforce our position fast enough. So we're rallying out there, and I'm actually going to build an extra 2 Marines before going for Tech Labs, just to make sure we can shut this position down, okay?
Command center upgrade complete.
Go, go, go! Huh? Who wants some? Gangway.
And now, I could even pressure on his side of the map as well. Though he does have 2 gates, so it'd be very risky. I would like to do that. So,
Go, go, go! SCV ready.
one thing you can always do, which people don't do enough with these sort of builds, is then send some Marines across the map. Like a single scouting Marine or something like that. But anyway, he should have, because he was planning to do 3 gates, right, guys? So keep up SCVs, keep up Marines, keep up depots is my main kind of quest right now. If he doesn't have a shield battery, we're going to push in. If he does, I'm going to get the hell out of dodge immediately. We are going to run for our dear life. We've got +1 stim shields. And because of the delayed start, me being forced into that bunker, just in case things hit the fan, our gases are delayed 15 seconds. Okay? And that's fine. Next up will be our factory. Shield battery? No, it's not ready, so that's game.
Yes, sir. Oh, yeah. That's fine. SCV ready. Been waiting on you. Yes, sir. You want a piece of me, boy? SCV ready.
Alright, I'm actually sacrificing these units now. We're just focusing on the probes. Well microed by him. Remember what I said, next up is factory? So it's a little late to start. Once the factory starts, you're allowed to build Marauders. I started mine just a little early. But we just cleared his natural. We also saw my opponent went Stargate. Now, he's building Void Rays and Robo units. So my opponent is making a composition that is objectively trash. I don't know why you'd ever combine those units. It makes 0 sense. I'm just going to make 5 racks, an extra tech lab, an extra reactor, and we're going to kill him, basically, with just a lot of bio medevac. Now, the factory is late. It's meant to start about 4:30. Started at 5 minutes because I was occupied, but I think that's okay. So, right now, I'm looking for observer blurs, guys. We can do a zoom in, a zoom out and stuff if we really want to look for them, but I don't actually have the camera rotate on a hotkey, or if I do, I don't know what the hotkey is. Yeah, don't know. Anyway, keep building depots. Starport reactor going down. He can't afford a Twilight if he's gone for that, right? So what we're going to do, guys, is we're just going to send a Marine around the watchtowers, both sides. We dumped both of those after sending them. And what is the whole purpose? They are checking what's on the map, and most importantly, do you have an expansion? +1 armor now starts up. Keep building SCVs. Actually, let's not build SCVs. I don't have a third command center. We're at 48 SCVs, so cancel those. All I'm going to do is build Marines, Marauders, Medevacs, and go for the kill, like I said earlier. So let's stay focused on what our goal is in the game, and let's not overcomplicate. Build a reactor for the factory so we can add some other units. If we were playing a longer game, we'd start an armory in the near future. So my opponent's going to try and play like, I don't know, Immortal Sky Toss or something. This doesn't really make sense to me. I'm literally going to rally across the map right now. And we're going to save the rest of our energy for scans so we can see what we're going into. And we're going to send an SCV down. So we're not going to be completely all in. So we will start that third on location, which means we can go back to SCVs. But we're not focusing on that right now. I'm focusing on actually mostly Marine production. Not even Marauders, and then Medevacs. I don't like being watched. I saw a little pervy blur following me, guys. Okay, what's he got? He's got a disruptor. Okay. I'm not even going to stim for that one. Already killed the interceptors. And we'll stim for the next one. So tried to make carriers on 2 base, which just makes no sense. I mean, it does. Disruptors and carriers kind of does, actually. Actually, it does make sense. It does make sense. A lot of players are going to freak out against that. They'll run in to kill the carrier and eat the balls. Marines beat all these units, though, as long as you don't just panic and clump up in the disruptor shots. So that is that. So, as I said, guys, a very simple tell ticked me off about what is going on. And that is my opponent built their Nexus far too early. And I knew the build down to the wire. This is very high level knowledge, right? But let's go through some basic timings. The Nexus, if they go 20 Nexus before Cybercore, it should go at a minute 20, a minute 25. If they go Cybercore then Nexus, it should be about a minute 35, a minute 40 is when the Nexus goes down. In this game, my opponent went, oh my, and he actually did an 18 Nexus. It's meant to be 17. So it was about 12 seconds faster than it possibly could be, right? If it was the other way. And that's how I know he's done a very specific, weird build order. Now, I happen to have exceptionally high knowledge of the meta. I've done a video on this build. Harston was the first one who brought it to my attention. Parting wrecked a bunch of people in GSL, and then again in Katowice 8 months ago or whatever using this build, right? TY knew it was coming, Innovation knew it was coming, he just killed everybody, right? So it all got our attention. The way this build works, though, is the player doesn't scout. They basically are just going to save all their chrono boosts for the fastest possible warp gate. They will chrono warp gate like 3 or 4 times. And they're going to stay 1 gas. Where's the second gas geyser? Well, it's not there. So if we had to break this down not into meta knowledge... Sorry, let's finish the build. So basically, and then they proxy a gateway. They build an adept... 2 adepts from here, and they build a 3rd gateway, and then they chrono warp gate, and then those 2 adepts come across. They warp in 3 more adepts at 3 minutes and 18 seconds if they do the build perfectly. So at about 3 minutes 25, you've got 5 adepts shading into your natural. And you normally don't have many units at 3 minutes 25, and those adepts just absolutely they wreak havoc. They tear it's you're like, what the fuck? How are there that many units? And the thing is, it's not an all-in. They're still producing probes almost perfectly behind it. They've just delayed their tech. There's no gas. So a lot of people made the mistake at Katowice of thinking, well, this is a very aggressive build. You know what though? It's being cheesy. Like it's being, I'm gonna defend on 1 base with a bunker, and then I'm gonna Hellion drop you and kill you. And the reason that doesn't work is, well, they can just warp in 3 stalkers at home. And in fact, what Parting often did is he would warp in units on the front, run in and fucking kill them because he just hit so fast their bunker wasn't even ready, and he just killed them. And then their Hellions would come in and he'd warp in 3 more stalkers and he'd defend with only a couple probes going down. And he'd even have reacted. He'd say, oh, you're 1 base? okay. And he'd build a shield battery in each mineral line. And he'd lose like no probes behind it and kill them. So the thing is, your opponent here is not giving up economy. They're not giving up army, right? They're giving up tech. So Banshees could catch them off guard with Cloak. If you go Proxy Banshee, Cloak, Invisible Widow Mine drop, they just don't have detection to deal with that, right? There are ways to take advantage of this build order. But doing like a one base all in into it is not good because they've got such fast 3-gate production. So definitely something to keep in mind. Now, on the fundamental level, what do we expect with our scout? If I didn't know it was this build, I still would have been tipped off that something was happening because of 2 reasons. Remember the first one. I saw a probe coming out very late in the game. Normally the probe scouts much earlier than the Terran scouts with their SCV. So why is he coming here so late? And I said, hey, if that doesn't show up in the next 30 seconds, he's proxying me. Well, guess what? A minute 30, he should have been here already. Minute 50. 2 minutes, he's still not here. I know he's proxying, and I know it's on the north side of the map. So I don't even need to have recognized the Nexus timing, and I know I'm probably being proxied. Now, what confirms that it's not a tech proxy is I see no second gas. If your opponent's not taking gas, holy shit, they're clearly building either a hidden Nexus in the corner of the map, or there's gateways going up somewhere, right? It's just a basic, meaty ground attack. Minerals equals basic units, right? One last tell, tons of chrono boost energy equals, oh my god, that warp gate is getting sped the heck up, is it not? He's saving chrono boost to speed some shit up. Something you're either warp gate or pumping out units, something like that. So these are all tells. And I basically said, you know what, we're going to let him commit to the proxy. We're not going to go out there with the first Marine. And then when I have 3 Marines, which is also enough to deal with the early Adept coming across, we'll go out, start depowering it. If the Adept arrives, we'll fight the Adept and we'll just rally Marines out. We'll have a bunker behind it just in case we mess up our micro or something. And just do our 3 racks build behind it. Obviously, that was already a good start. And when I pushed, as I said, if the opponent has a shield battery, it's going to be a terrible idea to push in there. But as long as there's no shield battery, this will be great. Now, we saw the shield battery was only about halfway done, and we basically just killed the whole mineral line. This was amazing damage, and that's well worth the trade. You can look at the units lost tab. I've lost 11 Marines there. Opponent lost 21 units. 2-to-1 cost efficiency. It's game over at this point. GG's. Incoming. Guys, we're playing another Terran versus Zerg here on Berlingrad. We're up against Major Wood. Do I give you wood, Major? That was weird. What can I say, guys? It's me specialty. Alright. I don't know why I'm blowing up dogs instead of setting up camera locations, but I am. And you gotta roll with those punches. Alright, so this guy's gonna go there. Check if there's an expansion. Queue at home. This guy can go over there. Highly recommend the Halo campaign. Awesome. If you've played any modern first-person shooter game, you've played all of them. There's subtle differences. I mean, obviously, if you play like Tarkov and stuff, I think those games seem to have the most flavor. The BRs and all the different realism shooters. Obviously, very few of them are particularly realistic. I've heard good things about Tarkov, but you know, the ones that try to add realism flavor in there, I think that does seem to give it a different flavor, right? That's a very late hatch, guys. That's a very late hatchery. Oh my god. So what is this? I do not know. Oh, we run right past. Awesome.
What's going on? This better be good.
And he's going ling speed. Oh, but he stopped mining gas. So that means it's just a ling flood, guys. So if we can get a bunker on the low ground, that would be pretty sick. I don't know if that can get... I think we go there, so it can't get surrounded easily. Now, that means we actually do want to get the factory over. Already?
Add-on complete.
SCV ready. Go ahead. What's it? Bad news? What's going on?
So this was like 13-12, I think. So building Hellions one at a time, Marines two at a time.
Who wants some?
Whew. I mean, I kept the command center up, so I guess it's acceptable. It's not great by any means, but you know, it is what it is.
What's it
Okay, let's see. Question is, does he follow it up with some
SCV ready.
roachies or anything like that, eh?
Go, go, go!
Okay, let's try and get that starport up, swap this over as well.
Something
Ready to raise some hell.
for you, the Reaper Man.
Okay, so the Hellions need to get across
Command
this map
center upgrade
quick
complete.
fast. I'm also going to pull the third worker off gas. And I'm just going to leave that bunker there as a little bit of insurance.
SCV ready.
So first things first, is there a third base?
Do that.
Right,
What? You want something?
that's the first thing you check for.
Nothing I can't handle. Death from above.
SCV ready.
Okay. Alright, we're gonna make a Liberator. So try and get back to the normal game plan is always something that, you know, I'm a big fan of, right? I'm gonna try. Whoa! Okay.
By the... Are you ready for this?
Now this does feel like a 2-base muta build, guys, for sure.
Talk to me,
But I'd still like to get the third command center up and just kind of follow the normal order and stuff, you know?
I'm go. Big job. Light it up.
SCV ready.
Pedal to the metal.
Huh? Yep.
So that's a complete wall off. Awesome.
SCV
Alright, so that's a complete wall off, which means we can go
SCV ready.
double gas in the near future. For now, though, it's more important for us to get the factory going. Factories.
SCV ready.
And do we want to get the extra gases? I think so. I want to send these Hellions in, though, because I'm just like, what is he doing? I know he's got some guys. Oh, fudgety. Well, that's good. That's good that he built those. The fact that he built those Banes means he's not as efficient as I thought he might be.
All hands to battle stations.
Huh? SCV ready.
Incoming orders. Initiating.
SCV ready.
Okay, he's gonna have to move his queens up
Standing
here.
by.
You scared me.
Okay, we got these factories on the way. 2 more as well. Okay.
Talk to me, boss.
SCV ready. What's going on? Go ahead.
Command center upgrade complete.
SCV ready.
Add-on complete.
Okay, we got a Thor on the way. Okay, okay. Second Thor should be nice.
Add-on.
I kind of want to do a double Thor drop, but I don't know. With mutas out, it seems kind of silly, right? Let's get the extra armory going. All right, I think we're good now. We can get an extra tech lab, extra reactor. That can go there. Sorry, we don't need that. We can just lift onto that. Sorry, what is going on? Why is your shit so low? And then double even. So my opponent's just going to be playing, okay, just like real slow into it. Oh, we accidentally built both Thors on the same thing. Whoops.
Add-on complete.
Okay, let's make drilling claws and... Do we want drilling claws? No, let's just make blue flame.
SCV ready.
Okay.
Huh? Bad news. SCV ready.
Lighted. Big job, huh?
Okay, and then we can just go back into cyclones and stuff as well, I think. So, potentially. Do we really want cyclones? Actually, I might try and bypass cyclones this game, guys, completely. So, I'm going to build a tank or two, and we're going to try and go like full traditional mech, actually. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go around the top with that. Trying to build more Hellions, more Cyclones, all this sort of stuff. And we can try to go for some depots up there.
SCV ready.
And okay.
Arm. Ready to raise some head.
So where's the opponent's defense, I wonder? I'm so confused.
Talk to me, boss. Where's the hot action?
Research complete.
This is just Massling Bane, really? This is so
Upgrade
fascinating.
complete.
So what I'm doing now, right, is I'm going lots of upgrades, lots of depots. Okay, let's try and actually just full wall that, shall we? Lots of tanks.
SCV ready. Speak up.
Optics online. Let's go kill something.
Oh shit! And try to surround me. Watch the Widowmine.
Mineral field completed.
Oh, the manual targeting on the Widowmine. Ah! Oh, Sick City. Look, we got another one over here. Okay. Oh my lord. So I don't know, is my opponent going like high? Like what's going on? I don't know. Don't really know how to read this sort of play. They've gone the Spire and then they were like, well, opponent's gonna commit for it, so let's not actually do any more of that. So I'm building Thors right now, tanks, and mostly tanks and stuff. We're gonna try and put out some more Widow Mines as well, and yeah, I really like these Widow Mines going all over the map. Really makes feel very good.
Ready for this?
Comms open.
Okay,
What's going on?
let's try and get factory
Mineral
up.
field depleted. Your forces are under attack.
Fueled up, ready to go. It's on me. Lay it on me.
Oh, I did not realize that guy was here.
Speak up. What's on? Give up. This better be
Okay.
fueled up, ready to go. Go ahead. Got no ready to raise some head.
Oh, notice I'm focus firing the tanks on the center of mass of the roaches. Oh my god.
I'm in deep.
Oof. I've not been building any
Your forces are under
of those
attack.
this game, but yeah, let's actually go for a push right now. So what I'm doing, guys, is just tanks and hellbats because it feels like my opponent doesn't really have that much going for them.
Command center upgrade.
So I'm going to split these guys off here
Sounds sweet.
into there, and their whole job is just to pull my opponent out of position.
I'm in a heap of trouble.
And
Ready to raise some hell. I'm in a heap of trouble.
hello. Okay. We'll just shift A move. That's the U-thermal trick.
Attack.
Oh. No vision behind the fog there for a moment, but that's all good. Opponent never had a good economy. GG. I didn't good luck have fun my opponent. Oh no. He's too busy making major wood jokes. My SCV count wasn't that great, but my opponent's economy was totally bonkers. So it looks like they let the Spire finish. They didn't use it. They were going to go Ultras, which would have been interesting. We would have gone into Mag Field and much heavier into Cyclones if we actually got to that stage. And the trick in those engagements is to make sure you don't A-move. You kind of A-move, but then you move command your Cyclones and you manually lock them onto the Ultras while your Lings kill, your Hellions kill all the Zerglings. Yeah.
Add-on complete.
So easy for Zerg to switch their production. Yeah, that's why their units are kind of shit up. That's it, right? Whereas Terran and
Mineral
Protoss
field
have
depleted.
units that are much harder to swap between, but yeah. Can stim be shift commanded? Yes, it can. It's pretty rare you want to do that. What's this shift A? Do you have a shift Q or something? Oh, okay, so I F2, I wanted to bring my reinforcements, but I realized my rally wasn't set to the front, so I saw I had like random Hellbats standing around and stuff, and I was like, ah. But I'd already just queued up a bunch of tanks to move forward in siege, so I didn't want to replace their orders, but I wanted to F2 to the front. So what I did was I F2 and shifted to the front. Let me show you guys. So those guys have an order, F2, shift to the front. So I've told everything to come to the front, but those guys are going to have that added to their current orders. So they're still going to complete their siege up command. So I think it was you, Thermal, who mentioned this a few times in some of his tutorials in Terran School. Where the idea is if you want to siege up without removing your current orders, or you want to give an order without removing your current orders, you F2 A move, or you F2 right click, but you do it while holding shift, just so that anything that's just standing around will immediately do it. But your other units will at least complete their current order before they do it. Say you have a Liberator queued into a base there and here. They're going to go siege up. And because they're going to siege up, then get the move command. They're not going to be able to fulfill it. They're just going to siege up and do what you'd already ordered them to do. Which is really... Yeah, so I think it was you, Thermal, mentioned that. And I was like, oh shit, that's really clever. I should do... Maybe Hero Marine mentioned it? I don't know. Let's see if we can get a bit more of a standard progression, as all the Protoss players so far have been doing some kind of gimmicky stuff. They've all been doing funky cannon rushes and gateway rushes and things. Whoops. You gotta build your depot, buddy, before you start focusing on stacking up workers. What the hell, man?
In the rear with SCV ready.
Thank you everyone who's been linking things up and sharing their own, oh, you know, I got this from this, or that sort of thing. Chat saying, remember to good luck, have fun this game. This is a very small map, guys. So one where we need to make sure starting the barracks instantly on time, instantly building marine, reactor, all this sort of stuff. There's an argument that just go reactor first is the safest, because it means your marines start popping out 2 at a time very early on. And that's absolutely correct. So we're gonna go, like I said, after you've got the barracks and the gas started.
Bad news. What's going on?
This is that guy we played before.
Huh?
I don't know for sure though.
SCV ready.
Our SCVs
Oh,
are under
he
attack.
accidentally went on A move. That's hilarious.
In the rear. Huh?
So remember I said, if you know they're bringing an extra worker, you know they're committing a lot.
SCV ready. In the rear with the gear. Go ahead. Big job.
And always, if you get rid of the SCVs, it just shuts everything down. So there we go.
What's going on? Arm. Go ahead. Huh?
And we've got, has he actually started taking gas? Because if not, he's still committing.
Let's go.
I can put guys on gas though, and we will start another depot as well.
What's up? Bad news?
So he hasn't started taking gas. If he's not taking gas, he's not transitioning, which means I would have actually sent a few SCVs back down, and I would have just checked around, hey, what's up, where's your money going, what are you doing? And we were going to build a Reaper after those 2 Marines, of course, as well. Then we could have killed that, then killed the gas, then the gateway, and these guys would have been like, hey, where's the next layer of proxy? What the hell, dude? And if it turns out, oh, he's actually just taking a Nexus, right? That's something we check. Oh, he's building a Nexus. No worries. We're going to send a Reaper. We'll queue that into his main, and we will build a command center and just go back towards whatever our normal game plan is. And yeah, it shouldn't change too much, really. And your opponent's just going to have an absolute nightmare, especially if they steal your gas. You're planning to play 3 racks. That doesn't affect you at all. Good luck. Have fun.
Go ahead. SCV ready. Big job, huh?
Try hard virgin barcode player. Try hard virgin barcode player.
SCV ready.
Alright guys, so we're going to be doing a bit more of the TVZ. We've been dealing with a lot of pool first pressure builds, right? A lot of these Zergs, I don't think have great creep spread, good queen counts, or fantastic defensive reactive play. What do they have? They have great build orders that are putting the pressure on me, making me make mistakes, and making it harder for me to be the one just dictating the pace of the game. And I think this tells us a lot about, you know, it's a wise way to move up that ladder playing Terran versus Zerg, or Zerg versus Terran, is trying to be the one to put on the pressure. And that's why I actually think two-base timing attacks are super underrated in this matchup, but there's something that you need to kind of shift with the meta a little bit. And sometimes a certain one will work and you'll need to, and then it'll stop working. You kind of need to find a new one. And that's why I haven't really focused on too many two-base timings since the early days of Bronze to GM Terran. So I hope you'll all excuse me, but you know, there's absolutely something to be said for being the sort of guy who just goes for a big old two-base push. It's absolutely possible. It's recently been done a bit more by like Maru and stuff as well. Where they'll go for a big three racks bio tank push, especially on maps like Curious Minds, where if they can get in above the opponent's fourth base, say this is the fourth, up here with tanks, it's like really hard to dislodge them. And I've seen a lot of the Zergs struggle with that, so it's been very cool to see. I don't normally pull a guy off gas. There we go. So we see the hatchery is finishing. All standard, guys. Nothing crazy. This time I'm going to see if I can get some damage onto that Overlord. So what we're going to do is we're going to cue him to A move in its direction. Down here. And then A move back up to the high ground. And then cue him to patrol. So notice we pull up the ramp. Goes on gas. He's already got a third base and he's bringing his queen down, so let's pull out of there. Is he going for the creep spread? Yes, he is. Well done.
Complete.
Just gonna put him here just so it's all saturated ahead of time. Right. Now I sent my Reaper home. I didn't need to do that. I just was like, hey, let's make sure he doesn't die. So I'm going to send him back across, see if I can catch an active tumor. Probably would have been better to keep him closer because, you know, we might have got an active tumor. My opponent's build looks like a much more solid macro build. So this is going to be not us dealing with the insane and incessant aggression that has been a bit more common in our previous matches. So it's going to be very fascinating. Liberator can rally up there. And that, of course, does give it 2 potential attack paths. And look at that, guys. Alright, the extra Hellions arriving definitely gives us potential. Ooh, we got a tumor. That's nice. Now we can try to use the splash damage to kill those, potentially. Okay. Okay, guess what, guys? Time for the command center. Normally that's after the second depot, but it is what it is.
What's it worth?
Liberation is at hand.
Ready to raise some hell. SCV ready.
Okay, we got some active tumors. That's the thing.
On the way. Let's do this. Yes.
Let's see if we can kill at least one more.
Ready to raise some hell.
He's got great spread on his units. I'm going to build another guy there.
Yes, sir.
Get the double gas. Get the double factory.
What's going on? SCV ready.
Get the extra depot.
Got death from above.
Incoming orders.
Cue the Libin from there. And the Hellions can come into the natural. I haven't seen any Zerglings yet. But there we go.
Are you ready for this?
Doesn't mean they're not there. It just means you haven't seen them.
We're returning fire.
Ready to blunder.
Well done. And we sieged up on a
Certainly.
other thing. So we're going to build one more lib here, just so we have a bit of follow-up pressure, guys. Double armory comes down.
Go ahead.
And then we want that 4th and 5th factory, don't we?
SCV ready. Ready to raise some hell.
Okay.
Are you ready for this? Sound? SCV ready.
Alright, Viking's going to clear up a bit of map vision. We're going to try and get Blue Flame first.
Add-on.
And just lots of Hellions. So I really do want to continue this pressure with the Hellion lib into the next stage of the game.
In the rear with the gear.
And we're going to go depot, 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 and then over there. Now,
Light it up.
How can we help?
let's try and squeeze that in there.
Ready to raise some hell.
Oh, we're getting multiple Vikings, which is great.
Systems go.
SCV ready. SCV ready. What's going on?
All hands to battle stations.
Oh, we moved
Show
it.
me who you wanna
Bastard.
die. Adjusting for nuke console.
Well done. Well, Vikings finding good damage. Opponent's macroing like a beast. So this is the sort of game where you kind of wish you'd been a little bit more aggressive, I think.
Cyclone en route.
Ready to raise some hell. SCV ready.
Taking some fire here.
Oh, whoops.
Research complete. Add-on
Because he's been
complete.
so greedy, it's actually wild. So that actually makes things very scary for me.
This ought to be
Because I've let my opponent get away with such a level of greed now that things could get real.
SCV ready. Ready to raise some hell. Light it up. Got it. I'm going in.
comms open. Optics online.
Just take the banelings on the face. There we go.
Big job.
Okay, so we're going to go one more Cyclone, 2 more Cyclones, and then
I get
tanks from there. Okay. 4th base, and then 1, 2, 3.
Ready to raise some hell.
Alright, let's go for this base over
Mineral
here,
field
shall we?
Depleted.
cyclone on transfer. Channels clear, boss. Systems go. Cyclone.
Ooh, hello.
This ought to be good.
Let's get into the fight.
Try and send that Viking around again.
Online. Let's go kill some.
Oh, we actually managed to get that. That's cool.
You got coordinates or what?
Okay.
Got it. Comms open. Show me who you.
So we're going to try and take that. I don't know how that base didn't go down, but somehow it
Upgrade
didn't. We've got
complete.
2-2 on the way in a moment. Okay, we're going to try and snipe that one more time. And we're also going to send 4 Hellions off the left side. We're on full tank and Thor production now. Tech Lab's coming down so we can start all that. And as I said, just cancel that one more time. That's a lot of Ravages. So we definitely need to be getting that.
Some hell.
Move
I'll
on.
get it. You got coordinates or what?
And try and split in here.
Complete.
Ooh, didn't quite work out. Let's try and get servos in case they do that again.
Heating up out here.
Got it.
Fueled up, ready to go.
Okay.
Right on.
And these guys are going to hide down here for a run by.
Mineral field
And then at the moment, we're
depleted.
just going big old army. So what are we doing, guys? Tank there. Tank there.
What's our
Sorry, tank there, tank there. Tank
Add-on
there.
Complete.
Let's try and make some Thors as well if we can to mix things up a little bit. Got way more guys. Let's go out the left side and try to snipe that hatch.
Daylight burning.
Okay, these guys are all going to go.
No base. Fueled up, ready to go.
Base is under mineral field depleted. Our SCVs are under attack.
Okay.
SCV ready. Go ahead.
Base
Oh,
is
shit.
under attack.
SCV ready. Ready to raise. I'm in deep.
Our SCVs are under attack. Research complete.
Really great play by my opponent. I think they might be able to kill me.
In the rear. Ah, you scared me.
Alright, check it. Everything else is going to go out to the left side now. What are we doing, guys? We're trying to keep tanks sieged. Yeah, because we knew he'd come in from there. It just makes sense, doesn't it? Whew.
Add-on complete.
So what are we building now, guys? We've got plenty of tanks sieged across these bases. We're building Thors.
Comms open. You got
Okay.
coordinates or what? This ought to be
Ransom base is under attack.
contact.
We hear you.
Woo!
Big job, huh? Yep.
Show me channels.
Okay. I completely forgot to build Banshees, which has made this a bit easier for my opponent, hasn't it?
Got it.
Oh, all right, guys. We're in a real game here, aren't we? Oh my god, this could be easily going against me. We're starting 3-3.
Complete.
I'm gonna build a few more Cyclones just to add a little bit of something.
Nothing will stop.
Add-on complete.
Okay. Oh, apparently he won't lock onto a cocoon on his own. I didn't know that.
Cyclone receiving. Adjusting
Okay.
for new coordinates.
Mineral field depleted.
Bad news. Ah!
Mineral
Okay. Okay, you
base
guys can
is
go
under
there.
attack.
Systems go. Cyclone ready for
SCV ready.
Base
Okay.
is under attack.
He's really trying to cram it in there, isn't he? Looks like he
Mineral
biled down
field
my
depleted.
Banshee, I think. Maybe, maybe not. Alright, I'm gonna try and build more Cyclone Hellion, just because, like I said, quick response is what that's best for. And, okay.
Mineral field depleted.
Alright. So we got another tank there, another tank up there.
Ready to raise some hell. Can't hold them
You guys can just go there, and then down here as well.
Mineral
Yeah,
field
you guys are gonna go
depleted.
there. Alright.
job, huh?
Sure you want to go in there, buddy? Gonna try and aggro him from behind a little bit.
I get you.
Okay.
Made for ready to raise some hell. Ready to raise some hell.
Cyclone receiving. In gear. Adjust.
Are you ready?
Optics online. Let's go kill something. This ought to be good. Nothing'll stop me.
Light it up. Can't hold them alone.
Looks like his whole army's over there, guys.
Base is under attack. Upgrade. Mineral.
Systems go. Cyclone.
Upgrade.
And because of that, I've decided to click the Hellions. I'm like, this guy is so focused on killing my shit there that I was like, you know what? I think we can just do this. We're also going to send some Banshees around there.
Something.
Ready to raise some hell. Look at the hot action. Daylight's burning.
Comms open.
Talk to me, boss.
Vespine geyser exhausted.
I'm in a heap of trouble.
Optics online. Let's go kill some.
Ready to raise some hell. What's going on?
Mayday! Mayday!
Ready to roll out.
Gonna try and build one there too.
Rolling thunder. Turbines to full.
SCV ready.
Okay, so if we can just get up an extra base, that'll be game changing, basically. More Hellions, and we're gonna put up some tanks out there as well. Oh, I don't have any Hellions ready. Uh-oh. This could become a big problem, or it could become a big problem for him.
This ought to be good. Open
Ready to raise some hell.
Adjusting for
Okay.
Mineral field depleted.
Got a target. Channel.
Give us your best. Hey, what's our
Mineral field depleted.
Okay.
ready to raise some hell? I'm in a heap of trouble.
He's gonna have to pull to the left to defend this.
Vespene geyser exhausted.
Ready to raise some hell.
Enemy contact.
What's our target?
Oh my god.
Ready to raise some hell. Are you
Okay.
ready for this? I'm in a heap of trouble. Ready to raise some
Okay. You guys go there.
Base is under attack. Mineral field depleted. Mineral field depleted.
Okay, these guys gonna go down there.
Base
Hellions are in every single mineral line.
Go kill.
command center upgrade complete.
Inside
These
of
guys are here. Yep.
I'm in a heap of trouble. I hear you. Getting fired up here, boss. Done and
show me who you want to die.
SCV.
Mineral field depleted.
I'm going in.
Inside channel. You got cool.
Got any extra firepower?
Clear, boss.
Mineral field depleted.
Comms open. In gear. Oh,
What's going on? Ah, he's here. I'm waiting ready to raise some hell.
Oh, he's leaving. He doesn't know about the space. Awesome.
Bandit gun. Give him light it up.
Okay.
Raise some.
I actually have almost no units right now, guys. So I got so carried away microing, I think I may have thrown this game. Woo! I mean, I microed my way back into the game to some extent, but yeah,
cyclone.
this could be a big problem.
Our SCVs are under attack.
Yeah, we had a big gap in our income.
Our
That's gonna cost us real bad.
under attack. Command center up. Mineral field depleted. Base is under attack. Base is under attack. Vespene geyser exhausted.
Go ahead.
He still had too much bank left over, and I just had that big dip in my income and production, so I couldn't keep producing. That's a bummer. GG, very well played by my opponent.
Base is under attack.
We just gave our opponent a little bit too much room to kind of do whatever he wanted. If we pushed harder earlier, we would have been able to kill him for being too greedy, but this is why Hellbat timings exist. It's for players like this. Because otherwise it's just basically very hard
Base is under
to
attack.
beat them without being simply much better players than them, unless you actually punish them with a timing attack mixed in. So if you run into this sort of play a lot on the ladder, then there's only really one thing to do, and that is... Okay. Just made 1,000 drones and smashed Roach Ravager into me very effectively. GG, well played.
Ready to raise some hell.
Oh my god, we got stomped. So I think at about 7 minutes they were at 85 drones. Let's check. Let's confirm our suspicions. Let's confirm. Yeah. Yeah, not looking good. And their first roaches popped at like past 7 minutes. So we could have been hitting them with like 20 Blue Flame Hellions, and all they had was Queens and Zerglings. So this sort of player dies to a Hellbat timing almost always. Maybe not always. He did have a Baneling Nest. They had a good Queen count as well. But definitely they died to me just being a bit more aggro with my Blue Flame Hellions earlier. 85 workers at this point. We were screwed. What went on early that allowed this to happen? Oh. Yeah, the Hellion run-bys got me back in the game, but I actually stopped muling. And it's very important to keep up your muling. If I kept up my muling, and also, I mean, his engage on the tanks on the right. Actually, you know what lost me? I didn't rally Hellions to the right side. That was it. I didn't have any Hellbats on the tank army on the right side. That's a classic mech mistake. Because I was definitely back in the game. I just needed to make sure that maxed out mech army got good value because I didn't have the economy to rebuild it. I played as if I had the economy to rebuild it. Lazy, lazy. So, if I did a 4 Hellion dive, I would have found my opponent was not super well defended with just 12 Zerglings, but not terribly defended either. Like, this is a pretty damn tight opening for sure. Right? My Liberator feels like it's a little bit late. Would have been good if I positioned that a little bit better on my follow-through. So we get 2, 3 drones on the first run through, and then we go up into the main. Would have been better if I chilled with it potentially. Great movement on the Zerglings there. Unfortunately, this sieging on the Spore was the big problem. If that rotated around, we might have been able to turn this into something more, and especially, I think these Hellions should have rallied into the third at the same time. So, something I've been learning as a new variation, guys, is if you're not throwing away your Hellions until your Liberator comes in, the most effective way to do it, in my opinion, is you take your rally, which should be 2 to 4 Hellions, and you click those into the third from home while these 4 Hellions go in here. So you micro the Hellions and the Lib, and then at some point you bounce back, and about, in this case, it would be probably about this point, 4 more Hellions drive in, and often that's where the damage is found. You kill so many guys, and if that stacks up and like your Liberator is actually moving around to another base and stuff, it can just be devastating. But I gotta say, guys, I'm so impressed with how my opponent played this. This was such a clean opening, really well defended. They pulled drones from Libs. They kept their queens split up in multiple areas, like Zerglings on the defense. This was just beautiful, beautiful early game from my opponent. So I really am impressed with what my opponent did. They earned their position in this game. And I missed some SCVs here. You can see I'm missing a little bit of SCV production. Otherwise, I think it's all fine. 3 factories, 2 armories, 5 factories. Float that base out, get the extra depots going. I mean, this is all fine. I mean, this is okay. It's acceptable. It's not great, but it's acceptable. We should be able to work our way back into it. Mech is a very efficient kind of composition. The Viking was an absolute Chad. This guy killed so many overlords. What a savage he was. And, you know, splitting those Hellions off was really nice. I ended up killing quite a few of these drones, which was cool. Didn't mind sacrificing them for some Banes. They were going to go down anyway. So, yeah. And what do we do here? Okay, and then we sniped the 5th base like once or twice. Like, this was okay. This was all fine. Something weird happened, though. Here, I thought I told them to build the 4th command center, and I think I did. But I think I must have just only selected, like, 3 SCVs. So check this out, guys. I'm like, oh, I got money, dude. Shit. Shit. I'm like, uh-oh. So I'm pretty sure I clicked the command center down. So what I did, guys, is I boxed the SCVs, and then I went to build the buildings. But as you can see, I accidentally only boxed 3 SCVs. So when I went command center, factory, 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 obviously the factory overrode the command center. I thought I'd boxed more than 3 SCVs. Somehow I only boxed 3. So that's why the command center didn't make. And I came back like a minute later and realized. So that command center not making was pretty rough because that meant the planetary was later. And it meant he was able to constantly get in there and force that to lift. Where if I had tanks and a planetary defending that area, you know, it would have been a bit better for me. Likewise, guys, I didn't build Banshees, and this was huge. If I started even a single Banshee when this tech club was done, even though it's a bit later on in this game because I've been kind of focusing on other things, he was attacking me with just Roach Ravager Baneling, and there's a huge weakness of that. He's got no anti-air. He was hanging on this area. If I had a single Banshee over here, easiest way we could have done it. Why didn't you Marine Hellbat push, says Ikriaz. We have a rule in my chat. Don't ask why not questions. That's not the build. That wasn't the plan. That's never been the plan, Ikriaz. That's it. In this case, because it's Bronze to GM, we waiver that rule to some extent. But the whole point is you said, why wouldn't I do that? So if you think of it, the way I see the game is I've got 100 different build orders I could do, 100 different openings. So if you say, why didn't you do this? Then, well, I'm not sure if you've just tuned in or what, but it's that's not the build. That's just not what the build is. Yeah. So I don't really know what you mean by like a Marine Hellbat. You mean like a Marine Hellbat medevac attack at like 4 minutes? Because that's a very different build order to what I'm doing, which has a much quicker third command center and so on. So I'm not entirely sure. That was a good pull on my SCVs. Someone else said no early Banshee pressure. No, we don't build a Banshee earlier because we go lib, lib, Viking or lib, Viking, lib. So imagine if there was a planetary up here. Yeah, this is a totally different fight. Also, if I already had some tank sieged on the right side, that would have been big as well. So the command center being delayed, actually, and not having a Banshee out. Imagine if there was a single Banshee doing damage this whole time. Totally different game, guys. So we've already identified a few big mistakes. Now, that being said, my opponent just stayed on, I'm just going to swamp you with Roach Ravager Bane. No real complexity got added in there, and that gave me some real opportunities. The fact that they weren't actually killing this planetary most of the time took me a long time to start remembering the Banshee production. But this was actually a totally fine position. Now, we built Thors here just in case Mutaswap, because a Mutaswap could have been coming. So I needed to have Thors. I also built a couple of turrets, but like maybe only one. I thought I built a few more, but I think they got blown up. And I always try to rebuild a couple Cyclones and Hellions just so I have a little roaming squad. But really good multi-prong by my opponent, and you know, just trying to come in from every side. But remember that they're on Mass Ravager, and Ravagers are a pretty shit tier unit for their cost and efficiency in the super long term. Already my opponent's been quite inefficient. So if I can just keep securing bases and so on, you know, I will win this game. Now losing that Banshee was a bit of a bummer. I had already lost track of it, so that does go down. But yeah, my opponent just had a giant economy and just threw the kitchen sink at me. So if at any point we got a few more tanks with some Hellbats in front of them here as well, like, oh, could have absolutely changed everything. So let's go. So this was really good because we kind of had this Viking spying on him, and I eventually start sending Banshees over to say, hey dude, get out of here. And you know, we do kind of blast all this up. And I think here, if we mass repaired, we could have kept that alive. Yeah, we might have been able to keep that alive with mass repair. Still a costly trade for him. But remember what I said? Seems like he's hanging with his whole army on the right and has a giant economy. He can't do everything at once, so splitting up these Hellions in was really good. Ooh, good burrow by opponent there. Very well done. So he takes some damage. It's not game ending though. It's not game ending. My opponent has a giant bank, so he can just rebuild. Spire, 16 drones. Like, all this does is slow him down a bit. I still need to get this base mining. I need to be muling this base in the meantime. I love the attempt to get the sneaky base on the right. And the Banshees pairing up with this as well was like really cute. Just all this stuff stacking up to be as annoying as possible. This was really cool. So we did some good damage, and the supply is looking fine. It's just I don't have a bank, so I don't have room for error, which is why I'm keeping my tanks positioned the way I am. Just spread absolutely everywhere. It would have been great if I raised those depots. A few Hellions here would have made my life easier. I lose 3 tanks, 4 tanks here. We do lose 4 tanks there, but we kill a lot of his units as well. And the Cyclones hunt down a whole bunch of the Ravagers. I mean, these trades are so expensive. Remember, a Ravager costs almost as much as a tank, so... And then I even kill the hatchery in the top left as well. But at this stage, what do I need to be doing, guys? I need to be muling this base and rebuilding my tanks for sure as things happened. But I pushed the right side, and this is where I was like, I'm winning, let's fuck him up. And, I mean, I kill a base here, but I don't get the extra base, unfortunately. It would have been nice here if I pushed forward a bit more aggressively with my tanks, and more importantly, I needed to rally Hellions, because look at this army. What did I talk about, guys? It's 12 tanks and a Thor. 13 if you count him. If I have 20 Hellions with this, this is such an unkillable army. But instead, I don't rally to the front. I go, oh, he's not fighting me. Ah, well, I'll branch off. And I could branch off with a couple of Hellions here or there, but the majority should be rallied to the front, morphing into Hellbats. And if I had 8 Hellbats here, a few Hellbats here, a few Hellbats here, like, this is going to be such a bad fight for him if I did that, right? But as it is, he takes an amazing fight on me there. Amazing fight. Because the Zerglings are just so efficient. So you want to watch that again. He just comes in and it's like, there's no roaches in there. He's not clumped up. He's spread. I need Hellbats there to hold the front line to tank and all that sort of stuff. Great play by my opponent. I do another Hellion run by, which is cool, but it's not worth losing all those tanks. And his bank's getting low. His worker count is down to 40. My opponent was almost dead. right? If I had just a bit more money to rebuild my tank count, if I had a few Banshees out at this point to actually defend his next attacks, if I don't throw these units away, get everything home. All I needed to do was abandon the top left, move everything to the bottom right, and just defend this area. Put all the tanks here, so they're kind of covering both sides, and just defend that area, because his economy was totally scratched. But I didn't quite realize how desperate my money situation was, and it took me a while to realize, hey, that was your entire army you spent all game building, dude. You are screwed. So, a little bit of lack of situational awareness. GG. But yeah, as I said early on, we did let that player get a bit of a lead on the economy. So that combined with the 4th command center not going down and us not having our tanks pre-sieged at our 4th for the 4 attack, the first attack there, and the lack of Banshee production. If I had just one of those things different in that game, that's a completely different game. Even as it was, if I rallied Hellions to my push, that would have been good as well, right guys? So remember, when you're in that defensive stance and they're swamping you, just spread your tanks across your bases, have them lay it out, and yeah, you'd be amazed what you can do with it. So guys, we're playing a TVT. What we're going to do is we're going to scout just for proxies. This isn't guaranteed to find a proxy, guys. Nothing is guaranteed, but it's pretty damn effective, I would say. And awesome.
Well, Buttermilk, go ahead. What's going on? SCV ready. We hear you.
Oh wait, that's me, Scout. You meant to go look for the proxies, bro. What the hell? Now that SCV coming in makes me think it's not a proxy, but I always check just to be safe, right? Factory goes down 145. Probably could have been a little faster than that. And the Reaper will check the left side for proxies. Now remember, guys, we're doing 3 Reaper, 2 Hellion into a
Thanks for the Bezos box.
tank in a medevac. So keep building Reapers, keep building Hellions, and it is your second depot SCV that builds that. So we pulled a worker off gas to build the factory and the depot. Keep building SCVs, keep them queued up. Just extra SCVs queued is always good. And that's me, Reaper. I don't see any proxies, so we're going to get ready to attack with that Reaper. And notice we've already had those SCVs queued up. This guy's up here. He's going to build a depot up there.
What's going on?
Command center goes down, 220. These guys are just rallied at home. Oh, apparently that guy didn't queue all the way back. Whoops.
SCV ready.
Okay. What is this?
Oh, yeah, baby.
Oh, it's a reactor first build. Okay.
Going on.
Or a very early reactor anyway.
Big job.
Yeah.
But his expansion's very slow. So my opponent's probably playing very aggressive, I would say. So we're going to be very defensive because he's got that earlier reactor, so he can kind of outproduce me. I cancelled a Reaper because I was hesitating a little bit there, guys. Oh, we didn't start the depot? Are you kidding me? Oh, that's not
What's
great.
it worth? Nothing I can.
Okay. Well, we can hang out there, and if he comes with his first few Reapers or Hellions, we can fight, but in about 30 seconds we need to pull them back just to make sure we don't get overrun. And we are missing quite a few SCVs because we overthought that response for a second. So that's something. If you ever overthink a response live in the game, guys, you should always go back and
Our SCVs
take a look at that.
are under
Let's
attack.
place that SCV.
All right.
Add-on.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah.
SCV ready.
What? You want something?
Okay.
Let's go.
What's it worth?
Oh, hello.
Add-on complete.
SCV ready.
Oh, he did target fire it. Well done.
Bad news, huh? Ben, what's going on? Huh?
Okay. So yeah, he kind of dove in from the left. I guess I don't know the maps very well. I didn't realize the units would go up the left side because I was over there. Guess it just depends on the angle they come in from. Oh, really? He's still here? Oh, this guy's just being silly at this point. You know, I've got a Cyclone out, bro.
Channel's clear, boss. Cyclone.
This better be good.
Okay. Yeah, that was really silly from my opponent. Okay.
SCV ready.
I was not expecting him to still be there, but you know, what can I say?
In the rear with the gear.
You should always expect the unexpected.
You scared me.
More SCVs. Cyclone's just looking for a unit to pick off.
Add-on complete.
Show me who you want to die. I get you. Cyclone receiving.
SCV ready.
Hello.
You want a piece of me, boy?
Now what?
SCV ready.
Comms open. Oh, I'll get there.
I'm okay with that trade. Make a cyclone again. Okay.
Gangway coming through.
Okay, you go there and you get 2 more barracks now. You go there, get the depot.
Life flight's here.
Our SCVs are under attack.
Gonna siege him up there.
Our SCVs
Oh, hello.
are under attack.
That I was not expecting either.
Better be good. Tenfold. SCV ready.
Our
He's trying to siege that
SCVs
tank.
are under attack.
Could use some help here.
Optics online. Let's go.
SCV ready. SCV ready. Who wants some?
Doc,
Been waiting on you. SCV ready. SCV ready.
now
Oh.
what?
Oh, okay. Let's try and stabilize here. Those Reapers forced quite a bit of multitasking. Okay. You go there, you go there. We lost that guy building that barracks as well. You go there, change the rally points. And you
Command center
drop a
upgrade
mule and then
complete.
float over there. Okay, so this has been nice and distracting. Lots of multitasking, lots of mistakes as a result of that. Okay, so let's try and make sure everything's queued back to mining, or back to there, I guess. Should be the case now. Everything's rallied to the 3rd. It's all housekeeping after some fights like that, right?
By the number.
We'll put 1 Marine out on the left, 1 Marine out on the right in case Ravens come in, and then we'll just put some Marine spotters out on the map in case he comes through any of the main paths through the middle of the map, okay? Which we don't really expect because we both just took some damage. Things got a little bit messy, and yeah, you know, it is what it is. But he's gonna come for me, okay? We'll move our Cyclone out there. And we're gonna try and see what we're up against.
Show me who you want to die.
SCV ready. Go, go, go.
Ready? This ought to be
SCV ready.
So we're just gonna lift that abandoned position momentarily.
Could use some help here. This better be good.
We're gonna try to move forward, I think.
Your request.
What's that? Ready to plunder. I'm in deep.
Tag on.
Spread the Marines, spread the Marines. So we just want to get rid of the push as quick as possible because the longer you have your 3rd lifted, the worse this gets, guys. Whew, okay. Alright, I'm swapping into medevacs at this point because I feel like this game's messy. I don't want to be playing a messy game from this situation and then also be playing the less mobile kind of style, which is Ravens, it's tanks, it's all that mobile stuff, right? Let's get the armory, which we never started. So what are we doing, guys? The Vikings are going to go land in each base and just do some harass. That's the whole idea. That lands there. This guy is going to land there, and we're also going to drop an auto turret in the 3rd at the same time. So what are we doing? We're also building medevacs. So we're trying to just kind of out-multitask my opponent right now and just be a bit of a dick. And this is all going to make up for the fact that I have no map vision. My base is in chaos. So what are we using this time for?
Your forces
Deep breath.
are under attack.
Build depots, build SCVs, build Marines, all of that stuff, right? We're not even going to micro these guys much.
Mineral field
I'm like, oh, we
depleted.
might as well go in, I guess. This guy's doing great, as is this guy. And we're just going to focus fire those as well. Alright, guys, so we can take the 4th over here. Keep building
Mineral
depots.
field
Keep
depleted.
making upgrades.
Go ahead.
Put a few extra guys out here.
Coming through.
I didn't have enough gas for the upgrades, so go back and start them now. And check it out. Now I've got an army that I'm really happy about.
Give me orders. SCV ready.
Okay, I was like, why is he scanning me?
We could use some help here.
SCV ready.
Gonna go auto turret there again.
Base is
Okay,
under
so we're gonna try and stim on that because we've got a bigger army. Let's go. I'm trying to spread versus the tank shots.
Been waiting on this.
And then we F2, A move, and then we get that. Make sure we're not chasing into anything.
You want a piece of me, boy?
More depots. And
This
we're
better be
back.
good. Armed and gangway. Ready to plunder.
Try and move these tanks forward.
You want a piece of me, boy? You gonna give me orders? Go, go.
Deep breath.
Ready for dust off.
Man the rear. Who wants some? We could use some help here.
Oh! Oh, looks like he does hold the push. Well done.
Plunder.
Great marine production by him.
Piece of me, boy.
So guys, what are we going to do? We're going to send a drop around the left into there. Because like I said, there's a reason why I'm playing this style. It's because I want to just keep dropping. In a scrappy game, you're both going to miss turrets, miss sensor towers. You're not going to have spotters out on the map. The game is a mess. Drops are going to be more effective. And the best defense, rather than trying to catch up on that massive shopping list of everything that you're behind on, I find it's just easier to be the one who's YOLOing into your opponent's face.
Transmit.
upgrade complete.
So why did we take gases on the 4th? Because I wasn't thinking.
Been waiting
We're now going to put some spotters out on the map.
for.
Add-on complete. Upgrade.
We're going to keep on
complete.
doing Raven harass, because that has been so effective so far, just to keep him distracted. Now he's got
Thanks for the
Marines there,
Bezos box.
Ready for dust off.
Upgrade.
so we're going to actually go pick up there. Okay, let's move forward. Look at this, guys.
Want some? We could use
I'm going to
some
build more
help here.
Vikings now, because we see that he's trying to doom drop up here.
Go, go, go. We could use some help here.
And we're going to drop another auto turret.
Ready to plunder. Been who wants some?
Okay, now we're going to send a drop. Once again, same drop angle
Boy.
into the natural. And then these guys are just going to run around
Mineral
the right
field
side. And we'll
depleted.
attack with them when we
Mineral
get there.
field depleted.
A gangway. Coming through. Ready to plunder.
Oh, look at this great position for me. We just, you know, had those extra scans. All the scans being used to see what's up. And the idea of just saying, look, this game's a shit show. I don't like the position I'm in. I don't feel I can control everything that's happening here. Guess what? A lot of people, what do we do in that scenario? We go, "Ah!" and we kind of just panic and we macro. And we just sit there in our corner. We go, I need to make sure my second factory's on time. In TV, if you got no map vision, everything's a bit of a mess. It's like, sure, you can do that, but do it behind queuing some drops into their base or some liberators into their base. Do something to fuck them up and keep them busy and scrambling defensively, tripping over their own feet. And it doesn't matter if it doesn't go as well as it did here, as long as you're taking a breath and macroing and getting back to a good spot behind it. Those two Vikings also weren't important as well. So that was like a nice little set play. Because what did I decide? I decided, hey, I want to play Medivacs. If I want to play Medivacs, having just two Vikings is not that important. Right? This is a really good push play. Really well done. But pulling the SCVs against early tank pushes is usually a good way to do it. So maybe I could have done that even earlier, but I was a bit afraid to pull them when I saw him initially pushing in, because I didn't have many units out. I knew he outnumbered me. But yeah, I basically said, look, Vikings aren't going to be important because I'm just going to go Medivac multi-prong. I'm not going to, like, I'm going to play more of a mobile style. I don't care about air superiority in this game. It's all going to be about the Marine tank count. So I said, look, the Ravens, the Vikings, these are all complications. Just use them as harassment units, queue them up into each base. And this gives me so much time to macro, right? I'm just like, oh, get me upgrades, get the depots, get the armory, you know, keep building SCVs. And obviously it did an insane amount of damage, which was not expected by any means. Yeah, I mean, it worked out very nicely because of that bloody 9-kill Viking. It's crazy. The Viking Land, something that we did a lot earlier on in Bronze to GM, bringing it back. Why do Terrans stop at 60 when other races go 70, 80? Oh, a lot of Terrans still go 80 SCVs, guys, yeah. How many SCVs should a Terran have? 60 or 80? Well, the thing is, if you're not a super high-level player, I don't advise you go past about 66 with any of the races, guys. Technically, you can go much higher, but the thing is you need to know how to use that money effectively. Most people don't, so I think it's better for them to stick on the 2 to 3 base income, 2 base when they're first starting out, 3 base as they get in the middle leagues, and focus on actually doing what you're doing there well, rather than going, oh, I'm just gonna make 100 workers every game and smush units. It's like, okay, if you are playing Turtle Carrier BC every game, Turtle Broodlord Infester Lurker every game, okay, sure, you guys can go to that higher worker count. But if you're playing a more timing attack focused style, like what I encourage people to do, because I think it makes you a better player, makes you learn a lot quicker, I think there are better ways of doing it. These tanks down here, by the way, does he move through their range, I wonder? He actually does. Takes a shot from the south. Yeah. He'd stemmed all the Marines a bit quicker. I didn't even realize all his Marines were coming from behind. He could have moved up that ramp and focused down like 3 of those tanks before they caught. That was a really bad micro from my opponent. Yeah. I was kind of lucky there. So my opponent really messed up that micro, guys. When he saw what was happening there, he stims just the Marine. If he stims all the Marines and just jumps, he could probably have just won the game. Maybe not, sorry, not won the game, but killed this army very efficiently. Notice here, even when he's trying to move up the ramp, he's only moving some of the Marines. So some of the Marines he's not microing forward, so they're blocking the Marines that he's trying to stutter step with. He should have just moved them all in the ball. Yeah. When do you stop making medevacs? Like 8, maybe 10 at the absolute most. But yeah. Yeah. GG. Let's go to my opponent's camera here for a moment.
Some help here. Gangway.
Research complete.
You want a piece of me, boy?
No, Sensor Towers can't see invisible units. Yep. Hey, Mindstorm, welcome back for 4 months. Absolox with a big 78 months. Cold Hot Cocoa gifted a sub to Senju. The Monkey with the Prime Gaming. Edison with the 15 months. Holy crap, guys. Sorry, after that long TVZ, I didn't even look at the support. Thank you so much, everyone, for the love. Of course, a massive thanks to Glark of Khan for that tip as well. Thank you, everybody. Really appreciate the love, guys. If you are enjoying the content, you want to see more of it, please do click the sub button. For the Protoss players watching, don't worry, Protoss show will be coming in a few weeks' time. So how would you defeat the tanks if they were protected with Hellbats and Thors? Raz Trent, what Trent was saying. I mean, you can still just surround that army well enough, and as long as your Banelings connect with the Hellbats, you know, you can take it out with a very well controlled flanking Ravaging army, but you can just go around it, Raz Trent. If I have that army there, my opponent could just give up a base or two, pull their drones up to the left side of the map, and then they could just make it better and counterattack me and take out my production and then come back and clean it up. They could use Swarmers, fly the Locusts over and land them on the tanks. They could use Broodlords or a big Mutaswap if I don't have enough Thors in there. Vipers are just amazing. Roach Hydra Viper is a one-size-fits-all solution to mech. You just get enough Vipers, you just abduct everything, run in, abduct 4 or 5 tanks, pull back, get more energy, you just keep doing that, rinsing and repeating over. So guys, a couple of really hectic games. I'm playing some really good players. We can really see the level of competition has started to step up, right? I'm getting pushed to my limits in a lot of these games. I'm realizing how unused I am to explaining all the little things while I play, and I'm kind of just going, ugh, and starting to just go on tunnel vision mode on surviving and stuff. So something I can do to allow myself to explain is, which can try and make this next game a little bit cleaner. It's going to be a Terran versus Zerg versus Data Miner, and we'll see what happens. So where is Protoss Bronze GM? I think you might have a bit of lag on your stream. You might need to refresh the stream, because we literally just said that'll probably happen after Terran, and next week should be the last week of the Terran Bronze to GM, because we should hit Masters 1 today, and then next week start on a Masters 1 to GM. Yeah. I was thinking about rallying an SCV across, and I said, hey, this is not TVP. We don't need to scout that early. So that SCV rallies across to check the hatchery, and let's see how we go, guys. So in a week, you can get GM on discount now. Oh yeah, so in the first week, because so few players have played enough games to get into GM, the first week you can probably get in with like 4,500 MMR. I always tell people, like, I wouldn't really count it as real GM, and it's not me trying to hate on people like, yeah, I got GM, I never thought this would happen. It's just like, you know, you're gonna lose it the next day or 2 or 3 days from then. So it's just one of those things where it's like, you know, you're like, I'm GM, and it's just because most people haven't entered the race yet. So it's not the worst thing. I mean, it means something. But I always try to say, hey, if you can get your average up to 5k, then even on a bit of a downswing of 100, 200 MMR, you get a good chance of keeping up the ranking, you know? All right, yeah, that looks like a normal hatchery timing. I didn't see that it was finished at first, so I went back to confirm. I was like, it's not pull first, is it? And it was not. Let's get the gas.
This better be good.
We just started the reactor using our hotkey. Of course, we're a little distracted here. Oh, run! Oh my god! He always jumps so awkwardly on that angle. That angle is super awkward. Okay, this guy can go up there. A lot of misclicks this early game. So let's try and focus a little bit more, shall we? Who's missing it, buddy? That guy. Okay. So the Reaper's gonna run over there and try to check that. Got that there. We're rallied up into the main. And there's a third base. No worries. Okay.
Add-on complete.
Now, you don't actually need the tech lab straight away on the barracks, guys. I just do it to get it out of the way. So if you want to be super pro, you can delay that a little bit. Son of a bitch. Alright, I'm gonna actually send the Reaper across the map like a Chad gamer. Now SCVs can fight this.
Add-on complete.
Ready to raise some hell. Daylight burning. SCV ready. What's it worth? I'm going.
So we're trying to do a bit of fancy multitasking here, guys.
I'm listening.
And let's see if we can get out. Hopefully there's no queen at the front. There's 2 queens at the front. Run! Chad gamer, Chad gamer, Chad gamer, do. Alright guys, so we are a little bit supply blocked. That's okay. That's actually totally acceptable. Considering the chaos we've been under. Set the Liberator rally point. We are going to Hellion dive. And I'm hoping my opponent has not replaced their shit yet. Now that's a pretty bad depot position, so I'm going to replace that just so this wall actually works. And the Hellions are going to go in. Oh no! We had SCVs that were trying to repair them. Uh-oh, that's not good. Okay, he's trying to build a spine, which is definitely a big sign of greedy greed. Oh! Oh, get in there! Okay, okay, let's raise that. Let's get a reactor, shall we? And, yeah. Nah, mate. Oh, I forgot to reposition the Liberator.
Perfect. Add-on complete.
SCV ready.
Course set. Yes, sir.
Ready to raise some hell.
Okay, we're being, well, we in the industry call this being a cheeky dickhead, guys. With that Liberator, we're being as annoying as we possibly can. And look at that, we've got 2 factories on the way. These guys can rally there. Let's get the double armory. And the Liberator finally goes down. I've got enough Hellions. Now, what if Lings come in, guys? I'm really worried about Lings right now. I feel like there's a very real threat of Lings hanging around my base. So we're going to put a barracks out on the top. You guys are going to build some more depots. Oh, hello. My opponent, you can tell they're really good because they're trying to counter Hellions with Zerglings. So they're using the unit that gets countered to counter the other unit. And I say this both as a joke, but also as a... No, it's actually impressive.
I'm in a heap of trouble.
It's like, it's kind of a massive gamble that relies on me not looking at my units, but it's paid off pretty well so far, hasn't it?
Huh? Bad news. In the rear with the... Ah! You scared me. Talk to me, boss. SCV ready.
See if we can get a big volley off.
Our SCVs are under attack.
Systems go.
Okay. So this is not feeling great in terms of my trades. But I've got factories, I've got 1-1. Problem is, if we don't do enough damage, there's this thing that happens. Have you guys heard of this? So what it is your opponent gets to do whatever the fuck they want. And meanwhile, you're kind of just losing. And that is what we in the industry call bad. So we are right now under a bit of urgency to get all that stuff going. So we're going to put a Banshee out in the middle of the map, and then we're going to try and get tank production going in the near future. Still building SCVs. We've got 1-1 as mentioned. But yeah, basically I got to get over there and do some divey dives. Otherwise things are not going to be
Mineral
good.
field depleted.
SCV ready. Ready to raise some hell.
I'm going to try and get that up. I'm going to start building tanks. Okay, these guys are going to click in there. We've got...
I'm in a heap of trouble. SCV ready.
Our SCVs are under attack.
Let's go kill something.
Our SCVs are under attack. Mineral field depleted.
SCV ready.
Comms open. Cyclone receiver.
Ready to raise
Okay.
some hell. I'm in a heap of trouble.
Mineral field depleted.
Let's make rotors first. I think Banshee speed's probably the more important of the upgrades. We're going to send also 4 Hellions there, and 4 Hellions down here. And we are going to try and just make more tanks and get that going. Let's get +2 vehicle weapons. Okay, and we can try to put a few guys down there. +2 vehicle armor. Just going to go 7 factories this game, guys. And the reason for that, I think, is pretty obvious. We are
Go ahead.
a little dry.
What's that?
Yeah.
Got no patience for sitting around.
Engine screaming.
Okay, so we've got more Banshees on the way. And yeah, let's try and put more tank there and more tank here. Let's try and go there. And let's also scan and go, hey, you making a hive yet, buddy? And if not, that's all good. Let's try and just scan this up. As I said, let's try and actually get our guys out.
Mineral field. Add-on.
Engine screaming.
Yeah, what?
Okay, so now we can actually try to max out and react to what's going on.
I got my ears on.
SCV ready.
So we're just clearing creep right now and, you know, trying to spy what the fuck is going on. Is that Swarmo Snidus, is it? I'm very confused right now.
Base is under attack.
Ready to go.
Command center.
I'm in a heap of trouble.
Base is under attack.
Some hell.
I get you.
Ready to roll out.
Okay, wow, crazy.
Mineral field.
Ready to go.
this attack is absolute nonsense, but you know, crazy.
Upgrade complete.
Okay, you guys can go there.
Systems go. Cyclone.
Upgrade.
Wow. Okay. Mostly Hellions, some tanks, and
Online.
probably not tanks actually. Let's go Thors.
Fueled up, ready to go. Give us your best shot.
Yeah, so I'm just building Thors and Hellions.
Some hell. SCV ready.
Add-on complete.
Go ahead. Got Give us your go ahead. Give us. Ready to raise some hell. Got no base. Speak up. Go ahead. Speak up. What's our target? Doc, ready to raise some hell. Ready to raise some hell. Got any extra firepower?
Okay, you guys go there, you guys go there, you guys go there. And I think we got it. That was such a late Nidus one. Yeah, really peculiar strategy from my opponent here. So we're going to keep moving these tanks forward this time and really force the fight straight away. Not to mention, let's get the Banshees down there. There's no way he has anti-air everywhere. So we can just kind of get on in there and start killing stuff. We can also do things like, hey, let's click these Cyclones up here. That's probably his last hatchery, right? So what you do is you go right click, shift lock-ons. Let's get servos. Let's also get +3 armor. Yeah, which we had the money for, just barely.
Show me who you want to die.
Oh wow, very cute. But Hellbats are quite tanky, you know, so... Wow, Ultras. Yeah. Just trying to get the space guys up. GG! Wow. Okay, cool. Holy shit. That was the game. So yeah, my opponent did some strange things. He ran 6 Lings across the map. So he was like, your Reaper's being annoying! So he runs all his Lings across and does actually really distract me with that. So not a bad little move. And yeah, does, I mean, I lose a Marine and an SCV, I think. But I also get distracted on my opening. I lose a bit of meal mining time, and missing some SCV production. I don't think my Reaper actually kills anything in there. Just kind of annoys and distracts. I was amazed that he got out, but honestly, probably better if I just pulled the Reaper home, right? Now I decided then, hey, let's hope he's not building any Zerglings. Let's see if we can just dive in with the Hellions and do some damage. But we accidentally brought the repairing SCVs across the map. Bit of a mistake there. And we said, look, let's just dive the Hellions, dive the Lib, and then just do our normal build behind it. So we're, despite the interruption, try to follow the normal build, basically. Now we actually killed a fair few drones here, but the other Zerglings popped out just in time. So it wasn't as disastrous as it could have been. And once again, that same trick we talked about earlier, take rallying Hellions, click them in a base. And of course, this Liberator caused a massive amount of delayed mining time, as well as picking off a fair few drones as well. Notice how we put it in a position where for that Queen to get in range, it would have needed to go all the way around the hatchery to get me. So that's why this was such an annoying position. And had to get a Spore Crawler up. So at this point, it's 44 SCVs versus 32 drones. We were looking pretty fantastic. But then I lost a few Hellions to just there being a massive Lings on the map. It's kind of joking about this. Obviously, this Zerg player hasn't set up their Overlords the way they should around the base and doesn't have that many Queens, so they're kind of relying on just surrounding you. It's, you know, it's just a very aggressive Zerg who wants to kind of jump on you and catch you off guard. These are the guys who usually don't have very good macro though. So what you're worried about is Ravager Lings surprising you, a surprising round of Mutas, all these sorts of things can really do big damage. So my opponent got extremely supply blocked on 44, which I guess is the power of there's Lings in my base, there's a Reaper in his base, there's a lot going on. So even though it did distract me, it actually threw the Zerg off and made him not realize. So he did get massively supply blocked. So hey, the distraction paid off, I guess. Maybe it was even before that when he should have had the Overlord started. But yeah, and then I do some more Hellion dives. I mean, they kill some stuff. It's not great trades, I would say. So at this point, I was a little bit like, man, I got 2 Hellions and a Cyclone. This doesn't feel good. Get the Banshees going, get the other units going, and let's bloody well try and lock things down, because I'm very worried about just Speed Roach or something coming across the map and having a Banshee and 2 Cyclones, right? Yeah, the changelings were really sick. They were really cool. Yeah, I didn't notice that. Actually, I think I noticed it, but I forgot to click on it. Or I thought I'd clicked on it. I don't know. He blocked me on my ramp with the changeling, which was really annoying. So we do a bit more multi-prong, kind of see what's up. We do get a good volley off on the drones there, and then we just run away this time. He gets in and kills an SCV or 2, but doesn't really get too much done. I go, oh shit, that's a lot of roaches. Where'd they come from, man? But with Magfield Cyclones out, a Banshee or 2, and now tanks coming out to reinforce, I'm like, it's okay. I think the 5th command center was unnecessary though, guys. Stick to the build. Just get the extra 3 factories up instead of that command center would have been a bit better. Yeah, opponent's build order was absolutely mad though, saying I'm going to Nidus roaches into your base and then make spores in there. It was like super wild, man. Super wild strategy. So notice at this point I said, look, if he's not attacking me and fighting for map control, I'm just going to hide my Hellions on the edge and we'll send those in when we're engaged on the map. Because sending them in right now when he's focused on nothing but defending and macroing, it's just not a good idea. But if we wait, it'll be good. And this is another Zerg who massed units off like 55 drones. And I'm telling you guys, if you engage well, if you're cheeky, if you micro well, you can get really far with not that high a drone count. It's just in this game, I think my opponent, it went, you know, triple Evo Chamber and Spine Crawlers and Baneling Nest and Infestation Pit and Roach Horn and Nidus. It didn't feel like it was a very cohesive game plan. But let's see what my Hellions do. So when this happened, I F2A moved home, and then I grabbed the Hellions and I said, move into the mineral line and morph into Hellbats. And these guys on the top, I said, move into the mineral line and morph into Hellbats. Now, unfortunately, I have a feeling, yeah, look at that. They're going to get stuck and just killed by that, basically. It's kind of annoying. But these guys will kill that whole mineral line, which is really nice. Don't think we get anything on that side. So we kill a mineral line over here, which is cool, or at least force him off. We kill a queen, a few drones, you know, it's forcing a distraction as well. And, I mean, shout out to him with the changeling block on the ramp. That was really cool. This changeling, man. I was like, get back down the ramp. And I was like, dude, why can't my guys move down this ramp? This one fucking changeling. I was like, ah, let me out. Let me out. That was pretty sick. That was super cool. I never see him go noob play Marine Mortar Tank. That's a very standard play. What are we playing, guys? TBT. I just went gas first accidentally. So we're doing gas first now. Won't change too much. It's alright. We'll do the same build order. Just means our factory will be a little bit quicker. That was a mistake. I was just reading chat. Marine Mortar Medevac is like most of Maru's games, dude. Maru, every game goes weird builds with Reaper and wins in 5 or 6 minutes. He never go max army. Why? The question is why his opponent wasn't able to survive more than 5-6 minutes, mate. Not why they died. Not why he didn't choose to go there. Sounds like you've just been watching normal TVT and Maru outplaying his opponent. That's what it sounds like to me, dude. Anyways, let's get this going. This opening's been a bit of a mess this game, guys. So let's try and
thanks for the Bezos
that
box.
One up, shall we? Oh, check this out. Oh, we could wall him in. We wall him in. Yeah, we do. Now that means I'm not scouting for proxies though, which is an issue potentially. Oh, now. Do we need to pull an SCV over there? No. Okay, cool. Alright, this did not end up much faster. It was like 2 seconds faster than my normal one.
Oh, that's just
Kill him.
the Grim Reaper has arrived. Let's do SCV ready.
Quick. Take command center, bro.
What? You deaf? Bad news? SCV ready.
Alright, this guy's going to come in from the side, see if my opponent's expanded. Make sure you micro it as this happens, guys.
What's it worth?
Let's see if we can get that SCV.
The Grim Reaper has arrived. Whole lot of pain. I'm going.
And get out of there.
SCV ready.
So we tried to just kill the SCV and then fade away. It
In the
worked,
rear with
which is always nice. We're going 3 Reaper, 2 Hellion, of course, guys. Same build order that we're doing all day today in this matchup.
SCV ready.
To speak of this kind of content with Protoss, it's going to be coming up after we finish Bronze to GM Terran next week, guys. Wanted to make sure I was fully focused doing one at a time so I could give it my all. Alright guys, 3 Reaper, 2 Helion's going to go across the map for a little bit of a pressure, see what they can do, and behind this, tanks, marines, and medevacs. Remember, to queue up 4 marines.
I'm listening.
Add-on complete.
Ah, shit, I just ate my own grenade. Okay guys, we're going to go over here and try to jump in, see if we can get... Okay, tanks on the way, medevacs on the way, awesome. Let's get the 3rd gas going. Okay, this can go there.
What's it worth?
So we're just being a bit of a dick, seeing if we can grab...
SCV ready.
I'm in a heap of trouble. Death rides with me.
Got something from
Okay. So notice we only lost 1 Reaper there, so
Command center upgrade complete.
Ready for
I
dust
should have been
off.
able to get that. Oh well.
SCV ready.
Fueled up, ready to go.
Okay.
Got no patience.
Who wants some?
Ready for pickup.
SCV ready. What's going on?
Add-on complete.
Huh? Where? SCV ready. Armed and ready. Done. I'm listening.
Taking
SCV
out
ready.
and dropping off.
System.
SCV ready. Been waiting. We can use some help here. Gangway.
Base is under attack.
Can't wait. Got some.
Now what?
Give us your best shot.
SCV ready. This better be good. SCV ready.
I'm in deep.
Where's the emergency?
SCV ready.
Life flight.
Okay.
Armed and ready.
Ready for pickup. Talk to me.
Go, go, go.
Okay. That's it. These are all the units that are going to go across the map. Everything else stays at home, okay? That's already being such a bloody cheeky bastard doing what I'm doing there. Okay. And then this Raven, I guess, can be a bit of a counter-attack Raven. We're hoping Cloak does not come in. Keep building SCVs. You build another depot. Actually, we don't need that because it's going to time out. You go there, you go there. Okay, let's go.
Fueled up, ready to go.
Agreed. Nothing. Got something. SCV ready. SCV ready. Been waiting. Yeah.
This vessel requires assistance.
Fast. Ah!
What's our target?
Whoops.
SCV ready.
Right away. Command. Forward defense.
Now what?
This better be good. Sure.
Ready for pickup.
SCV ready.
Ready for service.
Command center upgrade complete.
Let's go. Light ready. Talk to me.
Stop getting so fancy. Just calm down, bro.
Command. Just state your waiting. This vessel requires assistance.
Oh shit! He just got that Raven.
Back. State your request.
Fueled up, ready to go.
I'm going out. Got nothing for me to kill.
Ready for service.
I'm just so horny, guys. Sometimes I just can't waistband it, you know? It's hard.
Add-on complete.
Ah, okay. Cancel that SCV. Lift down there. That SCV was about to finish, but whatevs. And
Ready to roll out. SCV ready.
landed Vikings. You guys know this is my favorite play. And we're just going to build up at home.
Made for battle.
SCV ready.
This better be good.
Ready to blunder.
SCV ready.
Scanning.
I don't actually like to put my engineering bays on the hotkey, even though it's a good tip. A lot of people like that. For whatever reason, it just doesn't gel with me. I like to just see my barracks on that hotkey.
Combo.
It's just my own preference. Okay.
SCV ready.
Ready to blunder.
Mineral field depleted.
Fight or flight? Yeah, right.
Go, go, go!
Can't hold them alone.
SCV ready. Ready to roll out.
Big job, huh?
What's up? Ready.
SCV ready. SCV ready.
Ready to blunder.
Fueled up, ready to go.
Go, go, go!
Upgrade. Add-on complete.
One. We could use some help here.
Mineral field depleted.
Armed and ready.
Made for battle.
SCV ready.
Inbound.
Research complete.
Can't hold them alone. Transformation system. Right. Let's get into the fight.
Ready to
Ready to blunder.
Macro, macro, macro. Macro, macro, macro. Macro, macro, macro. Make it macro. Well played by Bo Jenkins here. In the end, we did manage to take him down, but damn. Well played by him. He made the game real messy for me. And,
Ready to blunder.
yeah. Whew. That game got real messy. What happened? I accidentally went gas first, which changed the opening a little bit, guys. Yeah, I think I've cast Bo Jenkins in CTL, guys, in the finals, right? So he's really good Masters 1, Masters 2 player, something like that. But what happened? Okay, so yeah, I was really cheeky here. So notice I decided to get really fancy with my Reaper Hellion and just be annoying. What would have been really good is if while I was doing this, I'd been a bit better with my production behind it, but it was not the worst thing. So we just said, look, he knows, oh, we're in a Reaper Hellion standoff, so I knew all of his units would be there, so I said, look, let's go in, kill a few SCVs, and see what we can do. So I kill 2 SCVs, and then quickly run out. Now he reacts pretty quickly, so he actually kills one of my Reapers. I don't think he kills the second one. Oh, he doesn't get any of them? Oh, he gets one barely on the way out. And then these Hellions tried to run in as well. I think they killed an SCV as well. So we're keeping him really distracted. His orbital's only just making, whereas my mules are already dropping. So definitely a good position for me to be in. And then obviously we load up the tank as well. But he actually, I didn't even realize, is just going non-stop Reaper Hellion from there. And is going for his own big Reaper Hellion attack. But yeah, he gets in. My Hellions are just kind of caught out on the low ground. I was repairing them and I was gonna bring them to join the front. But because we're keeping up production, the cyclones here. If you've missed production on your buildings, you're in big trouble. Missing production right now. But, yeah, if you miss production, that's where you end up in big trouble. Now, I didn't kill the many SCVs. This was not as powerful as it could have been. And yeah, we kind of just like force him to lift and we like have to save the units. Now this is where I could have easily just chilled and gone home and macroed and we are totally fine. We forced him to lift his commands and it's a huge delay. But this is where I got a boner and decided to do some intuitive, aggressive shit. I drop a mule to repair the tank and I just go attack, attack, attack. And it's just because I felt I had momentum. I knew I had a Cyclone and a Raven, so the Banshee wouldn't be able to do anything in the next push. They would just kill it. And I just figured like, hey, we should be able to do damage. But I was very clear on saying, yes, this is intuitive. Yes, this is made up. But behind it, everything's rallied at home. We're building more tanks, more Marines, barracks, command centers. We're going to try and follow the normal path behind this. Definitely need to kill up some more SCVs right now. You see me doing that. And then we do go in for that push, and thankfully we catch him before his tanks are out. And we get the Cyclone even. And we basically are just catching him by surprise with his pants down, right? So we're able to shove on in. A very wise choice for him to just pull back. He knows he can't win that fight. But yeah, we catch all the SCVs on the low ground, right? Our Reapers are down there killing every single one. And yeah, now he actually gets Vikings out for air superiority. I think I killed the reactor, right? Maybe I didn't actually. If he repairs that, it survives. Ah, there we go. Tank got another shot on him. That medevac drop was a bit silly. We didn't need to do that. So I could have just backed off here once I'd forced him to lift. And once I lost the air control, that would have been fine. But I queued the Raven in. It already dropped one auto turret, and we drop another one as well. It's just so annoying for him to deal with. It doesn't kill too much. Only gets an SCV and a Marine, but just being a massive dick. So I was definitely getting disorganized and chaotic.
My man!
But I was throwing him into the ultimate chaos zone as well. So this is a cost thing where it's like, I accept that I am going to the Chaos Land and things are going to be messy. But they're going to be even messier for you. So as long as at some point I kind of take my bearings on where I am, okay, do I have my 5 barracks? No, add those. Do I have my 1-1? Nope, let's start those. Do I have my 2 depot builders? Gary and Bob. Was it Gary and Bruce? Gary and Bruce going. Okay, no, let's start those up. Oh, let's get the armory. You know, like try to still get back to your standard build order at some point in the midst of all that as well. And I mean, these Vikings didn't do as much as in the previous game. You can see at this point, 48 SCVs to 25. You know, we are just abusing multi-prong and being an absolute dickhead to play against. So GG to Mr. Bojinkins. Guys, MMR donator, 4,800 MMR Protoss player. Let's go. Let's see if we can do that 3 racks or if we just have to defend a cheese again. It's been pretty one-sided, our TVPs, to be honest, haven't they, guys? They've been really one-sided. Good luck, have fun.
Big job, huh?
Oh shit, my hand was in the wrong spot on the keyboard, so whoops. I
Go ahead.
jumped my hand off the keyboard and apparently put it back in the wrong spot. They don't call me Simple Pig for no reason, guys. They call me it for a very good reason.
SCV ready.
Was the food hot or spicy? Oh yeah, we were doing a hot wings challenge. It was insane. It was like the 1 million Scoville stuff. With the hot sauce. Alright guys, so we come in here and we're gonna go around to check what's up. So what are we scouting with that path? You might be wondering. Basically we're scouting number 1. Is there a Nexus? Okay, pull 2 probes because we've pulled them a bit late. So we're gonna have to pull that guy off the barracks now, guys.
Move it. We hear you.
Maybe we don't. Because we did enough damage to him.
What's going on?
So we're gonna try and...
Yeah. Will do. Big job. What's going on? Big job. Huh? You scared me. Huh?
So we saw our Nexus, Cybercore, second gas, all standard.
By the numbers.
Ooh, that's a late reactor.
Command center
So a
upgrade.
little slow on that, but that's alright. Okay.
Who wants some?
And he is going to run home by the looks of it. Alright guys, so we're doing a 3 racks build order. So this is the old school build order. We have a ramp. Even though it's a small map, we shouldn't have to build a bunker. Now, because that reactor's late, well, maybe I do need to build a bunker. But either way, we're going to build these further back. I'm not going to build it, and hopefully our opponent doesn't do a tight enough build to punish us. We will find out, of course, if we need to or not. As long as these Marines start up straight away, I think we might be able to get them out in time. We'll see what happens. And 3 Marines beats an Adept, so we'll see how we go. So 16 there. Notice those guys are going to be rallied straight to the natural.
What's going on? SCV.
And make sure we're building an extra bunch of Marines straight away. I didn't see if you went Nexus or Cybercore first because I was busy dealing with that annoying probe, guys. And now we take up residence out there and we hope to kill the Adept. Now, if you want, you can also walk across 5 Marines for an early pressure. We're not going to do that this game, okay, guys? But especially if they're just sitting at home and not scouting, it's a pretty damn good plan. And in the meantime, well, we don't know what's going on, that's fine. Let's just go out and stand on the map. So we don't want to actually commit, but if we run into like an Adept or a Stalker and we just get a kill there on the high ground, wouldn't that be great? So we're just going to go over there and then walk our way backwards. Let's get a depot going. So we want stim. Shields will be starting up momentarily as well.
SCV ready. This better be
Where the hell did he come from? I guess he naturally came on the top path. So what are we doing, guys? Notice we're just using our camera location keys to pull those away very quickly.
SCV ready. Gangway coming through. Got it.
There is no escape.
Been waiting on you.
Alright guys, it's 4 minutes. So 4 minutes is when you go double gas.
What's up?
And of course we're keeping these depots building because 3 racks will chew through that supply very quickly.
Want a piece of me, boy?
We're going to send 2 Marines out, guys. If we were worried about an Oracle, we'd probably leave some Marines in the main earlier. So the fact that we haven't done that, it's kind of like, well, Oracle would have already flowed in, dude. But we'll put him up there for a moment, just in case my opponent's done a slow Oracle. Now that the factory's starting, you're allowed to start Marauders. Not earlier, because if you do it earlier, it might slow down that factory, because of course, you have limited gas early on. Now guys, it's getting up to the point where, guess what?
Been waiting on you.
We want to be pushing. Oh, look at that!
This better be
3rd base already. So we are going to be pushing straight across to there, guys. And let's try and get that one up. Let's get that 4th base. Let's also get +1 armor. So we're going to try and push straight in between the 2 bases and pick whichever one we think is weaker.
SCV ready.
Okay. Alright, Marauders are here.
Upgrade complete.
Stim is almost done. Shields is done. Let's get the starport and the reactor.
Could use some help here. Who wants gangway coming through? Show a piece of me, boy. Gangway coming through. This better be good. You gonna give me orders? Got it. This better be good. It's go time.
So if they take a 3rd, you always commit.
By the numbers, boys.
And let's try and get that 3rd on location. Get the reactor there.
Armed and ready. This better be good. Gangway. Get heavy. SCV ready. Let's have a blast. Why not?
We get an armory.
This better be good. No. You gonna give me this robot? Get heavy. Keep your shirt on, Spark. It's go time. You want a piece of me, boy? Aye,
Add-on complete.
Sure.
So we got that. Behind it, we are macroing like a beast. I could have pulled back after the first trade, guys, and it would have been a perfectly fine decision.
Upgrade complete.
Of course. Who wants some?
Now, notice we go for that armory, because I've always talked about this when I'm casting. You guys would know. I like, if you've got an early eBay, look at that, +2 starting at 7 minutes. I will have 2-2 well before most players have their 2-2, even if they go double eBay, just because it starts so much later. Now, because I've got so much control, we're just rallying across the map, and, whoops, there we go. And just trying to overwhelm here. So check it out, what's some ways we can make things difficult for our opponent at this point? What we can do is we can go Widow Mine, drop the main, and then we can attack the third at the same time. Still got lots of energy available, so lots of guys gonna come out. Opponent might go Desperation DT, so I'll just build 2 turrets. And look at that, we're just gonna drop 1 Widow Mine there, and we'll target fire it on this guy.
Talk to me.
Now there's an armory up, remember, as well, so these will not get revealed. So we're gonna do some fancy stuff. And it finally fires here. Now notice the opponent had a pretty good zealot count, so I'm actually going to pull back for a bit, because he's just on 2 base zealot. I'm going to 3 base, so why would I fight right now? Looks like I never put guys on that second gas, so that's a bit of a mistake. Looks like he did get some detection up. Oh, that just fired again, did it? Okay. Let's go down here, shall we?
Been waiting on
Your forces are under attack.
Okay.
Ready for dust off.
Let's go Ghost Academy and second starport, depending on which one we need. We'll grab it, and I think we should be able to just overwhelm. We've got enough Widow Mines to clear the Zealots. Our biomass is absolutely massive. Let's get +2 armor. Get these guys to keep building depots, and we can also build a 4th command center on location, just so we've got the extra macro follow-up. So, because my Widow Mines are my main siege unit, I will put those on a separate hotkey.
Mineral field depleted. Add-on complete.
who wants some? It's go time. Go, go, go. It's about to get heavy. SCV ready. Armed and ready.
Mineral field depleted.
So we notice how we tried to spread backwards there to just minimize the splash.
Go, go, go. You gonna give me orders?
So we're trying to just spread the medevacs there because they were taking some pretty nasty Archon splash. Click on the Archon just to get rid of it. Not my best engagements, I would say. Obviously the 4th base got cancelled. He did a really good job of almost fighting back. I started taking really sloppy fights there. I think I was like getting a bit too excited. Obviously we were winning, it was fine. He's barely back up on 3 bases, but yeah. So my opponent tried to do a textbook pro gamer build order, and even pro gamers mess this up sometimes. So even though he knew that it was a 3x, he went, oh, he actually did go, okay, so it was 3 gate, I thought it was 2 gate. So he actually went 3 gate blink into a fast 3rd base, which is a really cute opening. And he even had a shield battery up on the 3rd, like this was pretty well balanced of an opening. But essentially his Stalkers needed to attack on my side of the map. So his big mistake from my opponent was, opponent saw 3 racks, Stalkers should have been out here, picking off Marines, blinking back, picking off Marines, blinking back. The moment I moved out, there should have been Stalkers killing my Marines. So he just sat at home, which is a huge mistake. Against a guy who's gone 3 racks, I can't drop him or anything like that. He could have killed half of my Marines on the way across the map. So my opponent here actually had a really good build order for the situation, because they weren't investing in robe. Actually, they did have a robo. Wow. Yeah, and they could have had 3 more Stalkers by this time as well. This is not the crispest Marine timing. It's just enough. Just enough. So we killed most of the Stalkers, then we focused the battery overcharge once that Nexus finished and it went on. And we just barely had the numbers to break them down. Pretty good micro from my opponent. Pretty good micro. GG's. When do you take the third safely against a 3-Rax? Well, I mean, most people don't know they're up against a 3-Rax. But yeah, generally speaking, with most build orders, like if you're doing Stargate or a Colossus build, you basically just wait until you've got, you stay on 2 base for a bit longer, start potentially a Forge, Colossus, whatever, and then you move out to your third a bit later. But if you're doing a Blink opening, because you can just get over there and just pick off the units as they move out, you should be able to do a fighting retreat and defend. So basically you do exactly what my opponent did here, which is focus on non-stop Blink warp-ins, but you just make sure you're on the other side of the map. So perfect build order for my opponent, just not the perfect execution. Is this the same run of Bronze to GM on TB? I think you mean YT, Y and T are next to each other on a QWERTY keyboard. On YouTube? Yeah, Energy, that is right. That is right. Wait, same player, but there's Zerg now. Okay, guys, so we get to play Terran versus Zerg now. They played a pretty solid build order. They just didn't move their Stalkers out last game, so... yeah. MMR donator makes me think of, like, Scarlet, because she used to have MMR something in one of her Smurfs, but... I say Smurf, like, alternate account. It's not like she's losing games on purpose. Which is very confusing wording that we use, isn't it? Think about it. But it is what it is. Anyways, yeah. Terran seems like a brutal race to play. Kind of. But yeah, if you do Mimia styles, you'd be surprised. It'd be a bit more relaxing.
Bad news.
If you do Mimia styles. Do more Widowmine drops, as chat says. I mean, that Widowmine drop totally ruined my opponent. Totally ruined him.
SCV ready.
Thank you, Jackson, for continuing to run the gambling ring. I believe when we're doing Bronze to GM, he just gets people to bet on how long they think the game will go. Pretty sure that's what they're doing right now.
Command center upgrade complete.
Alright, let's see. So that's a pretty quick hatchery. I think it's just because it's a big map. That's why. I'm like, how is that hatchery so fast, dude?
Go ahead. Armed and SCV ready. Got something. Death from above. Yes, and he's the Reaper Man. Here comes SCV ready. Let's do this. Whole lot of pain. All right.
Oh, okay. Took the normal third. Nice.
Oh yeah, baby.
Thanks for the Bezos bucks.
Add-on.
What's she doing standing there? Oh my god.
On the way. Huh? SCV ready. What's going on? In the rear.
I like to get that depot started ahead of time just to make sure.
That's all. SCV ready. Yes, indeed. Certainly. Oh yeah, baby.
Command center add-on complete.
SCV ready. Got something for me. SCV ready.
Love dead space everywhere. Yeah, we'll go for the standard angle. I was considering changing the angle of approach on that Liberator, but I decided not to.
SCV ready. Ready to raise some hell. SCV ready. Agreed. All right. This better be good. SCV ready. Fear the Reaper Man. What? You want something? SCV ready. SCV ready.
Liberation is at hand.
Yeah, huh? I'm waiting.
You know, rally another Liberator in from the other side.
SCV ready.
About 4:30 after your third command center is when you want to go for that.
Got something.
SCV ready.
Agreed.
SCV ready.
Certainly. Nothing I can.
All hands to battle stations.
I'm in a heap of trouble. SCV ready. Ready to raise some hell.
On the way. Yes, indeed. Agreed.
Reporting for action.
SCV ready. Daylight's burning.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Where's the hot?
This player feels like they're way higher level than their MMR.
Sounds.
I don't know. Maybe. Maybe not.
SCV ready. SCV ready. Yeah.
This better be
Pretty
good.
sick play so far by my opponent.
Some hell.
Add-on complete.
Flight plan is locked.
SCV ready. Huh?
Add-on complete. Command center upgrade complete.
Okay.
SCV ready. In the rear. Ah! Bandit, what's going on? Big job, huh? Ready to...
We're returning fire.
SCV ready. I'm waiting on...
You gonna give me orders?
Sounds sweet. Huh? Light it up.
Add-on. Add-on complete.
SCV, I'm in a heap of trouble.
It's a lot of queens. Holy shit.
SCV ready.
Optics online. Let's
SCV ready. Yep. Ah! Big. I'm waiting. SCV ready. Ready to raise. SCV ready.
Cyclone channels clear.
Ready
Boss.
to raise some hell. SCV ready.
Systems go.
SCV ready.
Optics online. Let's go kill something. Got it.
SCV ready. In the rear with SCV ready.
Cyclone en route. Console.
Ready to raise some hell. SCV ready. Yup. SCV ready.
Engine screaming.
SCV ready.
Hello?
What's up?
Moving into position.
Upgrade complete.
Bandit. Ready to raise some hell.
Optics online.
I'm in a heap of trouble.
This
Oh, Macfield didn't make. Uh-oh.
armed and
Yeah?
Big job, huh? What's going on?
Our SCVs are under attack.
This is a big old roche move.
Ready to go. What's that?
Yeah, just hit it really well.
Engine screaming.
And I was just a bit too heavy on the cyclones and didn't have my tank started yet.
Base
Considering how
is
well
under
my opponent
attack.
opened, we should have. Yeah. So really well played by them. And
SCV ready. What's
great
going
build order.
on?
Got it.
Holla back.
Ready to raise some hell.
Mineral field depleted.
Okay. So from here, what do you do? Well, basically you just turtle and hope your opponent's incompetent. Which a lot of Zergs will chuck a Zerg. We always talk about chucking a Zerg. You know, your opponent might just headbutt into you and throw an army away. You know, really sloppily.
Mineral field
And yeah,
depleted.
it's kind of just what we're going to focus our defense on now. Hives on the way. They're going to go broods. Okay, cool. So,
Ready to raise some hell.
Show me.
Research complete.
Ready to go.
What's going on?
Holla back. Receiving.
if I just had 2 tanks out, we would have been fine, guys. So this is a good reminder. A good reminder
Is under
how
attack.
important that stuff is.
Confirmed.
So what are we building now? Thors. So we got a good little pack of tanks out, right?
Target. Right. What? Talk to me,
And now we're going to go around here with those guys, and then these guys will come in from
Engine screaming.
here as well. These guys can go here.
Loud and Mayday! Mayday! Holla back. Right.
I'm in a heap of trouble. Pedal to the metal. Daylight. Waiting on it. Thor is here.
I got my ears on.
I'm in a heap of trouble.
Mayday! Mayday!
Give us.
Oh, it's almost. Oh, that I was not expecting. Oh,
Back into the. Go ahead.
perfect. Was not expecting that at all. God damn.
Mineral field depleted. Mineral field depleted.
Give us your best.
Okay. Oh,
Go ahead.
Upgrade complete.
SCV ready.
Thor is here.
Show me who you want to die.
I got my ears. Yeah?
What's the
Add-on complete.
Call the ball. Holla back.
Got a target.
Mineral field
ready to
depleted. Command center upgrade complete.
bad news? Thor is here. Lay it on me. Got it. Go. What's that?
SCV ready.
Base is under attack.
Got no patience. Getting fired up. Ready to raise some hell. Thor is here. What's that?
Mineral field depleted.
Ready to raise some hell.
Optics online.
so we're trying to get that up.
Mayday! Mayday!
SCV ready.
Okay, you go there.
What's our target? Ready to raise some hell.
Base is under
SCV
attack.
ready.
Ready to raise some hell.
Oh, do we have 3 reactors? We have a 3rd reactor there. That's a mistake. Shit. So we pressed. Ah, that's why my productions. I'm like, man, why are these guys taking so long to build?
Optics online. Let's go kill something.
Add-on. Base is under attack.
What? Go ahead. Go ahead. What's our
Base is under attack. Add-on complete.
Systems go. Cyclone ready for action.
ready to raise some hell?
Taking some fire here.
Ready to raise some hell?
Mineral field depleted.
Go ahead.
Systems go. Cyclone ready for action.
It's on me.
Optics online. Let's go kill something.
I'm in a heap of trouble.
Systems go. Cyclone ready for action. Optics online.
Mineral field depleted.
Some hell. Ready to roll out.
It's just got a bit too much, I think.
Vespene geyser exhausted.
Ready to raise some hell. SCV ready.
Systems go. Cyclone.
Ready to raise some hell. Rolling. Speed up. Ready to raise some hell.
It's online. Let's go kill something.
Ready to raise some hell. I hear you.
Systems go.
Got any extra firepower?
You got coordinates. Cyclone. Optics online. Let's go kill something.
SCV ready. Right on. Daylight's burning. Ready to raise some hell.
Base is under attack.
I'm in a heap of trouble. Ready to raise some hell.
Systems go. Cyclone ready for action.
Light. Where's I'm waiting on you.
Enemy contact.
Smoking.
Show me who you
Ready
want
to
to
raise
die.
some hell.
Hidden base.
Talk to me, boss. Got any extra firepower?
Nothing else. Got a target in mind.
SCV ready. Ready to raise some hell. Daylight's burning. Need something.
Vespene geyser exhausted.
Channels clear. Cyclone resume. You got coordinates or what?
I'm in a heap of trouble.
Inside of me.
Command center upgrade complete.
I get you. Cyclone receiving.
Mineral field depleted.
Got a target in mind.
We did.
Show me. Inside comms open. Systems go. Cyclone ready for action. Cyclone en route. Cyclone channel. Inside of it.
Ready to raise some hell.
Mineral field depleted.
Got it.
Base is under
I'm in
attack.
a heap of trouble. Let's go.
Base is under attack.
Comms open.
What's that?
Taking some fire here.
Ready to raise some hell.
Our SCVs are
GG.
under attack.
Fucking beautiful early game defense. Probably not a good map to commit too much to attacking with. It's too hard to get in. It's too hard to get in. These choke points are really bad, yeah. Now, if we look at it, 6 queens, 12 zerglings. I mean, this is a pretty textbook opening. Very early Baneling Nest and Spores. Super safe. Very safe from my opponent. Like, really well played. I get a couple of drones, but really not that many. I get maybe 5 drones or something. The Liberator is unable to survive. Yeah, very well played. Very well played. And then my opponent does a mass roach attack, which is something which I couldn't scout. I was thinking mutas. I was building turrets. I was worried about all these other things. Second Lib doesn't do anything either. Accidentally rally it into the... Chase the Overlord into the Queen. So that's kind of frustrating. But yeah, this was... I mean, the thing is, how many drones did my opponent have when they attacked me? Because it felt like just off 66. It felt like they stopped at 66, did nothing but roaches, but they may have built a round of drones that I didn't know about. Let's find out. Yeah. So if I'd scouted in here, I might have realized a bit earlier, but as it was, I should have already been building tanks a bit faster. 5 cyclones before any tanks. And this just giant roach attack. It's very heavily committed because I've got better upgrades. I've got more workers. You know, give me a moment to get out like 4 siege tanks on the high ground and this army can't do anything to me, but my tanks are just about to pop out and we're just a little bit too late on that. Whereas if you've got some tanks against Mass Roach, you're totally fine. I also didn't have Mag Field, which didn't help, and the Hellbat Morph was very slow. they're ever thrusting into you, you want to try and morph Hellbats on the ramp to use the high ground advantage. We also would have loved to raise some depots, right? You can imagine if those tanks are sieged, if the Hellbats are morphed. So my opponent did an absolutely insane commitment here, right? The way they shoved in, they hid their roaches and then just shoved. Very dangerous. If we just had 1 or 2 more tanks, could have been a terrible fight for my opponent. I would say I'm pretty proud of how I handled it, but we still lost too many SCVs. We lost all of our units, and we lost about 20 SCVs, which is pretty irrecoverable. If our opponent didn't drone their 4th behind it, so that was a bit of a mistake from them. But they've already got Hive, and then they go Swarm Hosts when I was thinking Muters. Yeah. So yeah, basically, I was thinking Broodlords even, wasn't I? And then they're like, oh, by the way, I'm going to build Swarm Hosts. So, yeah. That's tough. Because both scenarios, I was expecting Muters earlier. Then I was expecting a swap into Muters or just Roach Ravager Bane. And it was Swarm Hosts. So I kind of just did not get a read on what was going on. But it just comes down to having some tanks out. And if my opening was not so committed. So my opening was very committed. And it didn't find any damage, right? So let's take a look. If I dove at 4 minutes, was there an opening? Let's take a look, see. My first 4 Hellions. First 2 Hellions start a few seconds late. But if we dive 410, 415 with all of them. 12 Zerglings, 5 Queens. There's already drones on the 3rd. Yeah. I think, I mean, there's 12 Zerglings popping, which is the problem. They're all hidden up in the main as well. So they kind of want me to dive. But yeah, it's hard on this map, man. So I think I definitely should have got a Viking out because look at their Overlords, just had too much map vision. So if we went for a Viking this game, that could be a trigger, is you see early on, which I mean, I saw probably before I even started building the lib. I've already seen those Overlords really far out, so my opponent's going to have great vision of where my Hellions come from. And you can kind of fill in the gaps and assume they'll also put Overlord out here, out here, out here, up here. So if they do that really well, I think a Viking is potentially the better investment, or at least instead of the second Liberator. Other than that...
Thanks for the Bezos box.
If you're ever feeling behind... get 2 siege tanks out. If you ever feel like your opponent's ahead, just get the 2 siege tanks out for safety, then go into the Cyclones. It's going to make you much safer. And if you want to know if you're getting all in or not, check the 4th base for drones. These are all very, very useful things. Can you mass up more Banshees? Was it a good possible call? I built a couple, but I'd lost too much map control, and my opponent had great creep, so they could just walk their Queens forward, so my Banshees couldn't do too much. It's good. We get another chance to play a TVZ, guys. So, for those who don't know, the build order that I'm doing here, I do this build order on my main account all the time. The only difference is I would proxy the starport. So I'm going to show you guys that variation of it now, potentially. No, I won't. I'm not going to show it to you. But basically what would happen is this scouting guy, I would cue him to run back to the middle of the map and then go hide in the corner or down on the edge somewhere is the way we do that. Oops, missed an SCV there. Bit of a mistake. Right. So, yeah. Fried pork is pig's uncle. Once he gets cooked, yeah.
Yep.
For sure.
Yeah.
What's up, Mishi Das? Yeah, that's right. I used a thing called the core. If you want to check it out, the hotkey layout, it's
What's going on?
it's !core in the chat. It's a very advanced hotkey layout. Don't recommend it for most people. I think it's awesome. I just don't recommend it because it's hard to learn, and most people are shit at learning. And that's not me saying bad things. That's just me speaking the truth. I'm not trying to say, oh, you guys are fucking idiots. You can't do what I do. It's the majority of people watching do not take StarCraft seriously enough to be bothered putting so much time into learning something. And there's no shame in that. There's no shame in that. Let's not make the game harder for ourselves than it needs to be.
You got it. Got something for me to kill. Nothing I can't handle. What's it worth?
SCV ready.
Nice tight opening for my opponent, and my Reaper I think was just slightly late. Nice quick third hatch.
I'm listening. SCV ready. Certainly. Fair enough.
Okay. We're looking for that creep tumor. We're not getting it
Add-on
just yet.
complete.
SCV ready.
Ah, good block.
What's going on? Got something for me to kill. SCV ready. In the rear. What? You want something?
Command center upgrade.
SCV ready.
Ready to raise some hell.
Agreed. Oh yeah, babe. Got something for me
Add-on
to kill.
complete.
Ooh, we lost him, damn. It's a little sloppy.
SCV ready.
Alright, so we're tunnel visioning on our pressure probably more than we should. We just blocked him from getting up the ramp. Didn't need to do that really, but it was fun. Should have built the depot on the other side, makes it easier to wall off with your command center.
Talk to me, boss.
So we're building a Liberator right now. Aliens are going to go over there, and
Bad news.
oh, we can just use this guy to build the thing.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it should be a full wall off.
Ready to raise some hell.
SCV ready.
We'll do the second Liberator again. I really do like Liberators.
Liberation is at hand.
Just need to micro him a little bit more.
Big job. In the rear. SCV ready.
Talk to me, boss.
SCV ready.
I'm waiting on you.
SCV ready.
Are you ready for this?
SCV ready. SCV ready.
Where's the... I'm in a heap of trouble. Are you ready for this?
SCV ready.
I'm in a heap of trouble.
Reporting for action.
Talk to me, boss. Ready to raise some hell.
SCV ready. SCV ready.
I'm in a heap of trouble. Where's the hot action?
SCV ready.
Course set.
SCV ready.
Ready to raise some hell.
In the rear with the gear. SCV ready.
All hands to battle stations.
SCV ready.
Incoming orders. Need something liberated? We're returning fire!
Okay, that's going to be the last harassment for now, guys.
Raise some hell.
Command center upgrade complete.
It does go down. Well handled by him.
SCV ready.
Well handled. Does he have any Zerglings? Oh, yes he does. Yes, he does.
Add-on complete.
All day long. Are you daylight? Talk to me, boss.
Add-on complete.
What's going on?
Ready to raise some hell.
Okay. Getting a bit too excited. But I think we've done good damage.
SCV ready. Huh? Jordan. Big
Oh, I
job.
never finished that
In the
wall off.
rear with- Go ahead. Bad news.
Add-on complete.
SCV ready.
Okay, you guys can go. We can put a Hellion out on each tower. We can get mag field. We can drop a supply drop. And you guys can go there.
Systems go.
I'm in a heap of trouble.
Our SCVs are under attack.
Engine screaming.
Comms open.
SCV ready. Been waiting on this.
I'm in a heap of trouble. Ready to raise some hell.
Optics online. Let's go kill something.
Daylight's first. You gonna give me orders?
I got my ears on.
I'm in a heap of trouble. SCV ready. Who wants some? Talk to me, boss. All cops. SCV ready. SCV ready. Ready to raise some hell. Orders ready. Rather than... You gonna give me orders?
What you got?
Systems go.
We could use some help here.
Show me these coordinates or
Let it roll out.
All right. Cool. 3 more factories.
Raise some hell.
All right. Looks like they killed a lot of drones. So that was pretty nice. Those guys are gonna run in there. These guys are gonna run in there. I'm gonna put a tank there, and I'm actually gonna send a cyclone around. And I'm still building cyclones right now. And the reason is I feel like I've done enough damage. I don't see like a big scary roach army that's about to jump on me. I've got a couple tanks. I don't think I need any more. And notice how we're just doing the multi-prong, because he just feels like he doesn't have any zerglings right now. No mobile units cleaning everything up, right? So that's kind of why I'm feeling this confident ability to...
Mineral field depleted.
Oops, we did not have an engineering bay.
let's go kill something.
And that's getting to now be a pretty scary roach army, right?
Give us your best.
Mineral field.
Systems go. Cyclone.
SCV ready.
Okay, you go there.
Mineral field
I'm in a heap of trouble.
Moving into position.
Okay.
It's online. Let's go.
All right. Okay, I think we're good now. Let's get another command center. Building lots of tanks. Apparently these guys weren't hotkeyed either. Oops.
Cyclone. Ready.
Cool. Okay, so we're just gonna keep trying to take care of my opponent that way
Loud and clear.
Optics online. Let's
with
go.
the cyclones. They're gonna just see what they
Mineral
can
field depleted.
kind of grab onto. Thors and tanks are now the main units that I'm producing.
Complete. Command center
Oh,
upgrade
hello.
complete.
Oh, can we kill them all? Maybe, maybe. Oh, fungal! Oh no! That I was not expecting. Oh my god. I mean, I killed a lot of queens there, so that's a thing, right?
Bad news. Fueled up, ready to go.
Show me.
Do we have? We do have 2 of these, right? Yeah, let's queue those up.
Got a target in mind.
What's that? Got no.
You got coordinates?
I got my ears on.
Fueled up, ready to go.
Holla back. Engaging. That's fine.
Comms open.
Upgrade complete.
Receiving.
Fueled up, ready to go.
3-3. Okay.
Ready to raise some hell. Ready to raise
Okay.
some hell.
Oh, hello.
Moving into some fire here.
All right, these guys are gonna run up to the
Cyclone en
left.
route. I getcha. Adjusting for new
Ready to
coordinates.
raise some hell.
And these guys are just gonna dive.
Cyclone.
Ready to raise some hell. I'm in a heap of trouble. Ready to raise some hell.
Channel's clear,
I'm in a
boss.
heap of trouble.
Inside of gun and targeted.
Okay.
Engine screaming.
Boy, it's here.
Apocalypse now. Can do. Done
Mineral
and done.
field depleted.
Confirmed.
Ready to raise some hell. Light it up. What's our target?
Comms
Mayday,
open.
mayday. Call the ball.
Taking some fire here.
Oops.
Go
Mineral
ahead.
field depleted.
I got my ears on.
Okay.
Ready to raise some hell. What? Hey, need some. What's our
Engine
As
screaming.
long as he's not going across the map, we're good.
Research complete.
I hear you. What's the story? I hear you.
Research complete.
Oh, you motherfucker! Oh, oh my god. Okay.
Big job.
What's our... I got my ears on. Loud and clear. Weapons hot. Can do. Call the ball. No problem.
Ready to raise some hell.
I can't believe we didn't get this base.
Call it back.
Mineral field depleted.
I'm waiting to raise you.
Mayday! Mayday!
Mineral upgrade complete.
Shit.
Ready to roll out.
Mineral field depleted.
Okay, let's just
Command
try and
center
secure the
upgrade
corner.
Complete.
I'm going. Ready to raise some hell.
Engine screaming.
Jesus. We can also go for the turret crew now.
Yep. Daylight's burning.
Mineral field depleted. Base is under attack.
I'm in a heap of trouble. Gotcha. What's going
Our SCVs are under attack. Base is under attack. Mineral field depleted.
What's going on?
Yeah?
Ready to raise some hell. I'm in deep.
So this was a bit more of an accident.
Ready to raise some hell. Ready to raise some hell. I'm in a heap of trouble. I'm in a heap of
Okay.
trouble.
Okay, you guys go there. You guys go there.
Ready to raise some
Mineral field depleted. Base is under attack.
Go ahead. Give us your best shot.
Okay, these guys are gonna go over there.
What's our target? Ready to raise some hell.
Okay, total chaos, guys. I don't know what I'm doing.
Let's go kill something.
I'm in a heap of trouble. Word.
Base is under attack.
Engine screaming.
Yeah,
I'm gonna get some more of these just so I can build more banshees, because you don't have many things that shoot up, right? So it's definitely gonna
Base is
cost him
under
in the
attack.
long run.
I hear you. Ready to raise
Okay, these guys are gonna go in there.
Ready to raise some
Okay, more tanks and more Thors and more Hellions and all of the rest. Yep. He's gonna come in here. Okay, that's interesting.
Need something low-headed? I'm in a heap of trouble. Boy, is here.
Base is under attack. Base is under attack.
Okay. So we're gonna try and get in there. These guys are gonna go there.
I'm in a heap of trouble.
Vespene geyser exhausted.
Oh, okay, awesome.
Complete.
It's heating up out here.
Okay. So yeah, man, Neural always does my head in. I'm really bad against it. It breaks my brain. So this is a good chance for us to come up with a set of rules for when we're playing against something that we don't have a fucking clue of how to play against, and we just panic and freak out and make dumb decisions all game.
Raise some hell.
Okay, cool. Alright, these guys can all go there, and we're gonna run these guys in.
Getting fired up here. Let's talk to me.
Engine screaming.
What's the story?
And you guys can all go there. What do we got? Just Ravages and Lings, right?
Ready to raise some hell. Light it up. Smoking. I'm going in. Turning up the heat.
Systems go. Cyclone ready for action.
And all the drones are here. Anyone call for some barbecue?
Going. What's that? Give up.
Big job, huh? Ready to raise some hell.
What's my SCV count? 66. I had no idea what that was until I hovered over it. That shows how messy this game has been.
You're the boss.
Add-on complete.
So I was building more orbitals because I don't have the Iron Bank. And we're building mostly Hellion Cyclone Banshee just because it felt like I just needed mobile things. And Banshees were clearly doing well. Opponent didn't have much that shot up.
Command
And
center
at a
upgrade
certain point, just
complete.
running Hellions into the bases seemed to be a good thing to do. Now, at this point, I should have already
Command center
come up here and
upgrade
built some turrets so that he couldn't burrow me again. But, wow, well played by Fried Pork. That bloody neural ambush. Oh my god, it burst my brain, guys. It absolutely burst my brain. I've noticed recently, after about 3 hours in, I get a bit more fatigued and I just start playing bad and awkward and making mistakes and all that sort of stuff. So it's not even, sorry, not playing bad. I start playing chaotic. I start doing random things that aren't really planned. Like I'm just running Cyclones and Hellions all over the map doing crazy shit all game, right? This was a real chaotic game, but yeah, it was, it's just kind of funny because it's like, man, this game doesn't have to be so hectic, right? Doesn't have to be. So this was a great neural hold by my opponent, right? This was pretty amazing. Still 6 of my tanks in the rear. I was like, cool, this position's unbreakable. I forgot that I saw an Infestor or 2 earlier in this game. And I was just thinking of them as the answer. I thought he was just going to fungal and try to trap my Cyclone Hellion. But I was like, well, I'm in tank Thor now, so fungal doesn't really do much here. But my god. Takes 5 of my tanks, make it number 6 maybe even as well. Luckily, the Banshees kill a huge amount of units, so at least I make this costly for him, right? The Banshees kill so much, and they kill the Infestors on the way out as well. So that was something. But in the minutes leading up to this, and as that push was moving across, I wasn't really setting up for the next stage of the game, was I? So at this point, after doing all my run-bys and things, and feeling like, okay, it's time to push, I'm maxed on this big army. What should I have been doing at this same point, guys? That's good, but I should be building like 4 more command centers as orbitals so I can drop them as mules. And then also try to build another command center in the corner if I can. Would have been awesome, right? Obviously, I was trying to do a lot of harassment at this point in the game, and I was just kind of clearing up the creep and trying to push back my opponent's map control and map vision. And that's what I was trying to kind of compete with him with. I was saying, hey, you know, if we clear up this map vision, he's not going to be able to pick the right fights. But yeah, I mean, it was okay. Just more command centers. If we had more command centers, the moment this is up, and it should have been making into a planetary much earlier, we could drop 20 mules here, and it just ensures that we can have enough bank to replenish, especially once we get gases 9 and 10 up as well. But very well played by Fried Pork. Really well done, dude. Hey, he's in chat. GG, mate. Holy shit. Well played, dude. Such a sick neural flank, man. So from there, the thing is, tanks do counter infestors, right, guys? You just need to actually have the detection to be aware of them. Because I'd already done so much economic damage, though, there is an argument behind just play Cyclone, Hellion, Banshee from here. Just so you have more mobility. Like, have some tanks out, but then just go mostly Cyclone, Hellion, just so I can continue to roam the map. Because I've pushed the creep spread back enough that Cyclone Hellion's going to be able to dart in and like kill a hatchery and get out of there and that sort of stuff. So we lose some Banshees there, which kind of sucks. But we go home and repair them, which was good. A little slow to get my army over to this left side. Pretty sure that was an accidental rally, funnily enough. But, yeah. Mixing Thors in, always good. Always good to have some Thors, guys. It just makes it harder for them to swap to muters. Yeah. Alright, guys. Let's try and show a nice, clean game. Now, today I've mostly been doing a little bit more Hellion Lib aggression. I guess I haven't really talked about it. With mech, you can transition a little bit smoother off building extra harassment units. And that is because you're taking extra gas anyway. So spending a little bit of extra gas doesn't really mess with you too much. Whereas if you spend a bit of extra gas and you're doing the bio build, it's hard to line up all your upgrades for your very important marine medevac timings. So just something to keep in mind there. Can affect it. And I still don't know what the fastest way across this map is. I feel like it's down here. I'm going to go this way. Some people probably disagree, but I think it's this way.
Command center upgrade complete.
You gotta go that way. You gotta go do. So yeah, I think it'd probably be very similar either way, but you know. Okay, that depot's a little bit late, but it is what it is.
Go ahead. Bad news. What's it
See, the hatchery was finishing.
Sir.
Okay.
SCV ready.
You go there, you go there, you go there.
Gas from above.
So we put the guys on gas a little bit early this game.
All right.
Oh, not quite, not quite.
Let's do this. Oh,
Okay, no way to deny the creep tumor now. Just gonna keep an eye on the minimap.
you're the
He does actually notice, yeah.
SCV ready.
Add-on complete.
Two Hellions on the way, and oops.
Got something for me to kill.
Ooh, I haven't seen the third yet. Must have taken the linear one.
SCV ready.
Yeah.
I'm listening.
Command center upgrade complete. Add-on complete.
Oh, hello.
Ready to raise some hell.
Oh, as if we didn't get that. What? Oh, I could have sworn I got that, man. Oh, well.
Bad news.
All right, guys. We got one depot on the way. Hello? Hello? No, no.
Ready. SCV ready. In the rear with the got something for me to kill. I'm SCV ready.
You already got guys on this base? No, you don't. Good.
Ready.
Making him a little bit uncomfortable there is the goal. Ah,
SCV ready.
forgot to change the rally point, guys.
What's going on? Who wants
And we
some?
also missed that guy.
SCV ready.
Reporting for action.
Ready to raise some hell. SCV ready. Man, what's it worth?
Okay.
Ready to raise some hell.
Okay, you can go there. And that means we need one more depot just to make sure that's all.
SCV ready. SCV ready. Coming through. What's it
Add-on complete.
ready to raise some hell. SCV ready.
Ooh, nice. Got a bit of a miss rally there.
All right. I'm coming.
Okay.
SCV ready. Let's
Add-on complete.
All hands to battle stations.
SCV ready. Moving. SCV ready. Word. Yes. I'm in a heap of trouble. Nothing. SCV ready.
Okay, so the Liberator went down. We didn't micro that very well.
What's it worth?
Getting a little bit frantic here. We also went 4 factories all at the exact same time as the all at the exact same time as the thingamajig, which is kind of funny. It's like, talk about batching up your macro, hey.
Oh, yeah.
See if we can get another gun.
Ready to raise some hell.
We're just trying to get these nice volleys off. And this is good. This is just little bits of damage that can really stack
Add-on
up, right?
complete.
SCV ready. SCV ready. Gas from what's it worth? Got something for me to kill. Let's
Okay, so we're just roaming. We're trying to be real scary right now. It's the whole... We're not really spending any scans, though.
SCV ready.
Okay, let's get 1-1 upgrades.
I'm waiting on you.
Okay.
I'm in a heap of trouble. SCV ready.
Systems go. Cyclone ready for action.
Big job. What's going on? SCV ready.
I'm building Hellion Cyclone again.
This ought to be good. I get
And we're going to try to once again
Ah, you scared me.
see if we can cancel the 4th base. Is always a good way to do it. And these guys are going to go in there. Build a few tanks just in case.
SCV ready.
Where's the hot action?
Research complete.
I'm in a heap ready to raise some hell.
SCV ready.
I hear you. Here we go.
gotta target it.
I'm waiting on you.
Optics online. Comms open. Show me who you want to do.
Ready to roll out.
Engine screaming.
SCV ready.
Nothing else.
Ready to raise.
SCV ready.
What's our target? Ready to raise some hell.
Okay, we're mostly going for that now. Do we have a Spire?
I hear
No.
you.
Show me who you want to do.
Up, ready to go. Ready to raise some hell.
Systems go. Cyclone ready for action. Nothing will stop me. Channels clear.
Upgrade complete.
Moving into position.
Research.
I get you. Comms, you got coordinates or what?
Engine screaming.
Got it targeted.
Ready to roll out.
Okay, 2-2, more tanks. Banshee's going forward there.
Channel.
And we've got these guys here. We're going to try and send these Hellions off once again on that right side run by path.
SCV ready.
Okay. Let's get rotors up. We've got both upgrades going on the same thing, which I don't like.
Bad news.
We're going to put a tank in behind the planetary, another tank there, another tank there. And do we have 2 factories with reactors? Yes, we do.
Systems go.
Let's also get a few more Tech Lab factories out here. And these guys can all rally onto that. You can go there.
Mineral
You can
field
go there. We're, of
depleted.
course, very gas-starved right now.
Turbo. I got my ears on.
Ready to raise some hell.
Mineral field depleted.
Moving into position.
Mineral field depleted.
Got it.
Loud and clear.
Ready to roll out. I'm in a heap of trouble. Smoke it. Light it up.
Oh no!
Command center upgrade.
Ready to raise some hell. Burn. Baby's got the extra
Mineral
firepower.
field depleted.
Doc, I hear you. What's the story?
Woo!
Who wants some?
Well, we did some damage. Was it worth it? I have no idea. So remember, guys, we're going to try and expand there. So we want to go get these extra command centers up.
What's our target?
Let's try and move all these guys over there. The Banshees are going to try to go to the right side.
Ready to raise some hell.
And
Add-on
okay.
complete.
Hey, go ahead.
And as long as we can just keep attacking. So I think the real difference that you guys are probably starting to sense is if your opponent gives you any room at all, you're going to be a lot more mobile and harassment oriented, right?
Right.
Ready to raise some hell. Ready to raise.
Optics on.
That's the
Research
real big thing,
upgrade
isn't it?
complete.
Yeah. Which I really, I didn't plan, I didn't vocalize, but it's just instinctively happening because I'm going, oh, I've got space. This is what we do in this scenario, you know? So there's sometimes things I don't even really think about consciously. It's
Show me who you want.
kind of funny. Start that.
Upgrade complete.
Call the ball. They ain't getting.
Ooh, oh, we did get hit by one.
Yeah?
Did we get cloak started? We did.
Mayday! Mayday!
Let's go.
What's our... Let's set something.
Inside cyclone come.
Are you ready for this?
You got coordinates?
Woo! So we're just sacking him. Oh, did we get the hatchery? Oh, one hit. One hit from death. Oh no. Okay, so this guy's just gonna come in there and finish it.
I got... Loud.
Ready to roll out. Go ahead. Queued up.
Base is under attack.
Ready to raise some...
Engine screaming. Call the ball. I got this.
War is here.
Okay, let's do it. So now I'm maxed, right?
You got coordinates? or what?
Research complete.
You got it. Been waiting on you.
Talk to me, boss.
Mineral field depleted.
Ready to raise some hell. Are you ready?
Mayday!
War is here.
Okay. Ooh, okay. Okay, rally. Mass aliens to the front, remember. Okay, we don't have that many Hellbats right now, so it's very important. Okay, we're gonna split these guys off to the left side as well, actually.
Ready to raise some hell. Give up.
Mineral field depleted.
Okay.
Talk to me. We got something funny. It's heating up out here. Hell yeah. Go ahead.
Upgrade complete.
Okay.
Screaming.
Alright.
Speak up. Need some.
Upgrade complete.
Okay, you go there, you go there, you guys go there. Try to take 2 more bases in the midst of this.
Some hell.
And remember, we
Command
want
center
the Iron
upgrade
Bank.
complete.
So let's see if we can get a few more command centers up as well.
Ready to raise some hell. What's that?
Our SCVs are under attack. Base is under attack.
Okay. Okay, what are we up against? I don't know, man.
What's up?
It's like I keep expecting him to try and break this army and he's not doing it, and I'm like, shit, I gotta get a move on. Just A-move some of these guys.
Go. Got it. Give us your... What's that? Getting What's that? Go ahead.
Mineral field
Got any extra firepower?
Okay.
To me.
Vespine geyser exhausted.
What's huh?
Mineral field
I'm in deep.
Okay. Brood Lords? Yeah, he's got
mineral
Brood
field
Lords there.
depleted.
Okay.
What's our target? Give us your best shot.
Show me who you want to die. I get you. Moving into position. This ought to be good.
I hear you.
Come on.
I'm in deep. What's our target?
Okay.
Engine screaming.
I'm in deep.
Okay. So these two should be doing nothing but building Hellbats. And everything else should be building
Our
Thors.
SCVs are under attack.
What's that? Got no patience. Needs
Our SCVs are under attack.
Okay.
Thanks for the
you guys can
Bezos
go
bucks.
back there then.
Mineral field. Command center upgrade complete. Base is under attack. Mineral field depleted. Vespine geyser exhausted.
Oh my god, he got me. He got me!
can't hold them alone.
Oh, that's
Base
crazy.
is under attack.
Yeah, it just took too long to move forward there. Froze up a little bit.
Upgrade complete. Mineral
Okay.
field depleted. Mineral field depleted.
Talk to me, boss.
Base is under attack.
I'm in a heap of trouble.
Cyclone ready for action.
Shit.
Ready to raise some hell.
Can't make orbitals right now.
Mineral field depleted.
Can't see where the tentacles are coming from.
Can't hold them alone. Ready to plunder.
Okay, it looks like we killed them all.
Fighter, you ready for war?
Mineral field depleted.
Ready to raise some hell.
Base is under attack.
I am here.
Base is under attack.
Okay.
Transformation systems primed. Made for battle. You ready for
Okay, you go there, you go there.
Let's get Bomb is here. Ready to raise
Guys,
some
go
hell.
there. I've got lots of minerals, so that's good.
Yeah, transformation system. Big job, huh? I'm
Okay, you guys go there, and then you guys go up there.
ready. I'm in a heap of trouble. Talk to me, boss.
Command center upgrade complete.
Definitely need tanks, I need them soon.
Vespine geyser exhausted. Our SCVs are under attack. Our SCVs
Oh, shit.
are under attack.
He's got me, I think, again. Yeah, I think he's got me. Oh, fuck.
What's the story?
Newer Parasite's so good. I told you guys I'm so bad versus it, man. Such a good spell. I sat on my ass with that push for so long. I don't know why I'm always such a coward in this matchup, man. Always such a coward, bro.
Firepower.
Always such a coward. GG.
Base is under attack. Our SCVs
I was like, just sitting there. I let him make Infesta Broodlord. Holy shit. So dumb, pig. I don't think he could fight my army at all, man. I'm small brain piggy for a reason. Well played, Fried Pork! He turned his stream on. What a legend. It gave him power, I think. Oh, I gave him so much time to make Broodlords, man. Good Ling distraction. Oh, and I didn't even scan or think about it. I was just like, well, I'll just kill these bases on the edges. Oh, that didn't make any sense from me. So if I knew what I was up against, guys, I would have tried to get up about six or eight Thors, a few Vikings overhead, and just always fight with scans and siege tanks available, and then you can just focus down the infestors. But if you don't have sieged tanks to kill the infestors, oh, they're so good. And if you don't have Thors or Vikings, obviously you've got nothing that shoots up, which is also really bad. So I did do a better job of mass expanding this game, but it took me a long time to remember to get extra starports. And the super most winningest thing, if you guys want a really easy unit to win games with, is as you're winning games, what you want to do is you want to build like 4 more starports at this point, put tech labs on them all, get a fusion core, and just make BCs. And keep adding those ship upgrades as well. And get your motto. Because BCs are just such a problem for your opponent to deal with, and they're so powerful. Now, obviously, they're not great at beating infestors, but they're such a good mobile harassment unit. They're so darn good. So, so they can kind of go around the flanks of the map and pick off units and just basically Yamato everything. So, GG though, very well played by him. I mean, I kill a hatchery. I didn't need to throw all my units away here. And likewise, back there, even though I ended up holding, I should have had more Hellbats guarding my Thors. So threw away a massive army here for not that great a trade. And even though I did put his economy in a pretty dodgy position, right? He's got one hatchery there, the few mineral patches and that. I lost a lot of stuff. And I've only got 8 factories. So, yeah, I wasn't able to get out like the Thors and the Vikings and stuff quickly enough. So I started building the Vikings, the Thors, the Hellions, but I needed to have them out a little bit earlier. And because I let these tanks die, which is the big mistake, it allows the infestors to become a big problem. So I should have pulled back, lifted this command center, pulled my army way back, waited for these next 5 Thors and 6 Vikings to be out, and then sieged up, and we would have been able to win this game. We still had a hidden base there. We could have moved this over. Unfortunately, I lost my barracks here in just a little bit, and that means I can't make orbitals anymore. So a lot of command centers just ended up sitting there. I ended up being a waste of minerals. But very well played by Fried Pork. GG, mate. All right, guys. So we're playing a TVT here. Now, this is Beckett. It's a very short map. That's accidentally, I think, still in the ladder pool. Okay, and you can go up there. If he doesn't turn around right now, we might be able to block him. He turned around pretty quickly. Okay. So I did pull off gas probably a little earlier than was needed, but that's all right. We'll check down here, and then up over here. See if we're being proxied. Send him down there very early because my depot was very early, so I'm like, yeah, why not? And we can just run up that way. Okay.
In the rear with the big job. Go ahead. SCV ready. Huh?
Okay.
What's it worth? All right.
We just get by 2. Ow.
SCV ready. The Grim Reaper has arrived.
Boy. 3rd Reaper and a Hellion on the way.
What's going on?
Queue up another Hellion, of course. Hellions build very quick for those who don't know. And let's get that starport going. As well as put the guys back on gas right around then. Extra Hellion on the way. I didn't see his command center, so I don't know if he's actually got one or not, guys. And that is potentially an issue. Reactor goes down immediately. Tech lab soon as well.
What's it worth? Ready to race? SCV ready. Yes, indeed. SCV ready.
Okay. So he kills a unit, but, you know, we got a Reaper and an SCV, so I think that's well worth it. And we can try to repair.
Add-on.
SCV ready.
Let's get that gas up on the natural.
Are you? What's going on? Huh? What's it worth? SCV ready.
Okay. Now I expect my opponent to open double cyclone, so we might want to save our boost to potentially boost onto his face. Nah, screw that. Just hope he reacts slowly if he does catch me coming across the map.
In the rear, this better be here. SCV ready.
Okay.
Who wants some? I'm waiting on it. SCV ready.
Add-on complete.
In the pipe. Bye-bye.
SCV ready.
Pick. Now what?
SCV ready. I'm in a heap of trouble.
Where's the emergency?
SCV ready.
Systems go. Cyclone ready for action.
Dropping off.
By the SCV ready.
SCV ready.
Here.
Going.
Gangway coming through.
Huh? Roger.
Okay. Oh.
SCV ready.
Alright, I'm just gonna do a little drippy droppy, save our thingo for the way out, our boost.
This better be good. Go, go, go.
There we go. Look at that. Just grab an SCV or two. That's all real simple, chilled play. Just a single Raven here as well.
Get me out
Oh,
of this mess.
that was a very lazy rotation from me, guys.
SCV ready.
Okay.
Who wants some?
SCV ready.
Okay, you can go there.
SCV ready.
Third there, fourth there.
You got coordinates or what?
SCV ready.
This better be
SCV ready. Back in the rear with the gear.
Okay.
Ready to go. SCV ready.
ready to blunder. Will do.
Scanning 50.
You want to
Where the
miss me, boy?
Command center upgrade complete. Add-on complete.
Oh, I'll get there. Adjusting for new
Ready to roll
coordinates.
out.
Ready to blunder.
Our SCVs are under attack.
Got it.
Whoa! Absolute Chad gamer.
You gonna give me orders? This ready to blunder. Let's get
Okay,
into the
go
fun.
there.
SCV ready.
Okay. Let's try and swap back into medevacs if we can.
What's going on?
I've completely forgotten my engineering base, haven't I? Oh, yes I have. Okay, I did lose quite a few SCVs there as well. Let's cancel those gases,
Research complete.
because we ain't going to afford those anytime soon.
So,
Okay, we've got the double Viking land coming in.
SCV ready.
can't hold them alone.
SCV ready.
You ready for war?
Ready.
Can't hold them alone.
SCV ready. Ready to roll out.
Victory.
Ready for dust off.
Oh, that guy got trapped behind the gas. That's funny.
Big job. Armed and ready. Transformation. Who wants some?
SCV ready.
Gangway coming through.
Ready for dust off.
Combat shields, let's go.
Get me out of this mess.
SCV ready.
Been waiting on you.
Mineral field.
SCV ready.
Go, go, go. Armed and ready. We can
What do we
use some
got?
help.
Okay. Armory is obviously the next order of business, and then depots, followed by more depots. After that, what are we going to build, guys? More depots. That's right.
Add-on.
We could use some help here.
SCV ready.
We could use some help here.
Okay, more SCVs,
Go, go, go.
more depots, second factory, more depots. Okay.
We could use some help here.
SCV ready.
Ready to blunder. You gonna give me orders?
SCV ready.
Both been waiting on you. That's fine. Want some?
Mineral field depleted.
Ready to roll. SCV ready.
Research.
SCV ready.
Hey.
Ready. Now what?
Okay, not quite what I was looking for.
Upgrade complete.
Armed and ready. Who wants some? Ready to blunder. This ready to blunder. could use some help here.
I was hoping for him to think I'd retreated and then walk into my tanks.
Or
And he did it. Awesome.
coming through. Who wants some? Want a piece of
Now we grab the whole army here. We leave just one marine there.
Add-on.
Start rotating around. We start that 4th command center.
Ready for dust off.
We could use some help here.
Mineral field depleted.
By the numbers, big way want a piece of me, boy.
And we catch him again. Ambush, baby! The power of map control. He keeps thinking I've pulled back when I haven't.
Coming through. This better be fun. You could have been waiting.
Got no
Want
faith.
a piece of me, boy. Transformation systems armed and ready.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Cool. Let's go.
In the rear with armed. Go, go, go. Bad news. Ready to blunder. SCV ready. Gangway coming through. This go, go, go. Who wants?
Need some ready to blow down.
Ready to blunder. Been waiting on you.
And we just want to maintain that presence on the map. Just being kind of hard to read on, hey, where are you, you know? That's why he's desperately trying to get a bit more map control, right? So that sensor tower is my target right now, guys.
Mineral field depleted.
I'm in deep.
Coming through.
Upgrade complete.
Reporting for action.
You gonna give me orders?
Suited up, ready to go.
We could use some help here. By the numbers.
Ready.
We could use some help here. Ready to blunder.
Mineral field.
Got him. This map's fucking crazy, man. There's like no space to work with at all. Ooh. It's hard to play that map. But we did get the win in the end. It's just so cramped. So cramped, right? It's so, if you can get that tank position and stuff, it's like, woof. I think maybe I siege my tank a little bit further forward. We just need one more, guys. One more win and we got this. Hardwire, nice long map.
Ben? Huh? What's going on? SCV ready. Big job, huh?
Oh, hey, Harry Potter music.
SCV ready.
Alright guys, we've got ourselves a Terran verse. Let's try and really be methodical, on point with my build, and not be so focused on just getting crazy damage. We've got a pretty big MMR advantage. We're playing a Masters 3 player, 4400 player. So, as decent as that is, bit easier than the 5k players that I was playing in the last few games, who are all kind of low GM. So, this one's going to be a little bit different. Let's try and just be, because I've been so chaotic in my games, I feel like I'm just getting more and more kind of loose and chaotic, and I should be just focusing on my basics and saying, hey, let's stop making the games crazy and trying to do so much harassment. I do like the Hellion run-bys. I'll keep doing that in the mid-game and so on, but let's just try and make sure it's just slightly lower priority underneath macro correctly and build just supply depots and all that sort of stuff, okay?
What's going on?
So we got a Reaper and an Orbital on the way, guys.
Huh?
Leave! Okay.
Go ahead. Huh? In the rear with the gear.
Command center upgrade complete.
Big job. Bad news.
Check the hatchery. It's finished. Cool.
On the way. SCV ready.
Get some damage on that Overlord if he doesn't turn around right now. Might get a few shots on him anyway. Of course, you'll heal it, but always nice. Make sure you start your reactor.
What's it worth? Geronimo! Yes, indeed. Agreed. Certainly. Nothing. SCV ready. I'm going. Let's do this. Fear the Reaper Man. All right. SCV ready. Fair enough. Done. On the way. Oh, yeah.
Oh, we didn't go creep tumor first. We went inject first. Okay. Old school, baby.
Add-on complete.
Death from above. You got something for me to kill. SCV ready. Where's...
Oh.
Agreed. Certainly. What? You want something?
Hello. Goodbye.
Command center.
Whoa, he makes it out. Cool. Looks like a pretty normal build. We saw a lot of guys there. Drones, that is. We saw a lot of drone lads. So pretty normal stuff, all things considered, guys. Liberator, rally next to the main. As always, let's get that extra tech lab up immediately on the factory. Seems like a good idea. And, okay, these guys will go down. Look for more of that. This guy can then go second depot, then the command center. Should time out pretty well for us to have the 400 minerals soon after that. Okay.
Add-on complete.
That's a very quick Evo chamber, guys. Double Evo means he's focusing hard on upgrades, not effective against mech. Not very effective at all. So, yeah, we're gonna do the Viking.
How can we help?
Okay, you can go there. A little slow on that, but it is what it is.
SCV ready. Got something for me to get from
Okay, we're...
SCV ready. Agreed. SCV ready.
Oh, really? Who'd you guys shoot that you managed to do no splash damage? What the hell, guys?
Attention.
Oh, he doesn't have a spore.
I'm listening. Ready.
Beautiful.
SCV ready.
We're returning fire.
SCV ready. SCV ready.
Ooh.
All right. Got that. What? You want something? SCV ready. Talk to me, boss. Hell yeah. SCV ready. Word.
Add-on complete.
SCV ready. Burn. I'm waiting. Ah, ready to ring. I'm in a heap of trouble. SCV ready. Agreed. SCV ready.
Okay.
We'll butter my biscuit.
Got 2 cyclones on the way.
Can't hold them alone.
Add-on complete.
Victor, you ready for war?
If he doesn't transfuse, that will go down.
Bold. Very well. Inbound.
Awesome.
Add-on complete. Command center upgrade complete.
SCV ready. Absolute. I'm waiting on SCV ready.
We got the 1-1.
Let's go kill something.
Let's get Magfield.
Cyclone. Channel's clear.
Cyclone Hellion heading across the map.
SCV ready.
Putting workers on gas.
Uh-huh.
Systems go. Cyclone ready.
2 reactors, 3 tech labs. So I used my buildings really well for building add-ons this time. Which I'm very proud of.
SCV ready. Are you ready for this? SCV ready.
Oh.
Word.
My opponent, you're going to see, is really obsessed with making 4,000 Zerglings, right? these guys building. So that tells us my opponent could be going for Mutts, right? Because no gas is being spent. Also tells us that we could do a big Hellbat attack. And if he doesn't have Banelings, that could be very successful.
Got it.
Okay, so we're gonna also start Thor production, just in case it is that. And otherwise, just one Thor, and otherwise tanks. Okay. And let's get over there for the 4th base. All right, let's go.
In the rear with the gear.
All right.
Huh? Who wants some? Ready to raise some hell?
What do we got?
Hold 'em alone. Are you ready to raise some hell? Armed and ready.
Okay, let's go.
Ready to raise some hell.
Research complete.
It's like 500 queens.
Ready to roll out.
Upgrade complete.
So notice we're focusing the clumped up guys there.
I'm on fire. Word. Done and done. Hell yeah.
Need something.
I'm waiting on you. It's heating up out here.
Yeah.
In motion. Ready to raise some hell. Ready to raise some hell. Hell yeah. Let's do this.
Yeah, this guy's actually insane. In case you guys haven't noticed, by the way.
Bad news.
Mineral field.
Ready to raise some hell.
What's that?
Ready to raise some hell.
Mineral field depleted.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Ready to raise some hell.
Systems go. Cyclone ready for action.
Absolutely. Do this. Ready to raise some hell.
Engine screaming.
Light it up. Right on. Burn rubber. Ready to raise some hell. I'm going.
Command center upgrade complete.
Ready to raise some hell.
Optics online. Let's go kill something.
Oh! Even more Fellbats now. Okay, he's going roaches now.
Mineral field depleted.
But yeah, just way too much lane focus. Absolute mad lad.
Adjusting for new coordinates. Taking some fire here.
Absolute psychopath. Just straight mass ling. So what was our response there, guys? We said, look, this guy's still building Zerglings. That's crazy. That's just wild. So what did I do? I just kept building Hellions. I even did a big Hellbat morph because I was just like, what is, like, he doesn't have anything to kill the Hellbats with, right? And if we spread versus the Banelings, then that'll be pretty good. So I just held the Hellion key down and basically said, look, Blue Flame Hellions, deliver. And you can't play this style against mech unless the Terran plays a bit too passive. But if the Terran realizes you're trying to just play Massling, Bane, Queen, and he made like 14 Queens or something crazy as well. It's just 14. Who makes 14 Queens? This is a crazy style that my opponent played here. So interesting style from my opponent, but absolutely just wild. 14 Queens and mass Zerglings. But if they just got a handful of roaches, I think they would have been in much better scenario. Because if your opponent just keeps making Hellbats, Widowmines, these sorts of units, Banelings aren't the answer to those. I mean, a few Banelings is good, but you want to have roaches as a core efficient unit that just beats them head to head. Thank you for the $1 memeling. Thank you very much, my friend. Yeah, I was flabbergasted. And you know what? Was this a good trade? Well, I don't know if it was the greatest until those Hellions got in there. Killing that mineral line made it worth it. But I also realized that if they don't actually have roaches producing yet, and they just keep trying to drone and build Zerglings and following this same pattern of just, I've got 5 hatcheries, let's be crazy greedy, and just do nothing but hold down the drone key. I was like, as long as I keep building Hellions, I should be able to just keep running them in. And I've been in this Zerg's shoes before, he shouldn't be able to respond. Like, they should not be able to defend all their mineral lines from just mass Hellion running in. And if I'm getting a 4th base up on location really quickly behind it as well, then I'm just going to have this overwhelming macro. And I can swap back into tanks. The moment I make him build roaches, I'll build tanks. The moment I make him build mutas, I'll go Thors and all that sort of stuff. This was it, Masters 1. I'm not sure, guys. Let's take a look. Yes, we did it! Masters 1. Now, we don't get a promo screen because the season's locked. But you can see now we've gone past 47.55. We're up in Masters 1. That is it. Masters 1 achieved. We can... Whoa! We got Masters 1! This is definitely not a YouTube video I just looked up. They didn't even capture the animation of it first popping up, but we'll count it. Whoa!